beginning, there was nothing. And then there was the Drunken Peasants Podcast.
I gotta get a witness. No!
Say, man, you got a joint? No, not on me, man.
I don't have facts to back this up.
It'd be a lot cooler if you did.
That's true. Sometimes I cry.
Oh!
Lick my butthole, he laughed.
From the strangest corners of the internet, here to bring you opinions of the world from an altered perspective. Here are your hosts, the Drunken Peasants.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to the Drunken Peasants, episode 1201. We're back again, doing it live. You're back.
Welcome back.
You're back.
Welcome back. Episode 1201.
1201. Everyone liked the stream. This is our Saturday bonus show. We're trying to meet that goal. We're over 50%. We're in a good place to meet this goal. It's pinned in the chat. If you want to help us out, send us, $5 TTS. Why not? Also, I want to thank everyone for helping us out with supporting us on the audio version of the stream through Spotify or iTunes, wherever you get your audio podcasts. The numbers are going up, and we really appreciate it. So check that out for those of you who aren't checking it out yet. And also Patreon. We got a bunch of Patreon stuff planned. Me and Jeff are bringing back Spin Till You Spew to take each other on. And then also we're doing Actual Mania before the end of this month. We need a strong Patreon is vital to the success of this channel. YouTube is messing with us. We're taking it. We're getting ass blasted in many ways. We're taking it everywhere. We're getting spit roasted by YouTube. So if you want to help, become a patron. Patreon.com/DP. It would be advisable.
While I was gone, I took one note. I wrote it down. Meat goal.
And you spelled it like meat?
Oh, maybe this is a different note. But either way, tonight, meat goal.
You actually got tan. I can tell. You got some sun.
Yeah, I got stuck outside.
Yeah. So before we get into the planned content, so you're the guy you're supposed to fight, he got fired from the event, right?
Yeah, I think he's had to step down for some. I don't know. I think they thought that he was out of his mind, but I'm not sure about that.
Yeah, I think I saw some kind of meltdown.
Yeah.
So it sucks. I had told Doug Tenaple that you were gonna fight in Nashville, and he was all gonna go to it.
Yeah, that would have been great.
Yeah. So it's probably not gonna happen next month, right?
I don't know. I don't think they've announced the card yet. I don't think. I don't know what will happen. I probably won't be. I probably won't get a new opponent soon enough, but we'll see what happens. You never know.
Yeah.
You'll never know until you know.
All right. So after the last stream you were on, Dick Masterson went over to a stream that Eric July was on, and they had a back and forth. Vito joined later too, but they didn't discuss the comic. They just discussed the other thing that Vito gets a lot of shit for. So. You know what I'm talking about. I don't even want to say it.
I'm not sure. Does that have something to do with cuties?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So we probably won't watch the Vito stuff, but the Dick Masterson stuff is interesting. So we'll watch.
Vito's fat, so it doesn't even matter.
Oh yeah.
We're not watching anything with fats in it. Eric July's rule.
Yeah, and we'll play a little bit of that. What he said about that.
I'm giving them money.
So this is his panel. Yellow Flash. The guy. Ethan Van, I don't know how to say his
name. He was in our chat.
Yeah, he was in our chat.
When Vito was on.
Yeah. So and he seemed like one of the more reasonable people on this, honestly, on this panel.
Well, somebody, has to hold Eric July's hand through all of this.
Oh, he gets really quiet when the people show up that he was, talking trash about but not naming on his stream for hours and hours and hours. He was very strangely quiet during a lot of this.
Like, what are you doing, man? Why are you this sensitive to simple criticism? Like, even coming from Ethan, who's like an industry veteran, dude. It comes off as so childish and insecure. You know that, right?
I disagree.
Ooh, that's a strong disagree.
I think you're dramatizing what's happening, but I'm cool with that.
Well, read chat, buddy. Read chat, because they know. Chat always knows.
That's
You're
cool.
coming off for a guy who made $3.7 million fucking dollars.
It's a lot of dollars.
You can't take like basic stories.
And the theory that Dick and other people have here is that his friends here, his content buddies, suck up to him so they can get a piece of that.
Of course.
And they pretend to like the book. A lot of them haven't even read it.
Of course.
Yeah.
Structure critiques that I didn't even invent.
I'm okay with basic.
That's why I'm sucking up to him.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Critique.
Okay, what's your plot?
As far as what?
What's your as far as what? No, what's the plot of the comic? And I keep asking him this, and he ignores me on Twitter. Does Isom get his powers from Jesus? Because he's got the cross.
Didn't all the fans say you have to read the book to figure it out?
They don't say it in the first. It's still a mystery, and the second book isn't out yet. See, Jeff says he's reading it currently.
You can't give it all away in the first book, right?
You can't, and I agree with that. But if it ends up that his powers came from Jesus,
well, if a guy,
that is so lame.
If a guy's got a cross above his dick,
he's got
you
a dick
assume
cross.
two things.
His dick got crucified.
He either got his powers from Jesus or he was molested by a priest.
Oh, no!
I'm sorry. Those are the only two options.
On Act 2, Act 3.
Why on earth would I explain all of that? What do you mean, like going into the future for Isom 1, 2, and 3?
No, I'm talking about book 1. What's the plot? Like, what's the character's
what part did you
motivation
not
for being there?
understand? What part are you confused on? I'll answer any question.
I mean, like, he's asking you what the plot of the book is. You should be able to say this really easily.
Is that you have? Just be direct.
Okay. What are Isom's superpowers? He's a superhero. He puts himself in danger. We need to know what kind of super abilities he has to know if he's risking his life.
Do you see him do anything super in the book?
Yeah, he gets thrown down into a car and smashed the shit out of the car. So he seems like a superhero.
What about you remember the guy that he fought, Santuan? He fought him twice. Did he do anything super during those interactions?
Yeah, he jumped off a wall and then flipped around in midair and threw him through that same wall. That's pretty super.
So that means that you at least see that he, as far as what his powers are, he's able to do some super things. What you don't know is like the origin of those powers and to what extent. And we'll get to explaining those. Just be patient.
I wonder if he actually has it planned or if he's just making it up as he goes along. Like, he wrote the first book without really planning for the second.
Well, I mean, if the first book is as bad as Dick Masters says it is, as bad as Dick Masters says it is, then he probably did plan it all out, and he just doesn't have enough content to fill it all in the first book. So he has to stretch it over like 4 or 5 books.
Yeah.
He's got 4 or 5 books planned out with about a half a book worth of real content if he was a great writer.
First book.
Look
so he does have superpowers? I mean,
yeah, I think when you fall from as far as he did when he got thrown onto a car
why does
by
everything have to
Yara,
be a
as well as when he
question?
jumps off a wall.
Because he literally doesn't have enough content to fill the rest of the books, so he has to slow roll it all.
Yep.
To another except and rams him into a brick wall, and the brick wall breaks. I think it's pretty obvious, and I don't have to hold the person's hand and explain that to them that he probably has powers because of regular.
Why don't you just say
human being
yes
would not
then?
be able
What's
to
up with
do
this like smug attitude? Why that's kind of been my problem this whole time. Like, I gave you very basic notes of
And we went through those notes. We went through those notes, no problem. We went through.
Yeah, I know. You called me a hoe ass N-word while you were going through the notes. I saw that. But
yeah, I went through the notes, and we talked about all of that. You called me a scammer, so yeah, that makes you a hoe ass nigga because you lying about my business. So
yeah,
I do stand by that. I want to be clear now that you hear.
Your business is marketing anti-woke shit to morons.
Well, that's
yeah, and it's like. Does Eric July, because we'll get into later where he's like, oh, everyone who hates me is fat and I can't. I need them to pass a fitness exam before I even talk to them. Does Eric July think his audience is super fit? The kind of people that are mad about race swapping in movies and comic books?
They might be super fit because they might not have a lot of brain cells. So they just pump iron all day?
I highly doubt it. I think the only pumping they do is the keys on their keyboard.
I think it's pretty obvious any fat would want a better comic book than Isom.
I don't know.
These are fit comic book. These are for fits, not for fats.
There were a lot of Eric July simps commenting on his tweets regarding fat people, and a lot of them were like, I'm fat, but at least I'm trying. So
at least I'm trying.
I'm not like these guys eating bonbons all day.
All right, Uncle Mom.
And we'll respond. One of them made a video about us,
So
and it's
cute.
hilarious.
I can't wait to see that.
And you're free to that opinion. I've never marketed anything as such, but you call my business a scam. This is something that's my livelihood.
You said you were going to dance on the
You call my
graves
business
of
a scam,
comic
and I called you a whole
artists.
ass nigga, and now you're hearing
What
me
is
calling
that?
you one. And I just want to be clear.
You said you were going to dance on the graves of Marvel and DC comic artists.
No, what I
is
said,
that?
no. See, you're getting the saying wrong. At least get it correct if you're going to talk about it. What I'm saying is, I said I'd moonwalk on the dead careers of comic pros is what I said.
I moonwalk on the dead careers of comic pros. How's this comic book terrible if he's coming up with lines like that in real life?
Yeah. I thought that was Shakespeare or something for a second there.
Say that on your stream as well. You can I say it all the time.
Is this more? This is like the assault thing. Like you get hung up on these really simple details. I can't tell if you genuinely don't understand the point, or if you're just trying to.
What point have I not addressed? What else
you
do you want me
have
to
set
say?
yourself up as an alternative to
Oh,
other
now you're
comics.
mad. Now you're mad. Just calm.
You mad, bro? You mad, bro?
Now you're mad.
I am mad because you're lying. You're lying to your audience and you're lying to me. You
All right, what
set
have I lied about?
yourself up as an upcoming alternative to mainstream comics, and that buying your shitty book for $40 would somehow strike a blow into Marvel and DC comics.
I think you're being disingenuous. I'll
Is it
explain
true or
exactly what the
false?
point of I'll explain exactly what the point is. Am I a competitor? Yes. I have 3 principles
Not
with
according
the
to your
Riververse.
book, you're not.
All right, well that's fine. You're free to that opinion. Nonetheless, I have 3 principles. We have that over there at the Riververse Ethics. And one of those, of course, there are people that have issue. I've griped and moaned about the mainstream, and I've talked about it extensively about my certain issues. And I went through every bit of that and building my actual company. So to those people, yes, they may find that my company and the books that we make and we put out or release, publish, whatever you want to call it, the books that we put out, they might enjoy that. This idea that I'm going to topple, I believe you said that to me in a tweet, something about toppling Hollywood. That's not anything that I've ever presented to do.
Dick Masterson looks like he's in pain. He has this look on his face where he's like,
I mean, that's a euphemism because Hollywood is all Marvel now. Like Hollywood is comic books right now. So saying you're challenging mainstream comics is saying like I'm going to challenge Hollywood. Like I don't understand why you're taking issue with something that is like a fine.
That's not really
totally
my
fine
approach.
to say you're challenging Hollywood. I don't know why you're
not. That's cool. That's inaccurate though. That's fine.
That's inaccurate.
So do your
just because Hollywood is ruled by Marvel and DC, and I said I'm challenging Marvel and DC.
Yeah, and also he's on all these streams where they complain about, gay people in Marvel movies and whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why,
that's the grift.
If I hated all the gay people on my Marvel Disney channel, if I hated all the gay people, I would be so happy to give Eric July $40 for a comic book with a weird superhero that has a cross above his penis. I would so be ready to give him $40 for that. Like a year later, when the second comic book's ready to come out, I don't know if I would be as excited to give it a year later. I figure he'll probably have an 85% fallout rate, 15% retention of all these people who were on board the first book. I don't think he's going to bring them all back the second time around. Maybe.
I think the second book was supposed to come out in March originally.
Well, he's got the Kickstarter or whatever for it came out this week, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just think that you're challenging Hollywood. Like I don't know.
I'm gonna be honest. You're one of the few people that I've ever heard worded as such, as far as like toppling Hollywood. Like I've never even presented myself as if I was going to do that. Now, if they feel that way, thankfully, but I'm gonna need a lot more than $3.7 million to do that.
You're going to need a lot more than $3.7 million to topple Marvel and DC if Marvel and DC have a strong footing in Hollywood. Like, this is the problem. You're saying you could topple Marvel and DC. They have a strong footing in Hollywood.
Yeah, that was kind of the renaissance of Marvel, was making these movies that became so popular.
They were on the ropes. They might have completely lost everything had they not gone into the movie business. And
yeah, because before that, comic books were a niche kind of thing, you know? Like, comic book guy from The Simpsons, he was like the stereotypical comic book reader.
Now, comic book guy would make a great host of Drunken Peasants.
I am a mild-mannered reporter.
He would be a
And that's fine.
quality.
You're free to,
And you don't
I
even
disagree.
understand
You
what's
can have
wrong
that
with your
position.
story.
Like the stream, by the way, everybody. Please like the stream.
See, your main character has no motivation. He's doing a wellness check on a girl that's the daughter of a friend of a family that goes to church. And then when he finds that girl, she doesn't even say she's in trouble. Your entire
It's almost
revolves...
as if there's going to be more. That's not a plot hole. It's almost
No,
as
it's
if there's
no
more
plot.
to it.
It's not a plot hole. It's no plot.
Well,
There is
no,
no
it's almost as if
reason
it's
for
plot.
I'm packing one half of a comic book's worth of stories into 5 books.
Exactly.
I'm stretching it thin, $45 a book. So really what you're getting is a $200 comic book paced out over 4 years.
him to be involved at all. She's not in trouble. She doesn't say she's in trouble.
Right.
There's no indication she's in trouble.
Right,
Your plot
right.
is literally nothing.
Okay, so do you not know why did I'm gonna ask you this question since you supposedly read it. Why did Isom go back to the club after he was thrown out the first time?
Ooh.
Because he was disrespected. Because he's a stand-in
Okay,
for
so you just
and
said-
the
you just
only thing
said
you
that he
care
had-
about is
he-
being disrespected.
Okay, so you
It's true. Yeah, he can't. Like, he's like, oh, I'm not going to give these guys any attention. Now I'm going to talk about them for 4 hours in a live stream. That's what he does. It's almost like what King Cobra does with his trolls.
So while I was gone, he put out a video saying that he was only going to respond to people if they were fit.
I have that lined up here.
Okay.
This Dick Masterson stuff is really good.
I just want to make sure I didn't miss it.
No, yeah, we watched a little bit of it, I think, with
Yeah.
Hannibal and Monty, but I wanted to play some of it for you,
you just
too.
said that he had no motivations and you just named one.
But that's not a good motivation for a
All right,
hero.
if you
man.
don't
That's
like
a
that,
motivation for a
if you don't
shithead.
like that, if you don't like that as a
motivation for a shithead. How great would it be if Isom's motivation was that somebody smudged his Puma?
Oh, my God. You mean like his shoes?
Yeah, his Puma. And Chris Rock said he smudged my Puma. No sex in the champagne room.
Jeff says it's boring. He says he just finished it.
But that's perfect because this comic is a comic book made for boring people. Isom owns a plantation and has tons
Not a
of
plantation.
Isn't that what it is?
It's a ranch, not a plantation.
Okay, he owns a ranch, and he has a ton. He has a ton of people working on his ranch. Isom is a superhero for Big Corn.
Oh my God!
He's a superhero for Big Corn. This is for boring people. This is for people who love corn and corn accessories.
Oh my God!
For why he was really driven to go back to that club, I'm perfectly fine with that. I just disagree.
Yeah, but it also doesn't flow from the first motivation. Like, your first motivation should be enough to start the story, and then as it evolves during the story, it should become more personal to the hero.
Well,
Yours
that's exactly
doesn't
what
evolve.
happened.
It's
That's literally what happened with the disrespect.
It's totally
That's-
different. It's
No,
out of nowhere
all right.
that
So,
he's
all right. So that's literally
disrespected.
what happened. All right, I'm gonna explain it to you. He first went, and again, you're free to disagree with that and not like it. I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
But he first went to see what's up with Jasmine upon the request of his sister. Right?
Ah.
He goes and sees
His sister asked him. That's good motivation. Batman had the bat signal. Isom has his sister.
His sister.
He's like, hey, my friend's daughter is missing. Could you go superhero for me? And he's like, no problem, sis. This is about family. Sure, it's a ripoff of Fast and the Furious. But it's at least we know where the motivation
I
is.
didn't see that coming.
Caesar. Something happens out of that, and he specifically makes it personal, right, to him and he goes through the internal dialogue as far as why he's wanting to do this. He talks about him not being a detective. He talks about the fact that this could make the issue worse, but I actually want to punch this guy in his face. He discusses each and every bit of that during the internal dialogue. You're saying, I guess, that motivation for him doing that, because I guess he has flaws and all that, is not good enough for you for the first book. That's fine with me. I just disagree.
I'm saying it's not good, and that if you want to be a comic writer, you should learn what
I
makes good motivation.
I disagree.
No, if he wants to be a good comic writer, then he needs to care about what his fans think. He doesn't want to be a good comic writer. He wants to pander to fans that don't like gay characters and people of color taking over their Spider-Mans. He doesn't care. He doesn't have to be a good comic writer to take advantage of people who are fucking angry that things aren't the way they used to be.
I mean, he had enough self-awareness to know he couldn't do the art, and he hired people who could do the art well. Why doesn't he hire some ghostwriters?
He did, right? Didn't he hire the 2 girls to continue writing the book?
Did he?
Pretty sure he's hired 2 girls.
Okay.
I mean, he is right. He is going out of house. He's got to. He can't put out more than 1 book a year with the half-written content he has, it seems.
That's the problem. Is you're a beginner. You don't know shit about this, and you disagree with everything.
Again, I can disagree with your position, but there are people that have the complete opposite position, and your word isn't.
Okay, so Jeff is saying if we can get the goal to 65% in 10 minutes,
oh, dude,
he'll call in and give his review of Isom.
That's a goal.
That is something.
Get us there.
Yeah. Tip train.
Everybody, whip out your tippies.
Yeah, right now's the time to do it if you were going to give anyway.
Gospel. That
your
might
friends who want to suck your ass so they can get access to all that money.
And that's cool with me. That's cool with me. You don't have to disrespect my customers there, but there are people that have
money. I'm disrespecting your friends.
Yeah. He keeps doing the like, why are you he's like, no, I'm not disrespecting your customers. It's your friends.
It's your fair weather friends that see the 3.7 million and want to get a little scrape because they don't want to go lower themselves to write Marvel schlock. They don't want to go write DC gay Superman kid stuff because it's so against their preferred method of writing. They'd rather write, I have a cross above my penis stuff.
No, I don't have that many. I don't have 40,000 friends. I don't have 40,000 friends, by the way.
Getting there.
Nonetheless, you don't have to disrespect my customers.
I'm not.
And that's cool. That's cool.
He's like, I literally am disrespecting your friends.
Yeah, the people in the panel
you
right
should
now.
care more about your friends than your customers, you imbecile. They're your fucking friends.
I'm disrespecting your friends.
If I don't have 40,000 friends, but if you don't like the
is he pretending to not get it?
Yes.
Okay. So he's playing dumb. So he's not really this dumb.
I think he's pandering to the fan base because they're literally all he has. Like, these guys wouldn't be there if it wasn't for the money the fan base gave him anyways. So he knows where his roots lie. He knows. Jeff.
Closer.
Jeff.
Did he make Glenn Beck take a fitness exam before he started working at Blaze TV?
No, he did not.
Somehow I don't look at Glenn Beck and I'm like, that's an Adonis right there.
Alex Jones is fitter than Glenn Beck.
I'm disrespecting your friends that are telling you you're doing a good job.
All right, that's cool. And that's fine. That's your business.
Do you not?
When Glenn Beck grew a goatee, he looked like Colonel Sanders.
I don't understand. Like, do you not think that you could get better by listening to some of these notes? Like,
Absolutely.
Do you not understand
to yours? I'm gonna be completely honest. To yours, no. But there are people that I can listen to whose opinion that I value.
There we go.
Fake soul coming through, ladies and gentlemen.
We're almost
there.
there.
So close. Just a couple
it's
little
gonna
tippies.
Happen.
Couple little drippy tippies. Toss them in so we can get a Jeff Holiday review of Isom #1.
Just not yours.
Yeah. Okay. So you think your story was good?
Yep.
What cliffhanger did it end on? Your book, the big
Did
buy
you
the
read
second.
So eventually, we'll watch a little bit more of this, but eventually they deflect by talking about Vito's cuties stuff.
Yeah.
To get Eric out of this battle that he's clearly losing.
Yes, I read. I don't know why you're telling people I didn't read the book when I took like exhaustive notes on.
Yeah, I know. You got some things fundamentally wrong, and that's why I thought that you maybe didn't read it, or maybe you was reading from someone else's notes.
I think I don't know if you're like weirdly obsessively fixated on lines that I wrote while I was reading so I could remember later, but or if you're like disingenuously misrepresenting the notes
like you did my book. Like you did my book. Like you did some of the events in my book.
I think your book is a story failure.
And that's fine. That's fine.
But that's not misrepresenting it.
Well, no, misrepresenting would be like claiming that someone assaulted someone when they didn't. That would be misrepresenting.
Nah, if you don't know if somebody's a good, hey, if a big black guy on the street grabs a girl, that's assault in my book. And if she doesn't say like, oh yeah, hey, how are you? That's assault.
Nina Infinity
Okay. All right.
not
So
like that.
Putting his hand on the shoulder of someone, saying, "Hey,
So
let
if
me
I
know."
read his shitty comic, will he be debate me about it? Tell him the king wishes to know, and Billy, let me know who you're going to fight so I can go to Tennessee. I'm very close.
Yeah, I want this to happen, but it might get delayed if they don't have an opponent.
I don't think I'll be on the card in Tennessee, but I'm not sure what's up yet. So I don't know. It's in the air.
It's going to end up being in London.
If this is involuntary to you is assault, all right, I for sure won't be listening to anything you have
I mean,
to
it's
say.
like it's a joke that I'm writing these notes for myself so I remember. It's not a major thing, but
All
it's
right, that's cool. That's cool. That's
Isom
cool.
grabs Jasmine's shoulder, and then the security guard grabs his shoulder, and he goes, "Who are you to just grab somebody's shoulder?" Like he just did that in the panel right
But
before
she's a woman. She doesn't have the same rights as a superhero.
No,
think that's a little odd?
What he said was why is this your first instinct? Because he told him obviously in
Did he say instinct?
Instinct, yeah.
aggressive way, which is the complete opposite of what Isom did. You see that
Instinct.
he's grabbing him in the way that he did, and he uses that to justify whooping the guy's ass.
Yeah.
And then he walks in the club. And the other thing that you misrepresented, which is hilarious, where you try to give me advice, but the actual advice that we were talking about this earlier, the actual advice that you give me there is exactly what happened. Where you say what he should have did was go in there, run in the club, warn everybody, and then get attacked. And that's exactly what happened. Yet you said that's what I should have done.
I mean, you're hung up with like small
See now I'm
details
hung
that I would
up.
have
So he
changed.
mentions something that you say.
No.
And
I
now I'm
support
getting hung
that,
up.
but it's
All
just
right,
not
that's cool.
important. I support
All right,
that
man.
it's just a waste of everybody's time. Like
That's fine.
Isom
That's
comes
cool,
in
man.
and says, "Ladies, if you you better leave because if you get involved, I'm going to beat your ass too." That's not a very heroic thing to
All
say.
right,
That's what the bad guy
that's
in
cool.
fucking
That's cool.
RoboCop said,
That's
dude.
cool.
Like I know you have no memory, no
That's
working
cool.
memory of other properties. That's why your
cool.
book sucks so much.
cool.
But
That's
that's
cool.
what bad
All right, man.
guys say.
But
Anything
it's
else
not
you want
even a hero thing, though, Dick. Like,
did
that's
you-
one of the things that I don't understand, that you think that he's supposed to be a superhero. I don't think he was represented as a superhero in the book at all.
Yeah,
He was
guy's got a
represented
cross over his dick.
as a guy with powers. We don't actually know if he's a super quote-unquote hero
Yeah,
yet.
we don't even know if he's a
Right.
good
He's
if he's in a good comic book or not.
A protagonist, which means he has to be identifiable. He has to be
But
we
he
have to
was.
identify with what he's doing. Walking
He
in.
was.
Well,
He
then
was
what did you identify
identifiable.
with, Nina? What was the
I-
cliffhanger to you?
It is a superhero book, though, so I think most people going into this assume the character has powers.
Yeah.
Why is
I mean,
it
just-
a
On the
weird
fucking
debate
cover,
then?
dude. It's on the cover. Like he's a powered dude. That's
He's a power
fucking punching
dude.
this chick.
By the way, we're almost there. Jeff wants to come on and give his honest review of Isom. He just finished reading Isom a few minutes
Are
ago.
the pages sticky yet?
So, yeah, we just need to get to 65%. So we're really close.
Dick. Like
I don't have an encyclopedic knowledge of
Wait, just
comics,
based
but I'm
on
pretty
that,
sure
you
there's a
could've-
Batman comic that
A
where
flurry
a
of
guy is
fivers will
punching.
get us there.
Just off of the book alone, you can assume he has some kind of enhanced strength and like flight, like that, or high
Flight?
agility. There's artwork of him out there like doing some flying.
I just know what I read in the book.
These guys
See-
are weirdly
Nah, he don't
inspiring.
fly.
Why the
Yeah.
fuck am I struggling to break into the industry when I can just sell manifestos?
Yes, RIP Unabomber.
Dude, I have a story about when I was in Vancouver. A bartender heard me and Adam and some other people just talking about like drunk philosophical shit.
Yeah.
And the bartender was like, "Hey, have you guys ever heard the teachings of Ted Kaczynski?" And he was like trying to convert us to being a
Nice.
follower of Ted Kaczynski.
Was he making drinks for everybody?
Yeah.
Were they good?
Isom pales in comparison to Bible Man.
There we go. We got
We got
it.
Jeff levels of donos.
I
Thank
want
you
to
guys.
point out Yellow Flash, one of Eric July's buddies and supporters, didn't even know that Isom can't fly.
Isom can fly? No, he can't fly.
He can't fly. So they haven't even read this shit. They bought it to own the libs.
Of course, they bought it to own the libs because here's the thing about owning the libs. You're just owning yourselves. The libs right now are being fucking pandered to. Like they're not winning shit. We just lost the pro-choice in the fucking Supreme Court. They're being sold fucking rainbow Oreos. They're not winning shit. And you guys want to fight with the right to be pandered to by letting Eric July come in and pander to you with this dipshit comic book. Everybody loses except Eric July and his sycophant artist friends who want a little piece of the pie.
So I'll bring Jeff on. I'll give him a call. I know he's on the road, so I hope this works. I wasn't sure if...
I think he's at a hotel tonight.
Okay.
So hopefully he's got the best around. Nothing's gonna ever keep him down.
I'm contacting him now. Let's see if this works. Oh, no.
I dated a woman we called the Unibrower. She wore a hoodie and had a fucking straight up one eyebrow.
Jeff, are we doing this in Discord or are we doing it in Skype? Just let me know in the chat here so I know, because I tried to call you and I didn't get an answer.
He's going to restart Skype.
Okay, all right. Yeah, just let us know in the chat here when you're ready.
Hovering. Oh, he doesn't fly. Okay. See, all this stuff, Eric, is good to get out of the way.
Yeah, no, the woman at the top, Nina Infinity, she hadn't read it until like a few weeks ago because Dick Masterson gave her shit. She was like, he was like, did you even read it?
She's like, no, I just want to try and suckle off the clout.
Says in the book he doesn't fly.
He explicitly says it in the book.
Yeah.
He explicitly says it.
Flash, did
he
you
goes
read
through
it?
the internal dialogue.
He literally says in the book that
See,
he
this
doesn't
is what I'm
fly.
talking about with you not being in good faith, because you can't get fundamental things correct. Because you're so mad and
Neither can Flash, who's your fan.
Right, and he's saying you're not in good faith.
Myself and the success it is that we saw, and you're just shitting on people's friends and customers and all, and going on about this other stuff. And you can't even get fundamental thing wrong. He specifically goes through internal dialogue about him not being able to fly. You claim to have read the book and you couldn't even.
I didn't think he could fly until Flash said he could fly.
Well, did he forget what happened like 30 seconds ago?
Yeah, he did. He does this all the time.
Yeah.
He picks and chooses what he responds to, and he will argue something dishonestly to keep from saying something that will incriminate him. Honestly.
Hello, Jeff. I'll get you up on the screen here. We'll get it all figured out here.
What's up? Is this loud enough?
I'll boost you in a minute here too. I'm just
yeah, because I can adjust my gain and shit.
Yeah, I'll be able to boost you from my end here. I just have to get you set up here. How's your trip going?
It's going great, man. It's really, really good. The other day I got to take the spare bike off of the trailer and go ride around in the New Mexico mountains. So that was
you went up
great.
to Taos. That's like the big skiing destination in New Mexico.
Yeah. No, it was fantastic. It was a really good time. I don't think I like Harley Davidson motorcycles. I don't think I like them.
I haven't ridden enough motorcycles to have a preference, honestly. But some people swear by Harleys, and then some people like the Japanese motorcycles. So
Right.
Who knows?
Yeah, I've got a Japanese bike at home, and I really like that one. And the Harleys are just, I don't know. I felt kind of weird riding it. So Isom, Dick Masterson is right on fucking point with this comic book. It fucking sucks. So they like before I even get into like the problem with the actual book itself, you got to remember Eric July, he fundraised on the idea that he was going to make anti-woke comics. There's nothing anti-woke about this. It's not combating any of the
My
the
legs
conventions.
Are sore from all the walking I did today at the Dallas Comic Con. Have a 10.
Yeah.
Thank you.
What's up, Egg? So the thing is, there's nothing that's anti-woke about it. It falls into the same boring, contrived, dull plot points of anybody who's making a more serious, not too flighty superhero story. But at the same time, there's nothing compelling in it. There's no way it's going to challenge anything in Marvel or DC. The only reason that this comic even exists is he sold people this idea that he was going to be going up against the big dogs who sold out to woke ideology.
Yep.
And his comic does fucking none of that. None of it. It's boring as shit. It is extremely boring.
Well, I heard that the next Isom 2, is going to be able to, you can put it in hot water and it will break down into a nice soup if you run out of Baker buckets.
Sure. That would actually mean it would have some value and some worth. But Dick is right. So the thing is, when you have a comic book, comic books are usually like 20 some odd pages or whatever, right? This is 90 pages, and the story only encompasses like 70 pages of it or something like that. So this is an oversized first issue, and nothing happens. There's nothing that hooks you in. There's nothing compelling. The character is boring. And one of the things that's so boring about it is every single character in it talks exactly the same. They talk like Eric July. Like it's insanely dumb. And you can tell how much he has his own head up his ass because everybody has to be so fucking wordy. Like they're about to square off. They're going to have a fight. He's going to have a rematch with this guy who's also very boring and has no charisma or personality at all. And it's like Eric July talking to each other. And they're just standing there in the hallway, just talking and talking and talking. And then an extremely boring series of panels of like kind of a fight happens. The only thing, and again, this is supposed to be fighting against superhero comic books, DC and Marvel. And the only instance of like superheroes that are in it are ripoffs. They look like fucking ripoffs.
Well, that's what that's the reason, right? It's the ripoff verse, isn't it? What's called
the ripoff verse.
That's right. Yeah,
it's the ripoff verse.
The ripoff verse, right? But this, okay. So, and this is the thing too. When you're writing, and I cannot emphasize enough. The only thing Eric did with this comic book is he's the writer, he's the creative director.
Got
right?
a migraine, so I'm just popping in to throw you a girthy tip. Glad Jeff's on.
That
I'll
is some
catch you on
girth.
the audio cast. Don't forget to send a like and a tip to your peasants.
Yes,
that's a lot of girth. I'm gonna be walking funny tomorrow after all that
I like
girth.
it girthy.
Anyway,
Girthworm Jim.
I want to read this to you, okay?
Okay.
Because because he's supposed to be a writer, right? Eric July is pretending to be a fucking writer, this is some of his dialogue. Because like when you're introducing a character, you got to find clever ways to like fill out their backstory. He does this by this guy who's like, get in here, sit down, and then I'm gonna tell you your own life story. In our first year of high school, you and I competed for roster spots on the freshman team. You were a decent athlete, but you didn't make it. The coaches didn't even try to find room for you. But you didn't complain. You didn't even try out again next year. That's the first panel. Goes to the next panel. Same guy is still talking. You spent the next years being a subpar student. That fine sister of yours outperformed you academically and athletically, but you never seemed envious. That made me curious. That's the second panel. Still the same page. Next panel. Still same guy. But we were cool. But I didn't admire you. You had both your parents around, a good household, and you somehow managed to amount to nothing. You just faded into the shadows, barely heard from, set up for success, and you did nothing with it. Third panel, still same page, still same guy. It goes on for 4 panels, even more fucking dialogue. And you have to ask yourself, who in the fuck does this?
Porn writers.
Like, he came in. It's insane. It's absolutely
Does
insane.
it end with gay sex? Because that would make sense.
No.
Wow.
No. It's absolutely, it's a waste of fucking time, man. Like, reading this is a waste of time. The biggest criticism and the worst thing that a writer can hear is that your work is boring, vapid, and pointless. And that's exactly what this comic book is. It's not good. The art is great. But everything else about it is really dull. And that's even worse than it being like cringe crap, because at the least it would be funny. And like, I might even buy the comic just for the sake of having something that's like cringy. But no, I'm glad I didn't pay for this. And I don't think anybody should either. Because if you did, you're a fucking sucker.
Mr. Superfly says, what makes the character so bad? Well, from what I've gathered from Jeff and Dick Masterson, the fact that the character doesn't really do much, and a lot of the stuff we learn about him is through very boring, same talk exposition, when every character sounds like Eric July telling you things through multiple panels of variations of himself as characters. We kind of have a problem here. The comic book has one singular voice, and that voice doesn't have shit to say. That's why we think it's bad.
That's exactly what it is. So, and the thing is, this is like it's a lens into Eric July as a person, right? Isom and the main character, what's his name, Avery or some shit, I forget. He's so uninteresting. I don't even care to learn like his real name. I think it's Avery. Great name, by the way, to pick. Very heroic. Avery.
Well, no, it has a reason, right? Because Isom is like Avery is short for Sergeant Lieutenant Avery, which is short for slavery, right?
Oh,
that's his back history. He was a Sergeant Lieutenant Avery. Special Lieutenant Avery. That's what it played. I could be wrong. I made this up just now, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, it's a window into who Eric July is, because he projects himself into these characters, specifically the person that he's put up as like a hero. Because he does want it to be a hero, even though he's like downplaying around. Who said I was talking about the blah, blah, blah? And what we can learn about Eric July is that aside from the fact that he knows how to like rip people off, and he's a big pussy because he's afraid of debating people, and comics make him so sad and angry because he's insecure. But other than that, there's nothing to him. He is a vapid, hollow, boring person.
Reminds me of all of the comic book movie commentators on YouTube that poo-poo on everything. They're boring losers who got a boner for the 1996 Spider-Man animated series and haven't been pleasured optimally since.
See, I
like, they hate on everything.
I like Mahler and the guys from EFAP, but it's funny that they're Star Wars fans because they just hate anything new that Star Wars.
That's the new economy, is hating on stuff, and that's what Eric July is kind of winning, because he has his own hate economy. The problem is, I don't think it's going to last very long. I think people will get bored of hating on it.
Well, bitching about movies and comic books, I mean, being a critic is a tale as old as time, you know, and it's fun. It's fun to watch people like shred stuff, and it's okay so long as it comes from like at least some place of legitimate criticism, whether we agree with it or not. Like, I don't always agree with Adam in some of his criticisms of movies, and I think his obsession with what's his name? What's his fucking name? The guy who did Full Metal Jacket.
Kubrick.
Yeah,
Kubrick.
Stanley Kubrick, who you agree is one of the greatest filmmakers of all time, right?
When we were at Adam's place, you argued with him on his Twitch
Kubrick's
stream.
Not that great.
It went on
Kubrick's
forever. I just sat there and drank and listened to you guys argue about Kubrick.
Kubrick is fantastic.
He did make the moon landing look real, though.
He did. That was very good. That and Clockwork Orange was very good, and half of Full Metal Jacket is really good. But yeah, the rest of it is overplayed. Anyway, I think that's fine. But when you have to like weaponize people's insecurities in order to try and make criticism, and you're just kind of following a trend, because like I look at this fucking panel, man. I look at this panel and like Yellow Flash, Eth Van Shriver, I don't know any of the rest of these losers. These people, I don't think that they legitimately hate a lot of the things that they make content about. I think that they do it because they know they're going to get money. Because little kids and very insecure people are very easy to get riled up, you know? I have a great answer. When you see like a comic book or like a Disney Plus show that you don't like, don't fucking watch it. Don't read it. Like, who fucking cares?
That would be
what?
That would be great if these guys didn't actively like make a living off of hating it, right?
So Ethan, from what I understand, Ethan used to work for DC, and then he got fired or like canceled or whatever. And he was in our chat when we had Vito on, and he was saying like, "Just wait, Batman will be black eventually." He was. So like they really care. I don't know if they really care about it, or they know that there's a lot of people out there that are insecure, so they get mad when their favorite character changes race or turns gay or whatever.
They see all the characters that are being gender swapped, race swapped, all this stuff, and there is a group of people who get whiny cranky about it, and they want their money because these people aren't going to give their money to a woman Spider-Man. They're not going to give their money to Black Little Mermaid. So they know this money's just sitting there. And they're like, hold on. I have a nice superhero with a cross above his cock that runs a fucking corn farm. And I will take your corn money if If you want to, he has many employees underneath him. Like this is all I know about this character is from that stupid fucking card that we read with Vito.
Yeah.
And the card was like,
Right.
Isom owns a fucking ranch, and he has many workers underneath him. So when I'm making like these jokes about plantation slavery, it's not a race thing. It's literally this fucking guy runs a fucking a sweatshop, basically.
What are the odds? Since you've read the book, Jeff, what are the odds? Would you say that Isom's powers are from Jesus?
Oh, it's about 85%. I don't know. I can share this real quick if you want to see something.
Sure.
It's not any of the like art or whatever. It's like the first 2 like pages. I don't know if you can see this or not.
Yeah, I can. I don't think I can share it, but
Okay. So these are just the first 2 pages on the inside of the comic book. It's Isom, ill-advised part 1, and it's got like the credits card, and all around the border are gold crucifixes, and then the next one it says thank you to supporters, and it's surrounded by gold crucifixes, and then the fucking comic starts. And so if you're not sharing this with them, I do want to share this with you.
Yeah, it's a stealth Christian comic, is what it is.
It is. Well, I think it's going to be. But like, okay, so that panel that I was reading you, here, Ben, look at this shit.
Yeah.
This is how we get his backstory. Same guy talking, same guy talking, same guy talking.
Yeah.
Boom. And that's how we get to know like any of his backstory. It's absolutely insane.
Do you remember when ICP revealed that the Dark Carnival was all just like stealth
Joker card
was all just like religious shit? That's what's gonna happen with Isom.
I think so too.
Yep.
Also, I can't see the show anymore. You should fix that.
Yeah, I'll fix it.
Yeah.
July is a libertarian, so he would run a workshop. Yes, that's the idealism here, right? This is like if Ayn Rand or whatever. Ayn Rand decided to write a fucking shitty comic book.
Yeah.
They should do Atlas Shrugged, the graphic novel.
Fatless Shrugged.
I think there is actually an Atlas Shrugged graphic novel.
That is
yeah,
ridiculous.
You just tried to lecture me. Hold on.
When there was the material to promote the book, there was something out there that looked like he was doing like a
hold on.
Flash, so you thought he could fly, right?
Okay. So you said
Flash has got really quiet.
I don't want to answer. I'd still like to get a couple of bucks off of this $3.7 million.
Yeah. We got Jarbo in the chat.
Heyo. What's up, Matt?
What's up, Matt?
Fucking answer every time I ask anything about Isom. No fucking answer because none of you guys read this piece
you
of
said
shit.
you read the book, right, homie? You said you read the book, right, homie? So why would you try to lecture me on some things that we should go through when he specifically goes through that internal dialogue?
I didn't say he could fly, you jackass. Flash.
No, that's not what see, all right.
Yeah, but to be fair, I read the.
It's true. He's literally acting like Dick said that Isom could fly when it was his buddy above him that said that.
Yeah. Who bought the book but never fucking read it.
And when Dick said, I'm disrespecting your friends, he said, I don't have 40,000 friends.
Yeah, he's trying to say, you're talking about my customers.
We're talking about the people on the panel who are sucking up to you for some of that fucking anti-woke cash grab you picked up. You might as well have been selling these people Baker buckets.
You just said no. What you just went. Now you're very angry, and that's cool. But
he's doing the you're mad.
You ain't
Up next to the Rippaverse, we're gonna have Ayn Rand versus Anne Frank.
Oh my God!
As angry as I was.
You're not gonna do shit. You're not gonna do shit to anybody. Anyway, like I was saying, you tried to lecture me about going through like why I should have went through something, and then what you specifically are referring to, I actually went through it in the book. You get this critical error wrong.
What are you talking about?
She's like, look, I have the book now, but 1 week ago I didn't read it.
Yeah.
I now have it in hand. So here's proof, Dick, that you're wrong, even though I wouldn't know that if you didn't call me out 2 weeks ago for not reading it. All right, pick me. We got you, Nina. Pick me.
Multiple times. He goes through the internal dialogue of him not being able to fly. You just tried to we need to rewind that.
See right here?
You just went.
He's been hit by a car. See? What
These guys are so fucking dumb. They don't even realize it was their buddy that made the claim that he could fly.
I think he realizes it, and he's just or maybe it is like pathological.
Either way, it's a bad look. Either way, it's a bad look.
Right.
You're either and Flash not stepping in and trying to correct this means he's spineless.
Yes.
That's why he's the yellow Flash, because he's got a yellow spine. And Eric July is either dumb or disingenuous. I don't know which is worse.
So I have to go do a work dinner.
Sure. Right.
I'll see if you guys are still streaming by the time I get back. But I do want to say, like, the thing about like the whole grifter kind of comics thing is there is a legitimate criticism to be made for Comicsgate. Like that Comicsgate has a place. I actually do think so. If you feel kind of disenfranchised and you want some more art that is more along the lines of what you enjoyed in the past, like, I support people making that kind of art. If they want to do it, fucking do it. It's fine.
Yeah.
But like, you're gonna have to pick better people than Eric July because he's a talentless fuck and he just ripped you off.
I think they deserve Eric July. I think all these anti-woke people deserve shit writing from a shit writer.
I mean, like, I've had times.
If anti-woke people want anti-woke comic books and somebody's willing to make an actually anti-woke comic that they're going to fucking like, I don't have a problem with it because that's just art, man. It's whether I'm gonna like it or not. It's whatever, you know. They can do it.
There's tons of it out there. These people are too lazy to find it.
Read it.
These people These people are being cornered by their anger and hatred. They're being grifted on purpose because they don't look outside of the box. There's so much good shit out there they would love if they could find it, but they will never find it because they literally spend their time watching Glenn Beck and Eric July tell them the world's falling apart.
Right. Yeah, yeah. Anyway, Eric July, he's a fragile little fucking snowflake. He has no talent. He sucks as a comic writer. And I hope people can get their money charges back. So that'd be great. I love you guys.
Yeah.
Ben, I'm going to kick your ass at Spin Till You Spew.
No, you're going down.
Oh, no.
Enjoy your dinner, Jeff. Thank you for coming in.
All right. So, I mean, like, I'll admit, there's been a few times where, like, I feel like it's just corporate pandering where they don't really give a shit about, you know, people of color or gay people or whatever, but they know it's popular and they go like, there's a few times where I'm like, ooh, did they really like, it seems like they're trying too hard.
Of course.
So I've had those thoughts, but I can look past that and enjoy something even with that in there. Like it does. That's not a make or break for me. You know,
it shouldn't be.
Right.
If you don't like something, you know, don't continue to support it.
Right.
That's fine. But if you really don't like something, I guess hate on it and get everybody else that hates on it to send in money and views so that you make an empire of hatred, and then, I don't know, sit back and enjoy the fact that you add nothing creative. You're just a little sad sack crybaby and live your life. There's a million ways to live your life. One can be as a sad sack crybaby. One can be as an anti-woke grifter. There's so many ways to be a fucking loser and get rich.
Said he could fly. I said he could fly.
You just said this is something that I should have went through. I'm trying to explain. I don't know if we need to rewind it. I don't know if the acoustics is bad.
Well, Flash
where
didn't get
you're
it, and
sitting. What I'm saying is, you just tried to lecture me about it.
I read it when it came out, so it's been a long time since.
Yeah, when it came out, I was like, you know, all superheroes fly, so why wouldn't I some fly, right?
I bet he's just like skimmed through it, didn't actually read it.
Moist Critical's God Slab comic, much better, says Isolation Act.
He said he saw some artwork that looked like he was flying, so he just assumed he could fly.
Yeah.
This fucking monologue is aimed at you, Flash. I don't know. I knew he couldn't fly. You said he could.
You just said that this was something that you tried to lecture me of. This is something that
I mean, no. That is literally what she's like, no. It's like, yeah.
I should have gone through. Did you not just say that?
Yeah, because Flash didn't get it.
Okay, so if he didn't get it, you can't lecture me about something that I actually went through. If you want to say that that's a failure on Flash's comprehension or something, that's fine.
Yeah,
but I'm talking about what you just said.
Yeah, it was kind of a joke at Flash's expense. Like the overall point is that your story sucks. There's all
right, that's cool. That's cool. All right, I understand.
You don't explain why.
I understand that you don't like the story.
You don't give these emotional moments in the book that you need to have a good story. They are totally absent.
I thought they had an emotional moment in the book when he was talking to his niece.
I bet you thought they did.
I thought that was emotional.
That was so emotional when he was talking to his niece. It's not his niece. That's his sister's friend's niece.
Yep. It's true. They don't even understand the story.
I like that part.
I like that part when he was talking to the niece that's not actually the niece. But it was great. That was so emotional. You don't get enough superheroes having a heart-to-heart with not nieces.
So I understand one of your criticisms that I thought I agreed with was the hook, because I thought that the hook could have been stronger in the sense of him going out to look for the girl to begin with. But otherwise, Dick, your criticisms have been very hollow. Like you're nitpicking at very, very specific things that have actually been.
No, it's very general. He's like, there's no plot. That's about as general as you can get. There's no nitpicking there. He's saying there's no plot.
She's like, look, Dick, I kind of agree with you. There's no hook in this comic book. There's no reason to read it. But you're nitpicking. Whoa.
Been explained in the book, like this flying situation that you just talked about. Or
Yeah.
like somehow you have a bleeding heart for women all of a sudden, and then black man approaching a woman in the street is apparently assault now.
I made a joke about that being assault. Like that's you understand that the notes are just like a running dialogue that I have while I'm reading the book.
I understand that.
And then the big description of why the story.
She has like an LED gamer chair that's like flashing and stuff. It's kind of distracting.
Does not work, and where it can be improved is the point. You guys are focused on these little details. And
she gets a lot of donos from the super anti-woke boys that see a woman that doesn't automatically hate men. What a great world to be in.
Last night, outside of the venue of the wrestling show, there was this drunk guy laying on the ground on the sidewalk, and I laid down next to him and talked to him for a little while. It was awesome.
Did he like the comic book?
Yes. I asked him.
He was a big fan of Isom.
Isom.
He was like that shit was hitting.
You're specifically hung up on little details. You're saying you need to tell me every single detail of every single power that he has. Why isn't he flying?
No, I would like any indication of the powers.
And he's saying, just wait, I'll tell you the origin story at some point. And you're saying that's not good enough for a first issue. That you have no fucking plot. That you have no story. That's not the case. Because a lot of people.
No, he sold all these books before anybody ever read them, right?
Right.
So it didn't have to be good. He had 3.7 million without having to write a good story.
Yeah, he just showed the art mostly.
It'll be awesome to see how much the second one gets. It'll probably be pretty decent because people still want to fucking hate.
Yeah.
I don't know, Black Spider-Man.
I did. I enjoyed the story. I read it. It was good.
That's
good.
That's
start.
I enjoyed it. It was good. This is her critique. I enjoyed it. I read it. It was good. So 1/3 of her critique was I read it.
Yep.
Which couldn't have been part of her critique, but 2 weeks ago when Dick called her out for not reading it. Well, that's a great critique. Thank you, Nina Infinity. Your opinion on the book has done so much to quell the nitpickers.
I'm glad you enjoyed it. My point was, this is why the story is not good.
Dick, the problem is that you attacked his business first.
Yeah.
And that's why he's not listening to you. The reason why he's not receptive to what you have to say.
He can't respond to you calling him a grifter because it will ruin his grift.
Right.
Foremost. And then you went ahead and gave your notes about the book. And so he's mad because you called him a scammer and you attacked the woke thing. And you do that and you're going to shut somebody down and they're not going to listen to you. And that's why he's not receptive to your notes at all and doesn't give a shit what you have to say.
Yes, that's the problem. The problem is he got called out for being a grifter. And he wants to engage. He wants to respond, but he responds in the weirdest, most tunnel vision ways, calling out the slightest inconsistency and harping on it. So you don't even know he did Isom didn't fly. Well, no, actually, that was your buddy the Flash that brought that shit up. But you want to make that be like some gotcha moment. It's not.
He has a really funny way of not being responsive to what he's saying though, because he keeps responding.
Yeah.
Like it's he talks out of both sides of his mouth where he's like, I'm not even going to give these guys attention. They're just biting at my ankles trying to gain some clout. And then he talks about it.
Yeah.
ourselves in right now. So he doesn't want to hear you. And that's,
no,
that's
I understand, and I thank you for letting me on. I defended Eric's marketing for a year, leading up to this final note taking, leading up to actually reading it. And
welcome,
I'm pro. Yeah, thank you. I'm pro marketing. I think the marketing is great. I think the marketing you did, Eric, was a huge success. And I thought it was great that you could, as I explained to Vito, I thought it was great that you told a story where people could spend money and feel good about what they were spending the money on. And that was what I thought the book was. That's what it represented to people who bought it. I think they bought it as a trophy to have, and that was a good thing to me. But as soon as it turned into the book is a financial marketing success to equals it's a creative success, I said, well, that's not true. The creative part is not there, and this is what could be changed. And I believe strongly that those two are separate things.
Now, how great would it be if Eric July hired on Dick to write the next issue of Isom?
Dick actually has writing experience.
Yeah.
After that, it turned into a very petty and very childish flame war between us. And that's where it is.
No, that's not what happened.
No, it's not a flame war. I didn't call nobody fat and tell them they're not worthy of talking to because of how fat they are. That would be childish.
And you came in with the energy that you came in with. This is something that you take issue with what it is that I do. This is not the other way around. I'm gonna be completely honest. I don't know, other than the fact that you haven't accomplished anything in the space it is that I'm actually in. I don't know anything about you like that. And quite frankly, I don't care. It's not important by any means. Like I said, it's not like you have some sort of sense of accomplishment that would make your opinion of me or even my product that valuable like that. You've already, like to Ethan's point, you went off the rip calling me a scammer, right? You basically advocated piracy of my own product. So you essentially are knocking me, and that's cool. Like I said, that's cool with me that you're knocking me.
It's not cool with you, though.
However, I'm just not going to be listening to you of all people, and that's it. This isn't a feud. This isn't a me against you. I don't know. It's just you went after me. I don't know you like that. I'm not reviewing your stuff. I don't care to review your stuff. I don't know you like that. So it's not a feud by any means. You just took issue with it, and I'm cool with that. You don't like the story. You think the book sucks. Fine with me. We went through your criticism. Consider it a criticism of your criticism. I felt it largely lousy, pathetic. It didn't make a whole lot of sense in the context of actually reading the book.
Does that have anything to do with it being negative criticism?
And it certainly didn't read like someone, as far as the actual write-up, like someone that even bothered to actually read it. But you claim you did. Cool. Either way.
Yeah, so he's going to go ahead and choose to believe that he didn't even actually read it. Oh, you don't like it? You must have not even read it. I don't even think you actually read it. And that's how he's going to cope and feel better about someone not liking his shit. Which, like, if he really didn't care like he says he does, he would just not respond to him.
Well, it's funny that his critique is that Dick didn't actually read it, and Dick's critique is that the people who bought it didn't actually read it.
Exactly.
They just have it as a trophy to own the woke libs.
Yep.
Hey, either way,
this is the most highest earning comic book that nobody's reading.
Yeah.
Free to dislike it, and I'm free to reject your position on this. What I'm saying is your position ain't gospel, right? So if you don't think it's a creative success, fine. If you don't think it had a good enough story, you thought it sucked, you thought it was trash, we all good over here, homie. Other people don't feel that way. There are other people that like the book. We talk about it all the time on my stream. They have no issues with the motivation. They're excited about some of these characters it is that I've created. Your position or your opinion of me is not gospel. You are not the beacon of truth. You are not the person that is all ever knowing. You possess the knowledge to understand, because you, again, being the beacon of truth, you understand that this sucks or it doesn't. That's not how it works. You're just a dude with an opinion. And that's cool with me.
Is it cool?
I look forward to reviewing.
It doesn't sound like it's cool.
Isom too.
Sweet.
Nice.
Sounds good.
Hopefully you buy it this time, you cheapskate.
Oh, you tell him, Nina, you went out to buy it after he called you out for not buying it, you fucking wonderful woman.
Did I miss it? I only wanted a PDF because I thought I couldn't buy it.
on Rippaverse.com, Dick. Get
Wow, how much is he paying her?
Well, no, it's not
to
even
be
how
his
much
cheerleader.
It's not even how much he's paying her. It's how much do these people think they can get out of the 3.7 million Eric July's sitting on?
And there's more to come.
Because hopefully.
I don't think he's sitting on all of that because I'm sure he had to pay.
Oh
people.
yeah. But they want a piece of the pie.
Yeah.
They wouldn't be suckling his fucking teat if it wasn't plenty of milk.
You owe him a superkiller.org to buy Vito's comic and compare the two.
Nice.
Right, Nina? I know. I'm going to send you a copy of Super
Good
Killer.
Lord, please don't.
Please don't. I don't want to read a good comic book. I want a fucking woke trophy that I can go around and tell everybody, you know what Isom #1 is? It's not gay.
Is it gonna be like the anti-hero, which is so funny that it's like what his comic book guy is like the anti-hero is going around killing. That's so funny that he chose.
He's like a bounty hunter. I mean, the concept is at least original.
As his main character. It's so like Vito to be like, I'm the anti whatever the fuck everyone's talking about. I'm pro pedos. Like that's what.
Oh, see, this is where that starts. So, yeah. Then they just kind of like it goes to character assassination and that kind of shit. And
I guess the first book in Super Killer has to go to an alternate timeline and kill the director of Cuties. Is that so Vito never gets caught in this conversation?
Can everyone please like the stream if you haven't already? We're going to check out Eric.
Killer Beehive says, isn't Isom an anti-hero? Well, they're not sure yet.
Yeah, there's not enough information about him.
You don't know if he's a hero or not. You don't know.
Yeah. So here's Eric July the next day after this. He was sparring with Mundane Matt on Twitter a little bit.
Yeah.
So for me, yeah, it's like I'm gonna start reciprocating with motherfuckers, man, because ain't nobody latching on to my wagon. That doesn't apply to like EVS. I'm saying,
does he have bad posture, or is he just?
I think so.
Oh, I thought he was fit. Get some fit posture. He must be tall, right? If his posture's so bad, he's 5'8".
Yeah.
How is he gonna tell someone to get fit when he's only 5'8"?
Well, being fit has nothing to do with your height. Your height is just like genetic.
Get tall, bro. Get tall before you can talk. You gotta be this high to ride this ride, Eric July.
I can't. There is like a surgery to like lengthen legs, but then it makes you like crippled. It's like people so desperate to be taller that they're willing to be crippled over it. That's
tall,
just crazy.
Eric July. Get tall.
Latching on to my wagon and attempting to do that. I said I'm gonna start having fitness requirements for these fat motherfuckers who keep trying to nip at
See, he has to think a dude's fuckable in order to want to debate them.
He's got to get
what he
fitness
wants.
requirement. But here is the gotcha moment, Eric July. I've been waiting to respond to your fitness requirement to have arguments. You never got mental health requirements. You love to jump in on somebody who is not quite all there and tear them apart when you have an easy opponent. When you have somebody who's weak of mental constitution, you want to jump in and hit them. You're anti-woke and pro-weak. You're fucking weak. No matter how many muscles you have, you're going to be a 5'8" punk that goes after little fucking anti-wokesters that can't even fucking formulate an opinion that other than
We'll read his fans' comments on it because he decided. So, like, here he's going to talk about how he's just going to ignore us while he talks about us forever. This is only like a snippet. But then he retweets a tweet from this account that, like, attacks anyone who doesn't like him. And it's a clip of the show that Pimp Monk and Hannibal and Monty were on. So it's like he's literally boosting us. Like that. You should read the comments though, because they're all so sure that Eric July could kick all of our asses.
Yeah,
Eric July is just like this fucking like unstoppable
because he's
force.
Isom, right? They bought the book. They believe he's Isom. They believe he has superpowers.
Didn't Isom's thing say he was like 6'1" though?
Well, yeah. If
the trading card.
If I'm gonna write a comic book, I'm gonna write my character to be stronger, taller, more handsome, more intelligent. I'm gonna basically what I'm gonna do. This is like when somebody gets a fucking WWE wrestling game and they go to make a creative character and they're like, okay, I can make my character the strongest, the tallest, the best version of me. Well, it's not you. It's the fantasy of who you want to be. You're over here writing a fantasy novel about who you wish you were, but you're not.
With a Jesus dick.
Ankles because they want to start a feud. Y'all gonna have to start going through obstacle courses before I even talk to you motherfuckers. Straight up.
Yeah, of course. Put up your little walls.
Ninja warrior.
You need your divider. You can't go toe to toe with people, so you got to put up walls. We get it, Eric. You fucking wussy.
Straight the fuck up. If you can't do, I don't know, fucking a bunch of burpees, or you can't fucking
if you can't reach top
knees.
shelf alcohol, don't talk to me. You fucking.
If you don't
manlet.
have some hot and sexy rippling abs or a big muscle butt, I ain't even talking to you. I ain't even talking to you.
Something.
If you don't have rippling pecs that I can run my fingers up against,
y'all gonna have to start going through fucking fitness requirements before I entertain these idiots and they because it's the same profile. Fat motherfuckers, usually they got glasses, out of shape. Motherfuckers who nipping at my little ankles like, acknowledge me, Eric, acknowledge me. I don't like you, and
I was never like, acknowledge me. Like, I don't care if you acknowledge or not, but you do. You do. You end up contradicting everything you say here less than 24 hours later because you're so insecure about everything.
Your comic sucks, and it's like, all right, bro. I know what you're trying to do. I'm not doing that shit. Fuck all that. Whack it.
The only thing Eric July should be responding to any of this with is just a stack of money. He should count the money. Because you got the bag, dude. You got the bag. You should be very fucking pleased with yourself. You shouldn't care about critique. You should maybe see how things go on Isom number 2. If they're successful, just count the fucking money. Who really fucking cares if it's good or not?
What if the money was all gone because he has like a gambling habit or something? I'm not saying he does. I'm just saying that would be hilarious.
He's probably decent with money.
Yeah, who knows?
He's probably got a good investment. I've seen him talk like before this, and he seems to know enough about business to be a libertarian.
That shit's fucking for losers. So I'm gonna start having to have a weight requirement for motherfuckers that are trying to nip at my ankles.
Yeah, height requirement then too, you little fucking manlet.
We said we were gonna do that. Somebody reminded me of that today. I'm like, what the fuck am I doing?
The excessive gamer in the chat says, big in shape says a lot about your mental wellness, though. You guys are clearly mentally unwell. No. He has no problem going toe-to-toe with mentally unwell people and dunking on them in a conversation, okay? If you've watched his videos, he finds people who aren't all there, and he dunks on it like that's a big deal. That's like me, a fucking 6'2" massive man walking up to a 5'8" manlet, stepping on his throat and being like, sorry little guy, this was an even bout. I'm a giant. I don't care how fit he is. At 5'8", I will wrestle him and I will pin him, and my mental wellness will exceed him as well. I'm gonna write a comic book. It's gonna be called Isom in Search of Money. And it's gonna be in the Kelly Ripaverse.
The Kelly Ripaverse.
And I'm gonna make about $600 off of it. Cause it's shit. But don't worry, guys, it's anti-woke.
If you can't go through the obstacle course, then fuck it. We ain't got nothing to talk about. Like some fat motherfucker today was talking.
He's talking about Matt Jarbo here.
And he was like, yeah, I'm okay. Let's debate, go live. And I was like, no. See, you only benefit from it. Your channel's dead as a motherfucker. You only benefit from that. We're not doing that. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. You would love nothing more.
What's he drinking?
Yeah,
I don't know, like an energy drink or something.
To get some. No,
I don't think it's alcohol.
I'm not doing
anything.
that. And I know you can't touch your fucking knees, so you can't even see your motherfucking knees.
I can drop you to your knees.
Don't touch them.
If you really want to be that guy, that says he's gonna swing on everybody, who wants to swing on mundane Matt, then be that guy who wants to swing on everybody. Because I don't want to swing, but guys who say they want to swing, they ain't swung.
Maybe Keemstar could get him to be your opponent.
That's cute. That's cute. Let's go. I'll write a nice comic book.
Eric July can fill in for the fan at the boxing match that you were going to have.
Yeah, no, it's cute. It's cute.
Until these guys start fitting the fitness requirements, no, we
need a fitness requirement, not a mental health requirement, obviously, because this seems to be the only people you can dunk on. You weak motherfucker. You love someone who's mentally weak to go against. You love jobbers. You love pitting yourself against jobbers. The second you get a WrestleMania level matchup, you're like, oh, disqualified because he's fat. Disqualified. You don't want to go toe-to-toe with a real one because you're not a real one. You said, I got 3 instances of why the Rippaverse will never fail you and beat DC and Marvel. I have 3 rules. 3 rules will never cowtail to woke environments. Fuck your rules, dude. You're pandering. We know it. You know it. You know your audience doesn't know it because they're just fucking reacting out of anger that their favorite superhero just got fucking gender swapped. That's all they care about is they're mad. You're taking advantage of hurt people. That's fine. Get their fucking money until they wisen up. They don't deserve their fucking money. They deserve to give you $40 for this shit comic book. Keep going until you can't get any more fucking money. Eric, I'm proud of you for that. Take their fucking cash. They don't need it.
So monetize your haters because of Isom 2 we postponing it. But for sure, in order to get in the line, you have to meet a certain fitness requirement because I'm tired of arguing with fats.
Sure. You wouldn't want to argue with me anyways. I cheat.
You ain't got enough respect for yourself to actually take care of your motherfucking body, and you gonna try to lecture me on any motherfucking thing, especially pertaining to business? No. Absolutely not. Do the obstacle course.
No, we love your business. We're saying you're a great grifter. We appreciate the grift.
It is a talent.
We love it. We're saying creatively, we don't understand, why you got to fit 1 book's worth of fucking content into 5 books at $45 a piece. You're selling a $200 comic book here.
So you can't do the obstacle course?
There's no obstacle
course. And then we'll have a discussion. But I'm tired of these fats, man. Straight up. Every profile, it's the same shit. I'm like, oh, who's trying to nip at the ankles today? Some other motherfucker I ain't ever heard of. Oh, he's a has-been. Look, let's pull him up. And I pull him up, and the motherfucker's as big as a walrus. And I'm like, God damn it, man. Again.
How come you don't look like your comic book character behind you if you write him to be like you? Why aren't you ripped like him, Eric?
The excessive gamer is a dumbass
of course.
that doesn't understand what you said. Yeah, we know it's almost 100. So 1 issue is 100 pages for $35. What he's saying is the whole story could just be put in 1 issue.
After you have 500 pages of the fucking Isom comic book, after you have 500 pages, there's going to be about 48 pages worth of story in those 500 pages.
Yes.
Because it's fucking exposition. It's multiple cells of some random fucking guy telling another random guy's story. It's shit. That's what I'm saying. Of course, you have your 100-page for $35, and you feel like you've really got your trophy. But it's full of nothing, and you love it because it's what you thought you bought into. You didn't buy into a good comic book. You bought into an idea, and that's a fantastic business model. But now you're in here defending it like your wussy hurts, and I appreciate that too. Keep sending Eric your money, man. Matter of fact, while you're at it, donate to us because we also are anti-woke.
Yes.
Person. Okay. So we got to start fitness requirements for these guys.
Yeah.
Did he already say that? I thought I heard
fitness foot in his mouth.
That don't mean you get in. That don't mean we still go like at least have a discussion with you. It just means you're in line for consideration.
Yeah, that's great, Eric. Big fan.
You can actually pass the fitness.
Big fan of shit writing.
The obstacle course Eric has been running is chasing kids around the jungle gym at the playground.
You have to go. This is the obstacle course. You have to be fit enough to walk into a club and grab your sister's friend's niece and pull her out of the club. That's the obstacle course. If you can do that, then you are Isom. You are Isom level of heroics.
You know what I'm saying?
No.
Tired of these fucking fats, man. It's getting
we get
the
it.
Same
I'm tired of
fucking
these
profile.
shorts, 5'8", thinking you're fucking some mental
think about all
superiority
those,
when all you do is dog on people who are fucking a little woke minded. They're a little too far to the woke zone, and you fucking jump all over that because it's easy pickings for you and your audience. When somebody is so divided by that woke mindset, it's easy to pick apart in front of an anti-woke audience. You're literally shooting fucking ducks in a barrel, dude. You're literally fucking taking the easiest route and acting like you're a superhero. You're a weenie, dude.
Monetize your haters. Usually you do get the occasional like guy that's on the opposite end. There'll be some like real like skinny fat. Like
he's really obsessed with the bodies of men.
Yes, that's why he wrote a superhero that all he is body and Christianity.
Yeah, he's got the cross on his dick.
So all he has is body, and he's a fucking owns a ranch with a lot of workers. Great superhero, dude. Really fucking cool character. He's a fucking capitalist with muscles.
The walrus. It's no in between. It's walrus or skinny fat, out of shape chump. It's no in between. There's no in between there between my detractors. It's either one side of the spectrum or the other. But so both of you out of shape. So at some point we gotta start setting
I wish
rules,
he was
man.
an Adonis. I wish he looked as good as he's acting like he is.
Right. If he was like Big Diesel.
Yeah. Like if he was Big Diesel, I'd be like, all right, man, this guy's obviously put some work in. He's ripped. He's not just calling it the Rippaverse because he wants to be Kelly Ripa's fan. It's because he's ripped. But that's not the case.
No.
We don't know why it's called the Rippaverse.
If y'all really want me to acknowledge you, take care of your body.
Thank you. I really don't want you to acknowledge me. I really don't care. I just think it's goofy that you're calling out fats. I think you're a goofball. I love that you're making money. I hope you make tons more. They put up a clip of Hannibal talking about this. Hannibal actually is probably going to be the most fair fucking review he's going to get. Matt Jarbo says, is he talking about his customers? Have you seen those people?
That's what I'm saying. He thinks his audience is just a bunch of super fit people. I know they're not, because a lot of them were saying like, yeah, I'm fat and I'm going to do something about it.
The excessive gamer, who is a avid Eric July ball washer in our chat right now, says, say you want to see him with his shirt off without saying you want to see him with his shirt off. No, we would like to see him with his shirt off. The way he's talking about people being fit, I really want to see what he's working with. From what we're looking at right now, I feel like he might work in a Waffle House. And that's cool. If you work at a Waffle House, you don't need a fucking ripped physique. I don't think he's working security at the Waffle House, based off his physique here. But I would like to see him with his shirt off just because of the way he's talking about fitness.
Nat, go work on your athleticism. That's more important. It ain't just losing the weight. You need to be able to fucking be mobile. That's why we say obstacle course, because we can sit up here and do some stationary presses and shit, shoulder presses. No, that's not enough. I need you to be able to move.
He has this bizarre like drill sergeant fantasy or something.
Well, he just can't argue on a legitimate level with these people. One, because he doesn't see what they see. He believes his comic book is great, which he should. He wrote it. But he wrote it for an audience that never knew what the fuck they were getting in the first place. And after spending $40 on it and being part of a $3.8 million back, they know they're not alone in spending $40 on this. And they have no taste. They have no creative drive. They all want to own a ranch with many people working underneath them. So they think this is a sweet fucking comic book. He knows his audience. Good job.
I guarantee you in the last issue, Jesus is going to be like, I gave you these powers. Or maybe he secretly is Jesus.
It could be anything. I doubt
Jesus is
involved.
involved.
Doubt Eric even knows how this thing's going to end.
He's making it up as he goes along.
At the rate it's coming out, he's got a whole lot of time to think about it.
It's like the last 3 Star Wars movies that were like written separately.
Now, Buff Weeb, our guy, Big Diesel, says he has the body of a person that played football in high school and then just stopped. Yeah. Yeah. He probably has a fucking Letterman jacket or something. Maybe junior varsity that he had in high school. and that makes him think he's an athlete. That's
Prove
fine.
that you actually have a little bit more
Everyone who hasn't liked the stream already, please give us a like.
ability to you, and we'll hash out the details of the obstacle course. But if once we see that you actually got a little bit of athleticism to you, we'll start to have the discussion.
Yeah. I don't think a discussion with Eric July is worthwhile anyways. We saw Dick have one. I had a whole bunch of ball washers live on stage with him, and Nina Infinity put up more of a fucking rebuttal to Dick than fucking Eric July did. And Yellow Flash shut the fuck up after he made the biggest bonehead move in the fucking thing. You had a room full of people ready to wash your balls, and only Nina Infinity could stand to Dick Masterson. That tells me a lot. Tells me a lot. I wouldn't go against... The Dick is even fat. I wouldn't even go against Dick if I were you. Call him fat. Call everybody fat. It
Dick
doesn't
is
matter.
not fat at all.
It doesn't matter. All you're doing is backing out of the conversation because you can't have one legitimately. You know that. That's fine. Keep selling your fucking comic book to people who are going to support anti-woke over creativity. Great audience. Wonderful money.
So then, right here, so he did this the very next day where he's like, oh, no, I'm not going to give them any attention. And then he gave them attention.
Yeah. Haha, where on earth did all these fats come from? Is there a Discord of the unathletic? We should change the name of the podcast
to the
Discord of the unathletic.
The Discord of the unathletic.
That'd be great. So many folks I've never heard of are nipping at the ankles out of nowhere.
Yes. And you said you were going to ignore them, right?
Yeah.
Let's see some of these comments.
James Rhodes says you're a chunk magnet. Well, they'd have to be able to get off their asses.
See, look, here's one fan that says he's overweight.
I'm overweight, need to exercise more. To be told I'm fat doesn't make me hate you. It makes me want to buy a bike. It will annoy some, no getting around that, but Eric D. July could say
What a simp.
You don't have to agree. You don't have to agree. It doesn't anger me. I don't hate you. I just want to go buy a bike. Yeah, we get it, dude. You're an Uncle Nom. Keep selling out the fact that you're fat. Do you really have fitness
Here's another
requirements
person
people
saying
debate
that they're
you?
overweight.
Awesome, if true. Where bitter people, I'm a bit overweight, and I see fit people as a positive influence. I don't mock them. Yeah, you're a bit overweight, and you're a bit under fucking educated, and this is the type of person that I would see Eric July wanting to have a nice conversation with. As long as he knows that your brain cells are running low, he wants to go toe-to-toe with you. He wants the wounded gazelle. He wants the girl that drank GHB. He wants to take her home. That's what this is all about. He's a fucking chicken hawk, weak motherfucker.
This one right here, and if they were confident in their weight, they would just ignore what Eric said. That's pretty rich because Eric always says he's going to ignore us, but still responds all the time. Yeah. Fats.
Yeah, we are the fats. The difference here is I'm a fucking trans fat.
Well, Pimp Monk made that joke. That's what. Yeah. I wonder if I have the video clip.
Pimp Monk didn't make it. Didn't Hannibal make that joke?
Was it? I thought it was Pimp Monk that did it. Let me see. I think I have it. Maybe I don't. Maybe I need to download it really quick.
Was that not the clip that was quoted?
Let me see. I'll just play it here really quick. Actually, no. Give me just a minute here.
The excessive ball washer in chat says, for a first comic, it's actually really good. Set up personalities while slowly leaking the backstory and creating mystery and a setup at the same time. Well, I'm glad you enjoy the
Eric,
comic.
why are you using this sock account? Why don't you just use your real account?
I mean, I'm sure he's got a bunch of diehard defenders out there. I like that this guy loves the story.
That's fine too.
Yeah,
our main criticism is how insecure and sensitive he is about all this.
Yeah, no,
that's it.
I want you to have things you can enjoy, and if you get one comic book a year from Eric July and you enjoy it, then congratulations.
Yeah.
You found your entertainment.
All right,
the Excessive Gamer says, yo, dog, I'm in shape white guy who's taller than Eric, so you can keep pretending we're this a person, but it just makes you look foolish. So does your grammar make you look foolish.
Get in the line, you have to meet a certain fitness requirement because I'm tired of arguing with fats.
With fats. and listen, you know the fats that he hates the most? Trans fats.
Oh yeah, it was Hannibal.
Fucked up. It's fucked up.
Yeah.
I don't like it. Yep.
You ain't got enough respect for yourself to actually take care of your motherfucking body, and you gonna try to lecture me on any motherfucking thing, especially pertaining to business? No. Absolutely not.
What does the weight have to do with?
Yeah. It doesn't. He gets really butthurt. Like if he really was confident in what he does, he would just ignore it and not mention it.
Yeah. This is what he's a bitch. That's all this is. This is what bitches do. That's all.
Bitches do.
He's just a bitch.
Yeah.
I don't know, man.
Your
I don't
brother
know a lot
from
of
Mars says, do these two know how bad comic sales are at Marvel and DC? Manga outsells American comics by a large margin. And
what does it have to do with anything?
It should. I'm not saying Marvel and DC comic books are worth going after. I couldn't name one that I would recommend from Marvel or DC. And if you think this is your alternative because you're not getting what you need out of Marvel and DC, good for you. I'm actually very happy that you found Eric July.
Is that right? Dope comic books. So
we don't know this is a dope comic book.
We don't know that he's a bitch either, Monty. Okay, I'm just saying.
Well, he looks like a bitch and he's talking like a bitch.
I need to know more.
I bet the bitch smells like a bitch too.
Damn.
Listen, I need to know more about the Kelly Ripa verse before.
Thank you.
I need to know more information. His beard growth is incredible. What are you using? Onion oil, black soap? Like, nigga, I need your secrets. Juices and berries. But yeah, just juices and berries. That's
He
what
says he won't debate Fats. Does he think he's a Greek sculpted god?
That was my question. I don't think he's terribly in shape, right? He's not some massive man. He looks like he should be writing comic books. He just looks like he should be writing better comic books.
He was in like a metalcore band at one point too.
What's that mean, right? Like what's that worth?
Herbal essence, because he's a bitch.
Was that a Coming to America reference right there?
Yeah.
Yes,
well,
it is. You know what? If Zoe, our producer, was here, I would tell her to drop one of Clues Bombs for you, Ben Pye, for knowing that reference.
Yeah.
Listen, whenever white people know black movie references, I am just so. I am enthralled. I'm glad you my friend.
I've watched it multiple times.
It's a great.
All right.
I like how they left in the Coming to America stuff.
Coming to America 2, not as good.
Not good. Here's you know, this might be excessive gamer. This next person.
Ooh.
Let's see.
Hello everyone, I am Renowned Zero, and it would appear that Eric July has upset the Fats because it would appear that Eric July is.
It would appear that Eric
absolutely
July
100%
has
correct
upset the
when
Fats.
He talks about his detractors and haters being fat. It is so
And your customers.
obviously clear now that is, for the most part, the type of detractors that he has.
Yes, they're all fat.
About his Rippaverse company, his Rippaverse content.
Keep telling yourself this comic book is good because only fat people hate it.
Well, remember they were talking about like how there'd be like a Rippaverse land someday, like an amusement park.
10 years from now, can't wait to go to
my God.
Rippaland.
That's
10 years from
delusional.
now, Eric, we're on this boat with you. We cannot wait.
So apparently we had a live stream. Actually, I believe Drunken Peasants did 2 live streams on Eric July, about almost 10 hours of content surrounding Eric July. And it would appear that one of them, or all of them, seemed to have a problem with the fact that Eric added a fitness requirement in order to debate him. And
No, I just think it's dumb, and I think it's a cop-out and something a coward would do. instead of directly responding to any of the things we said about his work, he decided to make a bullshit fitness requirement for with a fictional obstacle course that we all know will never be built. It's just nonsense.
No, the obstacle course is going to be the debut ride at the Rippaland.
Oh, okay.
Quite hilarious, and we're gonna jump right into it. This comes to us from the Rippaverse Gold.
And I want to point out, like, this guy has like 700 subscribers, and this video probably got like 200 views. It's always motherfuckers like this that have no subscribers and can't get any views that talk trash about how many views we get. It's really weird. I'm fine with it.
I like the Rippaverse ball washers. They're great. They have more character than the fucking Isom character. These guys at least have some backstory. We don't know what Isom did. Isom has some guy that went to high school with him telling us who Isom is. This guy obviously paid his $40 to be a super fan and continues to wash balls because he hates the woke agenda. Better character than Isom right here. The Chud Beard universe.
Check him out on YouTube as well. I'll leave a link.
Is he trying to have the same beard as Eric July?
I mean, he might not be trying, but I think Eric July might have a chin based on the way the beard goes. I don't know if this guy does. This guy's chin, his guy's beard looks more pubic, has more denser foliage to it.
His video about Eric's detractors in the description and Twitter account in the description. Also, all my videos get uploaded to Odyssey and Rumble.
Oh, I bet they do.
And if you want to watch the videos there, you can. Everything I do on YouTube is.
I like how he's really pushing to get out his fucking shill right now. Some people are naturals on the microphone. Other people are fans of the Rippaverse.
So I'll leave a link to all of that as well in the description. Now let's jump right into this clip from the Drunken Peasants podcast.
Get in the line, you have to meet a certain fitness requirement because I'm tired of arguing with fats.
With fats.
I like how we've watched this Eric July thing 5 times today.
Yeah. I'm just going to skip. I want to hear his commentary.
And now that you've seen them all, I'm going to come back on camera so we can continue this video.
Fucked up.
Yeah.
I don't like it. Yep.
Really?
You ain't got enough respect for yourself to actually take care of your motherfucking body, and you gonna try to lecture me on any motherfucking thing, especially pertaining to business? No.
Why not just do it then?
Absolutely.
It's a lot easier to dismiss it based on some weird qualifier, obviously.
Right.
Yeah, obviously, he's just taking the easy way out because he knows he can't go toe-to-toe. There's nothing he can say to Dick Masterson that will fucking win over Dick Masterson. He got in that fucking call with Dick Masterson, and he had to hang on to something that Yellow fucking Flash said to try and get it known.
Weight have to do with...
Yeah.
It doesn't. He gets really butthurt. Like, if he really was confident...
Butthurt over what, dude?
Butthurt over people talking shit about his comic. Have you been paying attention, dumbass?
No, he hasn't. He just bought the comic for a trophy.
Oh. He's butthurt, and he whines on his streams about how people don't like his comics, and instead of engaging with their criticism, he just talks trash about how they're fat.
Butthurt to y'all is him.
Your brother from Mars in the chat says, okay, you guys don't like Isom. We get it. And you just said Marvel and DC sucks. So what comics do you guys read? I like how you live in a world where everybody's got Arrested Development and reads comic books into their adult life. That's so fucking cute. You know what comic books I read? None of them, because I'm too busy talking shit about people like this 4 times a fucking week. I don't have time to read fucking fantasy comic books. The last one I got into was The Walking Dead.
I read a lot of comic books when I was, in elementary school and high school. I don't really do it anymore, but I used to read a lot of them.
Stab McHuggs says, Billy, you fucking play magic cards, you nerd. Yes, Stab McHuggs. I have time for that. I don't have time for that and comic books.
I'm not even criticizing his comic. I'm criticizing his reaction to criticism of it. I didn't say anything about his comic. I said other people we know said it sucks. We just had someone who just read it and just finished it and said it sucks. And he whines about it and then makes this bullshit requirement to talk to him about it that is just him running. That's what it is.
There's a confronting the
And I'm not dogging on people who read comic books either. I'm dogging on somebody who suggests because I don't like Eric July's comic book and I don't like Marvel and DC's current shit that I have to read other comic books. We don't live in a world where you have to read comic books. You can also play Dungeons and Dragons or Magic the Gathering, okay? You have choices.
And concern trolls that are constantly attacking his comic book and his comic book company way more than anyone ever attacked or called out Marvel.
Way
or
more.
DC,
He's getting way more criticism than Marvel. You fucking ball washer.
Comic company.
Keep washing Eric's balls. You that beard is a Brillo pad to scrub Eric's balls. Fuck.
It's because he doesn't share the same political ideas that y'all share.
We're not reviewing his comic, and we did have someone that literally just read it and gave his opinion on it.
Y'all are always attacking
And I give
him.
opinions on things all the time that I know nothing about. We've been doing.
I'm not reviewing his comic. I'm saying he's a crybaby when people give it negative reviews.
We're on episode 1200 here. We're not going to start fucking doing research now.
I just play the games and watch the movies, like the new Spider-Man game coming out in October.
Yeah, enjoy what you want, even if it's fucking Isom.
The intellectual properties have more value in other media these days. Like they just bring it, like the movies and the video games and that kind of stuff, just bring in more revenue than the books alone.
And I really do hope that this man sees the nonsense you're talking and monetizes you weirdos. I really do.
You really hope he really hope he responds? Don't get your fucking hopes up, Chud Beard.
He would just ignore it and not mention it.
Y'all must not know who this man is, because clearly y'all
It seems like you really want to blow him. You almost not know who this
You
man
don't know who
is.
the great Eric D. July is. He works with Glenn Beck, and he hates Miles Morales.
Y'all
Does he hate Miles Morales? The fucking
I don't know.
I saw those. Doesn't he like do streams with the Nerdrotic guys?
Yes, he
I
does.
saw them going. Peter Parker is Spider-Man. Miles Morales is Miles Morales, and there's a ton of people saying Peter Parker is Spider-Man, and they're like just to like take away from Miles Morales, and then you click these people and you see in their response just random angry people typing the N-word. And you're like, we get where you're coming from.
Oh my God.
The 6 degrees of Kevin Bacon to racism is not that far. We understand your motives.
biting at the ankles of this man, having a lot of success that y'all ain't having. And I'll show that later on as to what success they're not having.
Yes,
just after
please.
we're done commentating on this video.
Oh, I can't wait.
Yeah, this is what he's a bitch. That's all this is. This is what bitch.
So one of the fat people calls Eric July a bitch.
And Eric July is not a bitch. If he was a bitch, why would I be washing his balls?
100% you will never say that to this man's face.
Really? Really? Because what? He'll assault us? And you think if he assaults us, he'll win? Okay. I'll flip that fucking coin. Fuck.
I'd be surprised if you can even walk up to this man without fat.
I will roll up to him and do more damage. I'm roly-poly-oly, dude. I'm a fucking dumpling, and I would dumple all over him. Okay.
You are.
Bitches do. That's all. Bitches do. He's just a.
So apparently, bitches can.
So, like, when you're reacting to someone saying something, it's good to not cover them up with your cam. Like, shouldn't your cam be, like, over to the right or something?
The excessive gamer says, well, since you're not actually reviewing the comic, insults are literally all you have.
It's funny because, like, he is a lot like Eric July. He, like, we never said we were reviewing the fucking comic, but he heard that somewhere in his weird mind.
We're making critique and commentary, and we're making jokes, okay? And if that's all we have, then we're glad we have you here to fact check us. You're doing
Good.
God's work.
I'm sure he's proud.
You've got grade A. I'll say grade D because Eric D. July. You get the D stands for dick because you're on it. You fucking meat writer, ball washer. You're welcome here all you want. Keep us in check. Please keep fact checking us. I'm so proud you're here in the fucking Eric July army, the Ripaverse warrior, to keep us in check. Fuck.
Front.
Keep fact checking us.
Haters that are talking shit about them. Okay.
Bitch.
Homophobic insults. Stop, you dumb shit. A meat writer.
He spelled weak like weak
Yeah,
as in
7
like
days of homophobic insults. It's not homophobic to call someone a meat writer, you numbskull. A meat writer means you're on his dick. It means you're on his dick, not in a fucking gay way, in a simp ball washer way.
So I feel like this person's just a troll. I hope they're just a troll and they did that on purpose, but they might just be really fucking stupid.
I want to believe either could be true. I want to believe in both.
They could be both.
This is Schrodinger's idiot right here, right now.
Yeah.
No, man, I don't know a lot of bitches that write dope comic books. So
Well, you wouldn't know about a dope comic book, or you wouldn't know anything about Isom because it would appear that you haven't even read the comic book.
See, what a fucking terrible comeback.
He has like the tisms or something, right?
Egghead? Is this Egghead?
It's anti-woke Egghead.
This is like Meathead Egghead. This is Meathead. Egghead is lovable and fun and kind and says cringy things. This guy is militant, angry, weak, stupid, and says cringy things.
We don't know this is a dope
Welcome
comic book.
Meathead to
we
the
don't know that
chat.
he's a bitch either, Monty. Okay, I'm just saying.
Well, he looks like a bitch and he's talking.
He definitely looks like a bitch. Okay.
Okay.
I happen to think he's cute,
Yeah.
all right?
Fact.
That's what he makes it sound like. Oh, yeah, you think...
You are a big motherfucker, clamoring to relevancy, biting at the ankles of someone.
If he wouldn't have stumbled and had to say clamoring twice, I would have given him 10 points for using that big
Relevancy.
word, clamoring. I was about to give him 10 points for clamoring, but he stuttered and had to repeat it. You don't get points for repetition.
Successful than you'll ever be, but somehow he's the bitch. Y'all are one that are having problems with him. Meanwhile, you could absolutely ignore what he's doing.
We could.
Y'all are the ones that are claiming to.
But
but we were never like, oh, Eric July tweeted us out. We're just going to ignore him. But he does that all the time. He's like, oh, man, I'm not going to give these guys any attention. And then like a day later, he's giving them a bunch of attention.
We could ignore him.
Yeah, I don't want to.
But we'd rather make content.
Yes.
Clamoring to this man's ankles.
This
Y'all are
man.
the bitches.
You are in... This dude's in love.
Y'all the bitches. Y'all the bitches.
This dude is in love.
I'm a big fan of this guy. I think I'm a bigger fan of Eric July's fans than the Ripaverse.
Looking like a bitch.
I need to know more.
Especially considering y'all brought on Vito to talk about the so-called feud that he and Eric July have. There's no feud between the two. It's just...
Didn't they just I mean, like, I'm pretty sure they argued on a stream right
Yeah.
after they were on.
If you listen to what Eric July says, of course there's no feud between Vito and Eric July. If you watch what Eric July does, there's a feud between Eric July and Vito.
In an alternate universe, I wonder if he has a bald spot developing at the back of his head. Wait, did I just say that?
Vito being a fat bitch, mad and jealous over the success that Eric is having, that he can't
His fans are very dedicated. They have to be dedicated. They spent $40 to own the fucking libs, and all they got was a fucking quarter of a comic book. 100 pages worth of fucking a quarter of a story.
The bitch smells like a bitch too.
Listen, I need...
I'm sorry, but
he smells amazing. All right? He smells like a dream.
the dude with the orange shirt there, that dude looked like he smells.
Nice. That's Pimp Monk. According to Repsion, this guy's right.
That's King Beard.
That's King Beard right there. You better not talk to King Beard that way.
No.
Just because Repsion said that doesn't mean it's true.
About the Kelly Ripper verse before I talk to you shit about it. I need to know more information. His beard growth is incredible. What are you using? Onion oil, black soap? Nigga, I need your secrets.
Tell us he's embarrassed.
But yeah, just juices and berries. That's
he's using herbal.
All right, so we want. All right, I want to see more of his commentary because then he goes to our social blade and shit. It's like if you get way more views than me, and you talk shit about my views, I'm like, oh shit. Well, I mean, I'll take the L here. You know how to get way more views than me. But people who get no views that are actively trying to get them. It's so funny because those always seem to be the people talking shit about how many views we get, and they get way, way, way less views than we do.
Literally, like the views are cool and all, but the cooler thing is that we've been able to do this as a fucking main gig for years on years on years. Whether or not the views are up there or not, our fan base fucking keeps us going. Kind of the way you guys do with Eric July.
Kind of.
Obviously, we don't have 3.7 million on it.
No.
But it's like it's just the way it is. Who cares if the fucking views are there or not? I wish there was more, but there's not. So guess what? I'm going to enjoy the fact that we have an audience that supports us. I love it. And that's what I love about you guys and Eric July. You support your guy.
You will never say.
Thank God our fans don't defend us like this because it would be so cringy.
I guarantee if he really wanted to knock your bitch ass out,
it's cringy.
He'd be able to easily knock your bitch ass out because you look like you'd be winded.
Dude. Yeah, okay, so here's the thing. Yeah, he'd easily be able to knock you guys out. He's welcome to try. He's welcome to try. Like, if you want to say that, he's welcome to try it out. I mean,
if Eric July would like to assault
Hannibal, the guy at the bottom that he's covering up is like 6'4", former MMA fighter.
Yeah, Hannibal would fuck up Eric July. And the best thing about it is Hannibal's actually defending Eric July in this video. I know. But these numbskulls can't pick that apart.
Very easily.
Coming to America reference right there.
Yeah. Aaron, the person I'm referring to is the third guy there. That's the one talking about he uses herbal incense.
They're both bigger. The two guys at the bottom are both bigger than Eric July. And actually, the three guys below me are all bigger than Eric July. And then Eric July is like my height. He's below average height.
And
he's above average intelligence for a libertarian.
That guy looked like he'd be winded over throwing one punch.
Yeah.
All it takes is one.
Okay. You know what? If Zoe, our producer, was here, I would tell her to drop one of Clues bombs for you, Ben Pye, for knowing that reference. Yeah. Listen, whenever white people know black movie references, I am just so.
And apparently, Coming to America is a black movie.
I mean,
what? Like, I understand there's black actors, but that doesn't make it a black movie. The movie can be enjoyed
since the comments coming from a black person, I think he might have a better opinion on this than you, ball-washing beardo. But maybe not. Maybe it's not a black movie. Maybe it's a movie that has nothing to do with any sort of African culture. That doesn't tie back to any sort of black excellence. Who knows?
I mean, there's literally scenes where they're like in a black barber shop.
Oh shit! Shit!
It's.
You mean to tell me it has storytelling that would definitely fall within the realm of what black people enjoy in cinema?
It takes place in Queens, and most of the characters are black.
Would you consider the Barbershop series a black series?
The one white, the old white Jewish guy is just Eddie Murphy in makeup. So even one of the white characters is played by a black guy.
Uh-oh.
Do you remember that character?
Cancel him.
Literally anyone. I've enjoyed Coming to America, and I ain't black.
Yeah, he's not saying only black people can enjoy it.
And even if he is saying that, like, why is this a big point of contention?
I don't know.
He just called it a black movie. You're like, oh, well, his entire argument's gone because there's a Louis Anderson's in that film.
He is.
And he's white.
I'm glad you.
I know that's completely irrelevant, but I just wanted to put that in there.
My friend.
Okay,
I've watched him multiple
times. He's not out of his fucking mind.
Clearly, you haven't watched him at all because you don't know anything you're talking about.
What?
We'll go into it. It's this channel right here.
He can't listen either. His comprehension is about as fucking vast as his
I knew what I was talking about. That's how they knew that I had watched Coming to America, because I knew what that quote was from.
He was responding saying, "You don't watch Eric July enough."
Oh,
I think.
no, I don't. I don't watch him.
Yeah, but he was not getting what you said. What was saying, because his comprehension level is fucking numbskull numbnuts.
He forgot.
He's a numbnut.
Not harass any of these people. Keep your comments in the comment section down below about
Very
them.
kind of him.
But as
Yes,
you can
don't
see,
harass
there
this
are
guy
this
either. He's
one
not worth
and
it.
this one, both live streams.
Okay.
About Eric July.
Uh-huh.
Right?
Uh-huh.
Apparently, again, a feud between Eric. No, there's no feud.
There is.
Vito is fat and jealous of a man who he doesn't agree with is more successful than he is.
Vito is fat and jealous, of course. But Vito also believes Eric July is a shit storyteller, a shit writer. And I think that no matter how fat and jealous Vito is, he could still be right about that.
And then they got an entire live stream. Well, at least a more than likely a good chunk of a live stream talking about Eric July. So that's 2 live streams that are totaling 9 hours and 11 minutes that feature Eric July in the thumbnail. If y'all want to talk about anything about him, let's take a look at your social blade real quick. You have 109,000 subscribers, right?
Yeah.
So these are your views, right?
Uh-huh.
Recent views.
Let's see
And
yours.
if we take a look at your monthly views, you obviously been getting, decent amount of views, I guess. For a channel your size. You've even got negative views here.
He just said decent amount of views.
So
I thought he was dunking on our views.
Hold on, you'll see. But so negative views just means we either had videos deleted or privated. That's all that means. That's where the big negative happened. I think we had a big video get taken down by YouTube, and it had like hundreds of thousands of views on it.
We actually had a lot of people who are Eric July fans take their views back after what we said about him.
The steady flow of the same kind of views for, I don't know.
Who
2
cares?
years, 3 years almost. Almost 2 years.
If your argument is more views mean you're right, you're more right about stuff, I could find so many channels that you would think are completely dumb and incorrect about everything they say, but they get a ton of views. Like, I don't think you watch like Hassan Piker. I don't think you would agree with what he says, but he gets crazy amounts of views. So I don't understand why this is even important.
And if you look at your subscribers, where are you going? 0. 1,000 from September 2020.
Yes, when you have over 100,000 subscribers, YouTube only publicly shows your, like, when you lose 1,000 subs. And it used to be like every month we would lose about or every other month we'd lose about 1,000, but now that doesn't really happen anymore.
0.
Older channels that got all of their subscribers like 10 years ago, they run out of steam eventually.
Negative 1,000, 0, negative 1,000, 0, negative 1,000, 0, 0.
Does he have a point with any of this?
0, negative 1,000, 0.
I don't know.
I don't need to hear him rattle off fucking numbers if he doesn't have a point.
0, 0.
I want to hear what his point is when he's done counting, like giving us the play-by-play here.
0, 0, negative 1,000. 0, 0, 0, 0, 0,
0, 0, 0.
Negative 1,000, 0,
Yeah.
0, 0. So clearly, no one gives a fuck about your content.
You give a fuck about it? Like what?
You just
We've been owned. We've been owned, guys. We apologize to Eric D. July. The Rippaverse is real. I can't wait to go to Rippaland 10 years from now. We've been owned. We've been called out. There you go.
He's the Rain Man of Social Blade.
0, 0, 0, definitely 0, definitely 0. 0, 0, down 100, 0.
Definitely 0.
1s and zeros. 1, 0, 0, 0,
Go
1.
by
Yeah.
someone more successful than y'all. Way like 1,000 times more successful than you, clamoring for some relevancy.
We're just trying to fill
Meanwhile,
time.
Eric July's out there doing his own
We
thing.
just want to talk about something. Eric July's the flavor of the week. I hope he continues to be such a fucking doofball that we can rip into him the Rippaverse a few more
We'll
times.
rip the Rippaverse.
Yeah, I just hope. I hope, because I'd rather talk shit about Eric July than fucking Wild Bill.
But you brought up a good point. Yeah, this show, we're just filling time. It's kind of like Isom comics.
Exactly.
All the filler.
Exactly. We're on episode 1201, and we
You don't even know what the plot is yet.
Yeah, you have no idea what this show is about. Did you know we're a Christian podcast?
I stole
Jesus
Matt
created the
Jarbo's
Drunken Peasants.
I stole Matt Jarbo's joke, and he's mad about it.
Oh damn. Must have been a good one.
He's gonna flag this this video.
Not feuding with you, fucking bitches. Peasants is a perfect name for y'all.
Thank
And
you.
Drunken, yes, y'all are drunken on stupid.
Oh, thank you.
Oh,
the genius mind of Chudbeard 4 Ripper verse 2. Thank you, Chudbeard.
Y'all are just drunk.
No, it was a good joke, Matt. That was a good joke.
Which joke was it?
It was the what did he say? The Rain Man of Social Blade.
Oh,
he made that joke. It was funny.
I read it. I thought you.
I didn't give him credit. It's true.
Shit.
Drunken on stupidity because you're trying to clamor into some relevancy by biting at the ankles of someone who's way more successful than y'all and trying to act like there's some type of...
Isn't that kind of what you're doing with us?
He's just washing the balls of Eric D. July. He's defending his hero Isom and Eric D. July.
He gets his powers from Jesus.
Between Vito and Eric July when it's clearly one-sided. And the only thing that's going to happen at the end of all this is he's going to most likely end up monetizing all your bitch asses and making more money on his monetize your hater stuff.
No, he won't.
More than you guys will make on your fucking...
He will run. He won't engage. If he does, guess what? We will also make money off of it. So please fucking do. I welcome it. There's nothing Eric D. July could say that would destroy the fucking numbers we're pulling in. We got diehards watching right now. We're not going to lose our fucking diehards because Eric D. July thought he dunked on us. We're not worried.
No.
Bring it. We'll steal some of his fans. Let's go.
Videos. He'll probably make one live stream and make more money than all your videos have been making combined. And
that is an egghead where he like emphasizes combined.
It's just pathetic. Simply pathetic. Thank you all for checking out this video. I really do appreciate all the new subscribers, returning subscribers, new viewers, and returning
Going right back into the spiel. All these people who are brainwashed to think that they're fucking YouTubers. Good job. Your opinion was grade A. You ball washed Eric July. Everybody who's watching, please go like and subscribe. You fucking mindless drone. Keep following Eric July's every move. Keep funneling your money into his pockets. He's gonna spend your money better than you can. You deserve to own Isom number fucking 2. You dork.
Oh shit! I don't want to play this till later. All right. Yeah. I want them to talk about the comic more. Can they share the good news on the comic?
There's nothing to talk about. Fucking Nina Infinity's response was, I liked it.
It was emotional.
It was good. That was her review. I liked it. I read it. It was good. There's nothing to talk about. The people who like the fucking comic book only like the comic book because they were told it's not going to fucking woke scold them. You literally have the safest fucking comic book to get behind.
And it's really just this loosely written autobiographical nonsense, right?
If it's even autobiographical.
Well, he wants it to be his biography.
It's fantasy.
Yeah.
It's him building a fucking character around himself that's better than himself in every way. And if he's lucky, he'll get enough money from these fucking fans he has to maybe be half the man that Isom is in his brain. And what's great is even if he became Isom with all this money, he would still lack character. No fucking plot. Eric July's winning scenario is being a dull fucking muscle man that walks into a club and grabs somebody else's niece. Good job. Good job. Fuck. I got to get the excessive gamers comment. She just said it's so funny how so many people are engaging with me. We're laughing at how we basically took over a chat. My guy, it's you guys are making us. Can we get Nina Infinity on the program? If she's watching.
I don't know anything about her.
Can we Nina, will you come on Drunken Peasants and defend this book? I think you got a lot to say. I think you have a whole lot to say. I can't wait to have a honest conversation with Nina Infinity. You're welcome to come on the show. Let's figure it out.
Everyone like the stream if you haven't already.
We just think it's honestly really great that we become the topic of your show. Do you know how many people we have become the topic of this show that you wouldn't want to be? We talk about some of the most degenerate losers on the internet. You should feel very proud to be in the annals of history with Brett Keane.
Jared Genesis.
So cute.
Get in the line.
Oh, shit. What else we got?
Here's how to make your hot dogs
Dude, I
better.
saw this
Turn
earlier.
them into spiral hot dogs. This easy technique gives you more surface area for caramelization, more flavor, and definitely more fun. It's super
see this
easy to
shit?
do. Here
Yeah.
I'm inserting a skewer in the
They do a
center
spiral
of a
hot dog.
and going around it at a 45-degree angle using a knife. The hot dog spirals open up in the pan, they caramelize beautifully, and they can hold so many more toppings due to their shape. All those flavors and sauces will fall in between those nooks and crannies and stay in between the
She
buns.
makes this,
Speaking of
like,
toppings, I'm
pepper-
making a roasted red pepper salsa
Yes.
for the hot dogs.
I actually tried to do that to my
It's so
penis.
delicious, and it offers the perfect level of brightness
To make it a
balance out
corkscrew, it
all
does
the
not feel
richness
better
from the
during
hot
sex.
dogs. Now
Don't
moving on to
try it
the
at
final
home.
topping, which is this delicious briny
It
pickle
looked good.
mayo. Again, we're adding a little bit more acidity and
Some, like,
brightness to the
relish.
hot dogs to balance out all the richness.
She drank the pickle
And
juice.
now it's time to assemble everything. Top the hot dog with your favorite toppings and enjoy.
It's a lot of work to make a hot dog.
For a hot dog, yeah, because hot dogs are usually like a lazy kind of food.
Yeah, this is what hot dogs were when I was growing up. We were lucky if they were cooked.
I saw this video yesterday and it made me laugh really hard. It's Dusty Rhodes came back from the dead to defend King Cobra JFS.
You don't know what hard times are, Daddy. Hard times is when you on a 6-year dry spell and you've been crafting wands all day and accepting PayPal donations.
Damn.
And you sit down to order yourself some DoorDash Kentucky Fried Chicken only to realize they took away the double down. That's hard time. And that is exactly what is wrong with today's society. As soon as they come up with a menu item like the KFC Double Down or the Chicken Cheddar Chalupa from Taco Bell, they take it away.
It's fucked up.
That's hard time.
It's hard times. You know why they take it away? Because of all the corn syrup, all the corn tortilla, all the corn that goes into making buns and tortillas. They don't want big chicken cutting into big corn. It's big corn taking away our double down, taking away our chicken chalupa.
Daddy.
FC, you put hard times on the sexy goth bad boy, King Cobra. That's hard times. And our boy has had hard times being called a sicko, Daddy. You know he hates sickos more than he loves Ozzy Osbourne. And brother, it's hard finding a cisgendered, of age, alive, non-related, and human female. And he went 2 days without drinking. And this is how
he went 2 days without
KFC
drinking.
repays him by taking away the double down, Daddy.
Fuck, I drink too.
I think that's great. The thick off bad boy.
Sexy goth bad boy.
Yeah. I'm going to step away for a moment here, and then we will continue the content. Here we go.
Ladies and gentlemen, now is time to get in your big money questions. You ask, I'll answer. If any of the Isom fans are still in our chat, feel free to ask questions as well. We're equal opportunity, and we would love to give you some insight on why we act the way we act. But if you could fight one comic book maker, who would it be? Kevin Smith. I'd let him beat me up too. I would just want to fight him to meet him. I'd be like, Kevin, I've been making fart jokes since I was a child because of your films. please punch me in the face. Billy, what songs do you put on when you're making love? Oh, I don't put music on when I'm making love. I am the music. It's quite simply not. It would only take away from the show. There's a production that goes into my love making. Mallrats was dope. Billy, if you could be in any comic book world, which comic world would it be? I don't think I know enough about comics. Have you read the comic book Chew? Chew, there are people who are psychic, telepathic. They can chew like the last meal somebody ate, and they can get little glimpses into like their lives to solve crimes. I think it'd be pretty sweet to have the ability to eat someone's last sandwich and see how they died and solve murders. I'd just say Chew. I'm looking for questions. Fight scenes don't automatically equate to good action. There has to be stakes and relatable characters. Yeah, I mean, you can nitpick Eric July's comic book all you want. I don't think his audience is demanding highbrow entertainment. I don't think they're demanding the next fucking blow you away comic book. They literally just want a guy that runs a ranch and speaks to them as far as living a cool life like them. It's fucking pandering. The book is pandering. The same audience that gave him $3.7 million to make the fucking book are the people who be like, yeah, fuck yeah, this is going at a perfect pace. 'Cause we wouldn't care no matter what he was saying. We don't give a shit. Didn't iZombie kind of do that already? I think iZombie might have done that, but she has to eat the brains, man. I don't want to eat brains, man. I'm not out here eating brains, man.
Shit.
Hawkeye says, Billy, what did you do on your trip? I went to California. I got sun, and I had some important meetings, and I ate some tacos that were pretty decent, and I ate some other food that was really decent. It was great.
All right. So, there's a whole bunch going on with Trump because he got indicted again on federal charges, and there's like a bunch of them.
Man.
So we'll see how this
train.
Tip train. Yes.
My guy had the most fucking boxes crammed in his house.
Yeah.
How many rooms does he have where he can just have bathrooms? Like, he must not shit in that bathroom.
No.
Unless he's wiping with the fucking documents. Do you think he'd save on toilet paper by wiping his ass with secret documents?
He just wants to use classified documents to wipe his ass.
Very sadly, we're a nation in decline, and yet they go after a popular president, a president that got more votes than any sitting president in the history of our country.
That's not true.
By far.
How's it not true?
Okay, you know what? You're right.
And did much better the second time in the election than
Sitting president. I wasn't. Yeah.
the first.
He did do much
And they
better
go after
the
him.
second time than the first, and you still lost.
Yeah, there's just more people voting. That's part of it.
You probably would have done better if you didn't have the majority of Americans that came out to vote come out to vote against you. They hated you.
Like, we now have the highest population that we've ever had in the U.S. and every election there's a whole bunch of new 18-year-olds that are eligible to vote. So there's more people voting. We're gaining new voters quicker than they're dying off. So of course every election is going to be a new record of voting.
Boxes hoax, just like the Russia hoax and all of the others. It's been going on for 7 years. They can't stop. because it's election interference at the highest level. There's never been anything like what's happened. I'm an innocent man. I'm an innocent person. They had the Mueller hoax.
You know how many
the
people are
Mueller
sitting in
report.
prison saying they're innocent as well?
Joe Exotic. He's doing the invisible accordion thing again. I love it when he does that.
I thought it was a visible accordion originally, but I guess what this actually is going through all the files that he took from the fucking the secret documents. He's just wading through them, trying to find the one that gets him back into the presidency.
And that came out, no collusion after 2.5 years. That was set up by Hillary Clinton and Democrats.
Why was this filmed in like 480p?
That is great.
Yeah.
But this is what they do.
It's like a 1990s webcam.
Is this just all that the video can host on Truth Social?
I don't know.
This is what they
Truth
do so
Social
well. If they would
doesn't
devote
have
their
HD capability because they don't have Elon's money to prop it up.
energies to honesty and integrity, it would be a lot better for our country. They could do a lot better. They could do a lot of great things. But when you look at what's happened to our country in the last 3 years, we were energy independent. We had a strong military that wasn't woke. We were
what?
We had a strong military that wasn't woke.
Pretty sure the military's still strong.
Yeah, we
Pretty
made
sure.
everybody sit inside for the last year of my presidency, but it was a good inside.
so well.
It was a
we
nice time out.
respected all over the world. Got the biggest tax cuts in history, biggest regulation cuts in history. And what do? You have a president where an election was taken, got more votes than any sitting president in history by far, never anything even close. And they come after me because now we're leading in the polls again by a lot against Biden and against the Republicans by a lot. But we're leading against Biden by a lot, a tremendous amount. And
Let's
we
see
went
it.
up to a level that they figure the way they're going to stop us is by using what's called warfare. And that's what it is.
What's called
This is
warfare?
for
It's
the
a
wall.
word I've made up. I'd like to call it warfare.
What type of warfare? Because warfare encompasses a lot of different things.
Right.
What particular type of warfare is this?
Guerrilla warfare.
Or is it better if we don't discern what type of warfare it is, because that would only show us that it's not actually warfare?
And we can't let it happen. We can't let it happen. Our country is going to hell, and they come after Donald Trump, weaponizing the Justice Department, weaponizing the FBI.
You know, the people who are, in this case, it's a Trump-appointed judge in Florida. Like, it's all people that he had a hand in putting them where they are.
Yeah.
And then there was a grand jury of citizens where at least 12 out of 15 had to approve indicting him.
Can't let this continue to go on.
So
because
this isn't like the deep state trying to get Trump like people are claiming. This is just people he appointed and a jury of regular citizens.
It's ripping our country to shreds. We have such big problems, and this shouldn't be one of them. It's a hoax. The whole thing is a hoax, just like Russia, just like the fake dossier was a hoax.
Russia.
You saw the Durham report. You saw the Mueller report. It was all a big hoax. You had 2 impeachments, and they lost, and we won. And we had
Yeah, and that's a totally different thing. This has to do with the documents in your house.
tremendous support. But that was a hoax and a scam. And now they're doing it again. It's just a continuation, 7 years, even after I'm out. But it's called election interference. They're trying to destroy a reputation so they can win an election. That's just as bad as doing any of the other things that have been done over the last number of years, and especially during the 2020 election. So I just want to tell you, I'm an innocent man. I did nothing wrong. And we will fight this out just like we've been fighting for 7 years. It would be wonderful if we could devote our full time to making America great again. And that's exactly what we did.
It would be
But
great
now-
if we could devote our full time, but really, we're going to get so many more people coming out when they think they're defending a witch hunt. This is what you're running. You're running on it's a witch hunt, and that people have to come out and defend you for America. This is your running. This is the play you have. It's the only play you have. The fact that, you're getting indicted so often and nothing bad is really happening to you in the polls is probably a good thing. You're probably going to get where you want to get despite all the indictments because you're making your audience believe they have to defend you.
But he's
It's
also
do or
making them
die.
believe that voting doesn't work and it's easily rigged.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering how many people are going to come out to vote for him if they think it's like a complete waste of time because it's going to be rigged anyway.
Again, our country is in decline. We're a failing nation, and this is what they do. I'm an innocent man. We will prove that again. 7 years of proving it, and here we go again. Very unfair, but that's the way it is. I just want to thank everybody. We are doing something very special for our country. We're putting America first. I always put America first. And that's why we were in a position. Unfortunately, that position is no longer valid because they've done such a poor job. But we're in a position where we're going to make America great again. I'm innocent, and we will prove that very, very soon.
We're going to make America great again. I'm innocent. This is our fucking front runner for the Republican Party.
And hopefully very quickly. Thank you very much.
And he put out this ad yesterday, too.
Here's a question for you. Just how far are the radical left and inside the Beltway bandits willing to go to stop him?
The evil Michael Moore.
Yes.
And the evil Jon Stewart.
They're basically Satan.
People know they hate him for winning the fight to protect life, for exposing their deep state.
There it is. There's the deep state
for draining
claim.
their precious swamp. And they already know he'll crush Biden.
They show Biden falling. That is funny.
So
that is funny.
Rabid wolves, they attack. So let's impeach him.
Like a pack of rabid wolves, they attack. If you look at the history of Trump and any allegations against him, up until he was president, he fought tooth and nail with lawsuits to shut people up who tried to detract him. Consistently. And he stopped when he became president. That's when he lost his first lawsuit. Was the Trump? It was the Trump college, right?
Trump University.
The Trump University. He's like backed away. He's like, I'm gonna let it go. He would fight those things tooth and nail like a fucking wolf.
Radical left prosecutors to charge him. Let's conspire with Hillary and the FBI with fake stories about him. All to distract from Biden's incompetence, weakness, and money-grabbing corruption. But here's the thing. He'll never blink. That's called having the courage of your conviction.
No, it's called Sudafed. That's why he never blinks.
And it's why he's our president.
I'm Donald J. Trump, and I approve this message.
I love the CGI tie on this frozen. This is a photo, and as we swing in, the tie CGI raises up with the air of the helicopter. Wow! Somebody had to fucking CGI that tie. I love that. Congratulations, Donald Trump, for making Biden look like an old man that trips a lot.
He does. He does trip a lot.
My bad. Biden made him look like an old man that trips a lot.
He fell off a bike. He tripped at that Air Force graduation. Yeah, dude is like, he's out of it. He's definitely out of it. I wish that there was a primary for him, too.
Lowbrow Justice says, wow, they're really keeping the same slogan. What are they going to do? What else are they going to do?
Make America great again. Again.
When you're a one-hit wonder or a one-term wonder, you don't try and make a new fucking song. You live the rest of your career playing the same hit. Trump's lucky he might have a follow-up single titled Witch Hunt.
Supporters tonight, of course, very upset. As you can see, there's still a small crowd behind me calling the indictment a witch hunt. An indictment.
What was that? A witch hunt?
Yeah.
The second single from Donald Trump?
Do you feel like he's innocent, guilty?
I know he's innocent.
Holy fuck, they found the witch!
How a feeling, it's a fact.
Yeah, there's no need for a hunt.
We found her. A crowd of about 20 supporters to the bridge outside of his Mar-a-Lago home.
This is what they do when they can't find anything. They go keep attacking and attacking and attacking.
People brought their banners, flags, hats, and trucks.
We love Trump. We love Trump.
To the very spot where many of them came to rally when the FBI first raided Mar-a-Lago back in August of last year.
Biden's supposed to go.
Somebody check these people's cabins for children in the oven.
He's having
How are they on the witch hunt?
The classified documents.
This is Baba Yaga here.
Baba
In his
Yaga.
Corvette
The fuck?
in the garage. Nothing happened to him.
For supporters like Donald Tarka Jr.,
I asked him that question specifically. I said,
What a strong jaw this guy has.
Oh my goodness, I love Trump supporters.
Yeah.
I feel like Jim Henson created these people.
This is like the new people of Walmart.
I love this. I love these people.
you want us to do? He said, keep supporting us.
he says this is a low point for our country, calling the indictment a witch hunt on the former president.
All the other leaders of the countries have got to be looking at our country going, what a joke. We've turned into a banana republic.
They got, yeah, banana fucking republic, and the banana's up your favorite YouTuber's ass.
Oh, God.
We're arresting our political allies. How wrong is that?
What?
Over paperwork?
Now, we have heard cars driving by with people shouting things like, lock
I'm
him
a
up,
banana
but supporters
republic.
here say that that's not going to stop them, and they plan to be here again into the weekend. Reporting in Palm Beach, I'm Joel Lopez.
CNN is now learning FBI special agents across the
I
country.
fucking love people that look like they smoke crack. Because I grew up around people who smoked crack.
Yeah.
So I see those people there. Whether or not they're smoking crack doesn't matter to me. They remind me of the loved ones I had that smoked crack.
Are actively looking for possible domestic terror threats related to Trump's upcoming court appearance in Florida.
Okay.
Sources say some pro-Trump groups are already making plans to travel to Miami and support the former president as he faces these federal charges in the classified documents case. CNN's Josh Campbell is joining us right now. Josh, I know you've been talking to your sources in the FBI and elsewhere. What more are you hearing?
Well, Wolf, this is so important because we know that Donald Trump's election lies inspired that deadly January 6th insurrection at the Capitol, and U.S. federal law enforcement is working to make sure that that doesn't happen again. I spoke to 5 law enforcement sources across the country today who said that FBI domestic terrorism agents and analysts are actively working to identify any potential threats surrounding that upcoming court appearance. They are looking at online platforms that are popular with extremist groups. This is important. They are also querying and tasking.
They're doing what now?
They're querying.
They're querying around?
Yeah, it's Pride Month.
First time dono.
Hey.
Just want you all to know you all make my heart pump peanut butter. Thank you
Ooh.
for doing the Lord's work.
Hell
Thank
yeah.
you. So we're 20% of the way to the goal. If you guys would be so kind as to start another tip train and help us get a little closer.
Is it creamy or crunchy peanut butter pumping out of that?
I like crunchy peanut butter. We're getting to we're almost to the 666. So I know we'll hit that pretty soon because that always happens.
Confidential human informants who report on these domestic terrorism groups. Now, as secretive and closed off as these groups think they are infiltrated by informants of the FBI. That has often led to consternation among.
Yeah, like those guys in Michigan that were gonna kidnap their governor.
They should not do that.
Well, they let undercover FBI agents in, and that's how they got stopped before they even tried anything.
These extremist groups, as well as infighting and paranoia. By the way, I'm told the FBI doesn't mind that one bit. At this point, there's no indication of any credible and specific threat, but FBI agents and intelligence analysts are certainly looking for those potential threats. One source told me that they don't want to see the same violence on January 6th happen this coming Tuesday, Wolf.
Yeah, no one does. And Josh, I understand we are learning new details about the U.S. Secret Service and their planned posture next week.
That's right, Wolf. The U.S. Secret Service issued a statement a short time ago saying that they won't be asking for any special precautions to be taken surrounded by Trump's visit to that courthouse on Tuesday. But, this is so important. Their mission is to protect Donald Trump. And we know that these extremist groups, they're not going to target.
Yeah, I'm like, I don't think he'll do any time off of this stuff. But if he did, does the Secret Service follow him into prison?
Oh, they have to, right?
I don't know.
Yeah, I think they have to send some service.
So they get to. So their job now is to hang out in prison with Trump.
Yeah, I don't think
that would be terrible.
I don't think they can be stripped from him.
I don't know.
Former president.
This has never happened. This has never happened.
Their
So
adherence,
we've confirmed
of his
Christopher
message.
Miller's got creamy peanut butter.
But the
pumping
question
through
comes
his heart.
down to, what about everyone else? What about the
'Cause
people
crunchy
who
might
work in
hurt
that
in the heart.
courthouse?
I don't know.
What about members of the prosecutorial team who we know have, faced threats? And so that's why this work by federal law enforcement is so important across the country, trying to determine, are there potential threats, looking online, talking to sources, anyone who might have information. Federal law enforcement will certainly respect First Amendment protected activity at the courthouse if people want to come and protest and support Donald Trump, but something they certainly won't abide is any violence. So we're told they're working to try to dismantle any types of groups who might be planning that, Wolf.
Yeah, the last thing we need right now is another January 6th type
I
insurrection.
wonder if Trump would get his own presidential prison, like how you get a
they'll
presidential
just
library.
build one for him.
Yeah.
They'll build the presidential library in a prison.
Yeah, just let him chill in the fucking library all the time.
We begin with details on the charges. ABC's Chief Justice correspondent Pierre Thomas joining us from Washington.
Let's see
with
what the
very
charges
latest. Pierre,
are
good
all
morning.
about.
Whit, good morning. The indictment reads like a short story, a blistering detailed account portraying President Trump as personally involved in removing those highly classified documents from the White House and being cavalier about their security.
Yeah, there's a recording that I'm sure we'll hear eventually.
Special counsel claims that at every turn, Trump blocked the government's efforts to get them back.
This morning, we see the stunning indictment laying out in blistering detail the case against Donald Trump.
Our laws that protect national defense information are critical to the safety and security of the United States, and they must be enforced.
After a 7-month investigation, special counsel Jack Smith breaking his silence, accusing the former president of mishandling classified documents and potentially putting national security at risk.
We have one set of
Yeah,
laws.
it's 37 felony counts. It's what?
In this country,
37 dicks.
37.
To everyone.
The alleged crimes, breathtaking in scope. The former president is charged with 37 counts, ranging from willful retention of documents to conspiracy to obstruction. In granular detail, the indictment describes how the president personally oversaw the removal of some of the nation's most sensitive information from the White House after he left office, including information about nuclear programs, potential vulnerabilities of the U.S. and its allies to military attack, and plans for possible retaliation in response to a foreign attack. Also included in the documents, information about spies, informants, and classified surveillance programs. Documents
Was he trying to sell that shit? What was he doing?
I don't know what he wanted with it.
This is in his Mar-a-Lago estate. This is only one of the rooms?
Yeah.
Full of boxes?
And stored at his private club.
I think maybe you were right. Maybe he just gets off on wiping his ass with them.
Maybe.
Mar-a-Lago, which hosted events for thousands of guests. Those documents allegedly unsecured, stacked on a stage, in a ballroom, even next to a toilet in a bathroom. And in a photo allegedly taken by one of Trump's close aides, there appears to be a redacted classified document spilling out onto a floor.
What the fuck? He's a hoarder
Prosecutors
too?
say after leaving office, Trump showed military documents to people without security clearances on 2 occasions. In one case, prosecutors say they have a recorded
I
conversation
wonder if
of Trump.
Mar-a-Lago smells like a grandma's house.
I don't think so.
You know the grandma house smell?
Yeah.
It's got that dusty old, like it smells like something was in there from the 70s and it never got washed.
Yeah.
I wonder, it's got to have some sort of smells looking at all the fucking boxes there.
Allegedly telling a team working on a book he still has sensitive documents that he never declassified. It's like highly confidential, secret. This is secret information. In that recording, Trump is allegedly...
Maybe he was just like doing it so he could brag to his friends.
He's showing a document
Having stuff with
that
spies
outlines
and stuff, like that's kind of dangerous.
Possible plan of attack on Iran. Trump has always maintained that he did nothing wrong, that he declassified the documents.
If you're the president of the United States, you can declassify just by saying it's declassified, even by thinking about it.
But Trump's attorneys in court have provided
You just
no
got to
evidence.
think about declassifying
telepathically
it. He's like, look,
declassified
guys,
them.
I thought about declassifying it, and I'm the president, so it's okay. Fucking amazing.
Of who the president ever told, he declassified the document.
We need Eric D. July to write this fucking story for us.
This could probably be part of Isom.
Needs more exposition.
And prosecutors accused Trump of obstruction, claiming he told his attorneys to lie when a subpoena called on him to return the documents. Investigators also say he told one attorney to hide or destroy documents.
Now, are these the attorneys that dropped out once they were charged? Because he's got two attorneys that once he got indicted, they dropped off the case.
Yeah.
Were they the ones that he told to lie?
When investigators say Trump asked his attorney, wouldn't it be better if we just told them we don't have anything here?
So he's like, wouldn't it be better if we just lied?
Well, yeah, of course Trump's going to say
The epic
that.
fight is now fully underway. Trump spent the day Friday attacking the special counsel and his wife on social media.
Pierre Thomas, it's great to have you with us on a Saturday morning. Thank you.
Well, I'm glad that Donald Trump is going to turn this into a fucking 2024 presidential win. Jesus Christ.
He did a speech earlier today, and I thought we'd check that out here. Let's see. Oh, hold on. They're playing music, so I'm going to skip ahead a little bit. Oh, God.
Uh-oh.
Here he is.
He is fantastic. Hello, Richard.
Rest in peace to the Iron Sheik and Pat Robertson.
In a couple of minutes, you know, we're going to be here and we're going to North Carolina, and that'll be great. But Richard, congratulations on a great job. In addition, today I'm honored to receive the endorsements of some really incredible people, patriots, I would call them, Georgia patriots, including Representatives Mike Collins. Where's Mike?
Where's Mike? Come sit on my lap, Mike.
Thank you, Mike.
Let's see.
Every time I fly over fascists and thugs, and we will absolutely make America great again. From the beginning, our America First agenda has been an existential threat to the rotten political class that gets rich and powerful at your expense.
So at this point, he's reading. You could tell when he's reading and when he just starts kind of ad-libbing.
Erasing our borders, cheating on elections, exporting our jobs, and
Him looking into the teleprompter is one good tell that he's reading.
Yeah.
on endless foreign wars.
The way he looked at the second teleprompter, his eyes went like directly onto it.
Remember, oh, his personality, you're going to have wars, you're going to be fighting the whole world. And it just worked out. Actually, it was my personality that didn't want to make people fight. It was sort of reverse.
He did have a calming effect on North Korea and Russia, didn't he?
That this has happened.
Didn't
we
he?
started no wars. We finished some.
There was, for 4 years under Trump, we were the axis of evil. That's peace.
Many other things. We've rebuilt our military. Of course, they gave a lot of it away, didn't they? Huh?
What?
They gave a lot of our military away to Afghanistan, if you can even believe it. Afghanistan is now one of the largest exporters of military arms. They sell the things that we gave to them. $85 billion. We lost 13 soldiers, many very horrifically wounded.
Yeah, but now we get to make more weapons to go and get that shit back from the insurgents.
Funny how that works.
Many Americans behind.
We have to make our own enemies, or else we don't make enough money to fight them.
Out the military first? No, it's supposed to be the opposite. You move out the military last. They've launched one hoax and witch hunt after another to try and stop our movement and thwart the will of the American people. Every time not even believable. Witch hunt, scam, hoax. It's called election interference, and they're doing the best they can with it. Because who the hell would vote for them with the policies that they have of open borders and no voter ID? As the Durham report, which just came out, proved, they spied on my campaign. Think of it. Can you imagine if it was the other way around? They spied on my campaign and we caught them. They forged false evidence to get illegal surveillance warrants. The FBI offered $1 million for a fictitious dossier written by a foreign spy to try to frame me for treason.
Treason.
Now they're trying to do it again. These people don't stop, and they're bad, and we have to get rid of them. We have to get rid of them fast.
Get rid of them, huh?
They put our country through hell, and they knew it was all a lie the entire time. They knew it was a lie. Remember, it's not me they're going after. It's somebody else. And that person will not be able to withstand the fire. If it's not me, it'll be somebody else. they're not going to withstand that fire, because that fire doesn't stop just with me. That fire is going to go on against any conservative, any Republican, anybody other than them. Because
Yeah,
they want
strike the
power, but
fear
they
into your
actually wanna
voting,
destroy our country. I
your
believe
voting
that.
constituents. Let them know if they can get Trump, they can get you, little Mikey Milk Rat, at his fucking house.
Mikey Milk
little
Rat.
Mikey Milk Rat, who goes to work 80 hours a fucking week just to donate to fucking Trump and buy his weekly MAGA hat and his MAGA tithings.
That, because there could be no other reason. But I know them all, and they, in many cases, even admit it. They come up, they say, how do you take it? We take it and we fight back like nobody's ever fought before. Think of it. Think of it. We had Russia, right? Total fake.
Marsha.
Fake. It was
That's
all
what I
made
think
up by
of when he
Hillary
says
Clinton.
that.
The dossier was by Clinton and others, Democratic Party, DNC. So we had Russia, Ukraine. The no collusion Mueller witch hunt. They found after 2.5 years there was no collusion. Impeachment hoax number 1, perfect phone call.
Perfect
Impeachment
phone
hoax
call.
number 2, the illegal censorship of the Hunter Biden laptop from hell. Remember the laptop?
From hell.
From hell? Remember that? When
Remember
the 51
that?
intelligence officials falsely said that it was Russian disinformation. Everybody knew that wasn't true. They knew it wasn't true. That's become a big scandal.
They
That
knew
was
it
another
wasn't
form
true.
of cheating on the
They
election.
saw those pictures
A
of
lot of the
Hunter
great
Biden
pollsters, we have a
banging
couple of them
prostitutes
here
and
tonight,
smoking
they
crack.
said that,
He fucked their feet.
I mean, you look at what they said about it.
We don't kink shame.
17-point difference. It's incredible. But the 51 intelligence agents lied. Now the Marxist left is once again using the same corrupt DOJ and the same corrupt FBI and the Attorney General and the local district attorneys to interfere in our elections at a level that our country and few countries have ever seen before. They're cheating, they're crooked, they're corrupt. These criminals cannot be rewarded. They must be defeated. You have to defeat them.
They must be defeated. I don't mean feet fucked by Hunter Biden.
Because in the end, they're not coming after me. They're coming after you, and I'm just standing in their way. Here I am. I'm standing in their way, and I always will be.
Aw, Trump's saving us all. Good guy Trump, thank you.
He's basically Jesus.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. The ridiculous and baseless indictment of me by the Biden administration's weaponized Department of Injustice will go down as among the most horrific abuses of power in the history of our country. Many people have said that. Democrats have even said it.
It's people he appointed that are prosecuting him.
This vicious persecution is a travesty of justice. You're watching Joe Biden. Joe, I think of it.
Joe
Biden is
Biden?
trying to jail his leading political opponent, an opponent that's beating him by a lot in the polls, just like they do in Stalinist Russia or communist China.
Damn.
Our country's gone very bad, and think of it, in 3 years. 3 years ago, we were energy independent. We had no inflation. We had low taxes. We had low interest rates.
We
had the
motherfucked everything in the process. We took out all the limits, and now we have banks falling apart because of it.
Greatest economy in history. Think of it. I could stand up here all day long and just talk about all of the great success we had. And now we have
If
everything.
Trump can be charged with taking top secret documents to their golf club, then so can you.
For real. Can you imagine if I took top secret documents to my golf club? Could you imagine what would happen to me?
We need $16.66. $16.66 on the dot.
The opposite. Inflation's killing our country. Energy is ridiculous and ridiculously high. We're getting energy from Venezuela.
Venezuela.
Nobody can even believe it.
I mean, pretty sure we've always gotten like petroleum products from Venezuela. I think it's like Citgo or something. Well, one of the oil companies is Venezuelan. Like,
Yeah.
I think it might be Citgo.
Thought such a
Plus,
thing could happen to
Urban
America.
Mask gave
far
20
as
through
the-
super chat.
The dude abides.
The dude abides. DJ Fix Soul gave the 1666. There you go. There you go. Look at that. We're on the 66666 train, baby.
Yeah,
Taxes minus $16, I guess.
Thank you, Urban Mask. Thank you, Fix Soul. Citgo Petroleum Corporation.
Yeah, it's based out of Venezuela. It was originally founded in Oklahoma.
An Okie from Muskogee with the headquarters in Houston, Texas.
It is majority owned by PDVSA, a state-owned company of Venezuela, because they have like socialism. I have like communism there, I believe.
Although due to U.S. sanctions in 2019, they no longer economically benefit from Citgo.
Which is weird.
Trump's like, we're getting it from Venezuela. Well, we might be... We might be getting it from Venezuela, but Venezuela's not getting shit out of it.
Right.
Joke of
Fuck.
an indictment. It's a horrible thing. It's a horrible thing for this country. I mean, the only good thing about it is it's driven my poll numbers way up. Can you believe that? Way up.
The excessive gamer says, bro, you guys, all the presidents take classified documents back to their house after their term. Yeah, I guess, that's rough. That's too bad. Trump got caught.
They make the best paper airplanes.
You know what else all the presidents do? Suck every other president after them's dick and go to all the events and sit there and play fucking government chess. Trump chose the opposite. Even if this is a witch hunt against Trump, it's because he chose to play against the fucking establishment.
No, it's driven up, way up, and somebody said the fundraising is through the roof. That's less
The excessive gamer says, how is
But I
Trump
will
still
tell you,
polling
it's really,
higher than
driven
Biden?
us
Because
The
like
sweetest
nobody
boys.
likes Biden. Werewolf Larry. Cheers. Nobody likes people didn't vote for Biden. They voted for not Trump.
And all of a sudden, Trump supporters trust polls. I'm pretty sure Trump was saying polls were rigged at some point.
through the sky. We're really winning big. We're winning by we're beating the hell out of the Republicans, and we're beating the hell out of Joe Biden. That's why they're doing it. If I wasn't, let me tell you, if I wasn't, there'd be no witch hunt. There'd be no indictment. If I was losing, we're winning by a lot against the Democrats. If I were losing, they're the party of disinformation. They say, oh, we want to run against Trump. We want
There are polls that say DeSantis beats Biden too. And there are polls that say otherwise. I'm looking at some recent polling data here.
And once Call of Duty gets the Joe Biden skin, he'll go up in the polls.
So Biden versus this poll here, June 7th poll has DeSantis beating Biden and Trump beating Biden. It has DeSantis beating Biden more than Trump. Hardworking Americans super PAC. Trump wins by 1. Biden wins here by 3, by 2. The polling is pretty close on a lot of these.
Yeah.
Trump wins by 6 here. That's the biggest margin I've seen. This one, Biden wins by 15.
Damn, Biden. What you out here doing stomping on DeSantis?
badly against
Damn,
Trump.
Biden.
We won the first time, and then we did better the second time than we did the first time. We won by many millions of more votes. Much better. Not even close.
Not even close.
We got the most votes ever in the history of our country. And today we're more popular than we were in 2020.
I like how he
We're
leaves
gonna
out
get
Biden
numbers
didn't
that
get
are
more.
Absolutely incredible.
Biden got more votes
Federal
than him.
law enforcement should never have been involved.
But it's
in
better
this
than
matter.
saying that Biden stole the election, right? He's
Baby steps.
He's somehow baby stepping through this.
It had more votes than any other federal election, period.
Yeah.
But they got involved, and we just can't let that happen. They got involved with Twitter. They got involved with Facebook.
The Democrats ran a big campaign against Trump, and the Black Lives Matter run got a lot of people interested in voting. MAGA got a lot of people interested in voting.
Obama got a lot of people interested in voting
In 2008,
too.
yeah.
Yeah,
but
it got a lot of black people voting.
He kind of
that wasn't going to vote.
He kind of
otherwise.
steamrolled those elections, right? Obama steamrolled.
Oh, he took
This was
Hillary
close.
out. He took Hillary out in the primaries relatively quick.
It made maybe a
Like
17
everything Trump is saying, you have to remember he did bring a ton of people out. And if Biden can't recapture that magic, Trump might be able to fucking get 2024. That there was a perfect storm for Biden to beat Trump.
difference. And then they say I lost. We didn't lose. We won by a lot. But they say I lost by 20,000 votes. 20,000 votes.
20,000
We'd come
votes?
here for rallies. We'd come to other states for rallies. But we'd come into Georgia for a rally. We'd have 40, 50,000 people. They'd come in for a rally. They'd have 8. They couldn't fill up the circles. And then you hear, he clipped you at the end. Just clipped you. Didn't happen.
The people were also staying inside on the Democratic side. They weren't coming out because they were the ones that were wearing masks and quarantining unless it was a protest.
Yeah.
But they were being asked not to come out for the big shindigs. And MAGA people were like, "Fuck yeah, we're gonna tailgate. We're gonna tailgate."
Spring break. Woo!
won Alabama in a record number. We won South Carolina in a record number. Those people that run it, the professionals, say it's not possible to win Alabama in a record, South Carolina in a record, and lose Georgia just by a tiny little bit, you know? So you got to watch that. You got to watch it. We're all going to be watching it. As president, all of my documents fell under what is known as the Presidential Records Act, which is not at all a criminal act. Everything. It's all judged
All
by
right,
the
we'll see what happens in court.
Presidential Records Act. In this whole
DeSantis
fake
is scary. He literally tortured people in Guantanamo Bay. He could orchestrate the next Holocaust and I wouldn't be at all shocked.
I mean, haven't most of our presidents tortured people in Guantanamo Bay?
He means directly.
Oh,
like,
DeSantis
personally.
he was the guy?
He was in the military.
Huh.
I don't know if that's true, but he was in the he was like a decently higher. He was like an officer, you know.
Yeah.
So
our guy George H.W. Bush was in the CIA for a long time. I bet you he did some interesting stuff.
Well, he might have ordered it, but I doubt he like personally did it. But yeah, DeSantis, I think DeSantis will just be an establishment Republican. That's what we would get from President DeSantis. I don't think anything he does would surprise us. It would be like having George W. Bush again.
I wouldn't be surprised if any of these guys were the next fall of man, Biden included.
Yeah.
None of these guys fucking impress me or make me hopeful for the future.
indictment, they don't even once mention the Presidential Records Act, which is really the ruling.
It'd be weird to have a president so close to my age. Like DeSantis is only 2 years older than me.
Act.
But I don't think he's got it. I mean, we'll see. But it's not like the polling makes it look like he's really not going to do well. If he starts winning primary states, though, the polls will shift. You know, if he can manage to win Iowa or something,
which this case falls under 100% because they want to use something called the Espionage Act. Doesn't that sound terrible? Oh, espionage. We got a box. I got a box.
I got a box.
The Espionage.
I got a box.
The Espionage Act of 1917. I think it was put in there about World War I.
I like how somebody who is so staunchly defending the Constitution and the constitutional rights of Americans balks at something being implemented in 1917.
Yeah.
This is over 100 years old. We can't adhere to this fucking Constitution that you're holding on to like the Holy Bible is a lot older than that.
it's over 200 years old.
Christ.
And by the way, Biden's got 1,850 boxes. He's got boxes in Chinatown, D.C. He's got boxes all over the place. He doesn't know what the hell to do with them. And he's fighting them on the boxes. He doesn't want to give the boxes. And then they say, Trump is obstructioning. He's obstructing. No, it's a sad day for the country. You know, I said, last night I said that our country has tears because of what's happening.
Oh, baby
we have
country.
fake elections. We have no borders. We have inflation. We have everything. It's just going wrong.
Oh, little baby country,
There's never
don't
been
cry.
anything like it in the history of our country. We've never done like this.
Oh.
And the division is so bad because what they do is so bad. And our people are angry, and they just keep doing it. And sometimes you need strength. You have to have strength, more than just normal strength. And we have to get it changed because we're not going to have a country left. Remember, I used to campaign, and I'd say that we're going to end up being Venezuela on steroids. And that's
That sounds cool.
Exactly what's happening to our country. Our country is going to hell. I was going to change the name of our campaign to Keep America Great. Now, that's not as good as MAGA. MAGA's MAGA, right? MAGA.
MAGA. The
Keep
MAGA
America
powers.
Great is CAG.
The MAGA powers.
I don't think CAG.
That would be a great parody tag team. You
CAG
know?
is never going to compete with
It could be
MAGA.
like a far right Macho Man Randy Savage and Hulk Hogan.
But we couldn't say Keep America Great because our country is not great.
The
We're laughed
MAGA
at all over
powers.
the world. We're no longer respected. 3 years ago, we were respected like our country has never been respected before. They also don't mention the defining lawsuit that was brought against Bill Clinton, and it was lost by the government, the famous Sox case that says he can keep his documents. They don't mention that. They don't. These are minor details, and that's the ruling law. When I left office and was moving to Florida, boxes were openly sitting on the White House sidewalk. Everybody was taking pictures
On
of
the
them.
sidewalk?
This is
Yeah,
in
did you see the
somebody's-
video of it?
No.
Trump posted a video to Truth Social or a picture of Truth Social. All these boxes that are in his house were like outside of the White House being moved out in plain sight. Like they were just like, everybody's like, this guy's literally giving evidence that this stuff was moved into his house. Like he's helping to give more evidence.
Smuggling boxes out. Pictures of them you've all seen. It's sitting with people from GSA and other people waiting to put them on a truck. But they were literally sitting outside of the White House waiting for a truck to come. Then the truck come. It was there for a long time, and they put it in, and they brought it down to Florida. And they make it sound like it's a big, if that's a spy operation or if that's something bad, we did a very poor job, I will tell you. First thing you learn is don't put them on the sidewalk in front of the White House.
Put them in the bathroom at
As a former
Mar-a-Lago.
president, we were negotiating with the National Archives and Records Administration, just as every other president has done. And the next thing I knew, Mar-a-Lago was raided by gun-toting FBI agents. We were negotiating.
All right. Yeah, I think we've watched enough.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's check out. We have a video from a political expert.
Bob here with a quick note for you guys and a little wake-up call. There are a couple of reasons why Donald Trump cannot and will not be ever found guilty of mishandling top secret documents.
Okay.
And here's why. A president has the authority to declassify any top secret documents he wants. Basically, he's the commander-in-chief.
He's not the
And
president
as
anymore,
the
though.
commander-in-chief, he can do whatever he wants with top secret documents.
Okay.
Otherwise, the Clintons would have to be indicted, and then you got to go dig up JFK, and then you got to indict him because he gave up the soldiers at the Bay of Pigs, didn't he? He got on that phone and gave them up, and that was a top secret operation. So you got to go dig up JFK and prosecute him too. This is so dumb. As president, he can okay himself to take all of the top secret documents to his house and keep them as ex-president. Or he could hand them over to China if he wanted to, which of course he didn't do.
Of course he
My
didn't.
point is the president can do anything he wants with top secret documents, or you even got to go back and prosecute Jimmy Carter. Because Jimmy Carter not only himself declassified a bunch of top secrets, like, what was it? I know it was way over 350
When Jimmy Carter declassified the aliens at Roswell.
top secrets. And then he turned around and he personally sold all, well, I know it was at least 180 top secrets to China. See, that was President Jimmy Carter that started doing that. And guess where all that money went? It went into his personal bank account. And
Damn,
that's a fact.
Jimmy.
Look it up.
Damn, Jimmy.
So, if they cannot and did not prosecute Jimmy Carter to this very day, then they cannot prosecute Donald Trump. Therefore, this is a hoax, and it is election interference. However, it is time to call their bluff, and I'm calling out Greg Abbott and everybody in Texas to call Greg Abbott's office and to write him and demand a secession of states.
Oh, he's still on this. He's still on this.
There you go,
See,
Texas.
because if we just threaten to do it, and then we get, I don't know, 34 other states to follow with us.
34 other states?
If Texas did somehow secede, do you think Mexico might take them?
No.
Okay.
I don't think so.
Even 30. I guarantee you we're probably going to get 36 plus.
But it's all talk. It would be very bad for their state if they secede.
They'll drop them charges in a heartbeat, and they'll stop all of this election interference, or else we can secede. Now, I'm on full disability, but I support 100% seceding from the Union over this fictitious hoax that they're pulling on Trump just to try to cause him not to be able to run for president because they're that scared of him. Again, no president can ever be indicted. I don't care if Donald Trump gave all of our top secrets away to China. You know why?
Why?
Because up until just a few years ago, even all of our top secrets had patents on them, and China was getting them all from our patent agency. Who are you going to indict over that?
Oh.
Not only that, how many did I say Jimmy Carter top secrets did he share with China? It was way over 180. And so what are we going to do? Go prosecute that old man? And what about Bill Clinton when he did it? He sold all of them top secrets to China.
I can't believe China got our declassified information from the patent office. Shit. That's a real slip up on America's part. Why do they even bother sending fucking weather balloons over our country if they can just go to the patent office?
Put that money in his personal bank account, and you can look that up too for all you dumbasses or you people that are just too young to know. See, guys like me, we were watching all of the same old BS on the news when Bill Clinton was president. So my point is, it's not even possible for them to get him really even into court over this, much less have him found guilty over it.
Much less.
It's never going to happen because a commander-in-chief can declassify or do whatever the hell he wants to with all of your top secret documents that the United States has. Otherwise, how in the hell did Jimmy Carter and Bill Clinton declassify hundreds of top secrets and then sell them to China and make a personal profit? That money didn't even go to into the United States reserves. Oh
What?
no, all of that money went
They
into their
fucking-
personal bank account.
They took that money for themselves? Bill Clinton, Jimmy Carter, I expected better from you two.
Damn it.
Obama handed Iran all of them top secrets. How do you think they got the plans to build the damn submarines that they built?
I did not know that they got those submarine plans from Jimmy
Me
Carter.
neither. We're learning so much from T-Bob.
Barack Obama. There you go.
Oh, shit, was
Are you
Barack
gonna throw
Obama?
his ass in prison too? No, you're not, because see, a president can do that. Believe it or not. A president,
Believe it or
absolutely
not,
has that
Trumpster Bob's
authority.
believe it or not. I'm just gonna go not by default.
And there ain't a damn thing the Democrats could do about it or anybody else. You'll never see Donald Trump going to a prison or anything like that over keeping top secret documents in his private possession. Oh, they weren't locked up. They weren't properly stored, and they're not safe enough according to us. There is no law against that on a president. There is no law that says a president can't keep all of the top secret documents and keep them in an extra or out in his warehouse in the backyard
On a
unguarded,
stage,
with no
in a
lock on the
bathroom.
door. There's no law against it. I got news for you guys. A president could do whatever the hell. Donald Trump could have taken all of it. Hell, he could have declassified 5,000 top secret documents and sold every one of them to Russia and China and the rest of the world if they wanted.
Quit giving him ideas, Bob. He's running
And then put that
again.
money into his personal bank account, and there ain't a damn thing anybody could do about it because it's 100% legal.
I got to become president so I could run this
Absolutely has
scam.
that authority. There has never been a law passed saying that a president does not. However, there are many laws protecting a president's right to do whatever the hell he wants
Well,
to.
it's interesting that a
with that.
Trump-appointed fucking judge is presiding over this and didn't throw
In
it out.
Florida, too.
And didn't throw it out. If there's no fucking law broken.
He's in a better position having all this in Florida rather than
course.
having to go to D.C. for it.
Secret documents. A president is so powerful in America, you people don't get it.
I think all these
Joe
indictments are just going to make Trump stronger in the election. I don't see any of these taking him down. If I'm wrong, I lose
We'll see.
nothing. I lose nothing.
Yeah.
It's just right now I see him only getting more of this fucking witch hunt momentum.
Could line up all of our military and invade Mexico.
Your
right
mom
now
brings
if
up
he
a good point. Trumpster Bob says there's no law that says Trump can't sell these secrets to China. There's also no law about a dog playing basketball. So, Air Bud, play on. Play on.
Now, it may take a few days for Congress to convene and say, oh, no, let's pull our troops back out of Mexico. But a president, unless Congress takes away his right to invade and limits his powers to wage war on particular countries, a president has the total say-so over the military. He could go start a war right now. If Donald Trump was president, he could go start a war with the other side. And there ain't nothing nobody can do about it because he's totally within his legal means. Same thing with these top secret documents. Trump can do whatever the hell he wants to with them because he's president. He can give himself authority to do whatever he wants.
Bob is
to
saying
those
the same
top secret
shit for the
documents.
fifth
That's how-
fucking time.
Yeah.
Let's
we'll move on
dump
to-
this shit.
Yep.
Bob is caught in a fucking
It's
loop.
almost midnight on May 1st when a Las Vegas Metro police officer's body cam catches this, something flashing low in the sky.
911 emergency.
Minutes later,
There's like an 8-foot person beside it, and another one's inside, and it has big eyes and it's looking at us. And it's still there.
God.
Someone calls 911 reporting two large figures in their backyard.
No, I'm so nervous right now.
The 8 News Now investigators obtaining another officer's video as he's sent to the Northwest Valley home.
I have butterflies, bro. Everyone saw a shooting star, then these people say there's aliens in their backyard.
By now, it's more than an hour after that bright light. Officers meeting up with the caller and his family.
What'd you see?
It was like a big creature.
A big creature?
Yeah, like a long testing.
Was it
I'm
Chewbacca?
not going to BS you guys. One of my partners said they saw something fall out of the sky too, so that's why I'm kind of curious. Did you see anything land in your backyard, or?
They see like a big, that's what they say. They see like a big something with light.
What I saw right now, I do believe in it.
Police walk into the backyard to investigate, but Metro blacked out that part of the video because it's considered private property. What's clear?
What?
They're taking this call seriously.
What?
Hey, this might sound like a really dumb question, but did you guys see anything fall out of the sky?
Asking others what they saw.
I would normally discount it as nothing. However, seeing as one of my partners said they saw it too, Only reason I'm actually investigating it further.
That investigation turning up no concrete answers as of Wednesday. Whatever or whoever fell into that yard, long gone within minutes.
And they blacked out the backyard,
If those 9-foot beings
hiding
come back,
aliens.
Don't call us, all right? Deal with it yourself. I ain't dealing with that.
So yeah, this is quite weird, Brian was saying as we're watching this story. Now, we've been in contact with the family in that video, and as you heard in that 911 call, they seem very reasonable and honestly quite scared as you heard them in the call. No, they don't seem impaired in any way, and whatever crashed by the time that police got there was gone, but sources say that there's really no dispute. Something was in their yard. Exactly what?
Chewbacca.
I mean, it's so interesting. So, like, the Metro officer sees something, the neighbor sees something. I mean, so what could it be?
Well, we know that there are obviously a lot of military bases around this area. George Knapp covers a lot of that stuff for us on the 80s Now Investigators. We're showing you drone video from above that area. And we know, of course, Creech not far away, Nellis Air Force Base not far. I checked in.
The necromancer says there's no evidence it was there in the first place. Did you not see the backyard was blacked out? They don't want you to see it. They came in and cleaned it all up.
At all, and we are waiting to hear from the Pentagon as well.
Chewbacca.
When you talk to these people, it seemed completely legitimate to you, and do you have any personal thoughts on maybe what it was?
Right, so it seems from talking to our sources that something happened. There was obviously some flash in the sky. A lot of people saw it that night on the night of April 30th, early in the morning on May 1st. Did that exact thing land in their yard? I don't know, but these people said they saw some SUV circling the area. Could this have been some piece of equipment that malfunctioned?
Probably.
Maybe they saw something and then someone came. I can't believe we're talking about this.
Right.
Someone came and
Picked
retrieved it from the backyard.
And then
the
Yao
SUV. We
Ming
don't
came and retrieved it from the backyard.
know. This all comes
Chewbacca
as,
and Yao
a
Ming
former
came in.
high-level intelligence officer, a veteran, was on News Nation talking about how there is a program where the government collects some unidentified objects. So this might be that. We just don't know. We're going to work to find out, though.
And
Brian
no
Green.
substances. They were looking with clear eyes. Good.
Very interesting.
No
Not big buggy eyes,
substances.
though, like they say.
This is really unique. Thank you, David.
Aliens, man. We're so close. Trump should have got the alien declassified information and put that in his shitter instead of spies. What the fuck, Trump? Get your priorities straight. Give us Chewbacca.
New at 5, an apparent follow-home robbery attempt in Fullerton captured on security camera and the rear-view camera of the victim's Tesla. That victim able to fight off the suspects.
This old guy
Eyewitness News
chases
talked to
these
his
guys
son,
away.
Sid Garcia is live in Fullerton.
There was other
with
people
details
that
on
was
the
their thought to
investigation.
take out their phone and take a picture or a TikTok video or anything.
They were all scared of the 10-foot tall. Actually, I think the FBI came and took their phones and then Men in Blacked them so they couldn't remember. Obviously, probably.
Blacked them?
Yeah, Men in Blacked them. I won't let you remember.
We're getting there. Let's get to 90% next. Let's do it.
They didn't just smoke a giant chunk of crystal meth before they called the police.
Investigators are wondering if the 3 guys who attacked the man here in Fullerton yesterday could also be the same crew that attacked another gentleman in Rowland Heights, which is about 15 minutes from here. The LA County Sheriff's Department's Walnut Station and Fullerton PD, well, they're comparing notes.
Oh, Walnut Station is teaming up with Fullerton PD?
They tried to rob him with mace.
Yeah. My guy eats hot peppers on a
happened in
daily.
broad
He ain't
daylight
afraid of
yesterday
mace.
afternoon around 12:30. 2 men approached the victim, sprayed pepper spray in his face, but the victim was able to fight them off. The victim's surveillance camera
He's
and
like
the
an old
rear-view
guy,
camera
too.
on his
It's funny.
Tesla recorded the attack.
They're super brazen. 12:30 in the middle of the day. They're not afraid of anything.
This man didn't want us to use his name. It's his father who you see being attacked by the 2 men. The son tells us his parents were returning home from church in Home Depot. They were followed by 3 men in this dark-colored sedan. 2 of them walked right up to his father and told him this moments before the attack.
And they approached my dad and said, "Hey, someone hit your car. There's car damage." And you can hear it on the recording. My dad was kind of confused because they just kind of came around him real quick. and they pepper sprayed him all over. Thank God he had glasses, because I think gave him a little bit of ability to like fight back, and he fought back hard.
Hell yeah!
I think they
with
got
massive dad strength.
Someone that old would fight back.
What also helped, there was a landscaping crew.
Yeah, there was a
working
whole
at the
bunch
house
of
at the
guys
time of the
landscaping.
attack. The suspects, according to the victim's son, apparently didn't see them.
These guys are heroes.
What a dumb, like
they're
they're dumb.
Fighting back, and they came running around and helped chase the guys, and the guys didn't realize there's more guys here, and they just boned out.
There's a report of a similar case in Rowland Heights. LA Sheriff's Walnut Station is investigating to see if it's connected to what happened here in Fullerton. And detectives from both agencies still looking for those 3 suspects. Live in Fullerton.
If you can't rob an old man with mace, you shouldn't rob anybody.
Wow, really. Hello, I'm Mark Brown. Get more.
Thank you, Mark.
Hi, Mark Brown.
What is this?
It was King Cobra back at it with another video. But apparently fitness is now fat phobic. So we're going to check in with Brett Cooper in the comment section.
Welcome back to the comments section. I'm Brett Cooper. I'm sure we all know those claims about working out that are going around social media and have been for the last year or so. I've done a couple of episodes about these, but you know, if you go to the gym, you are apparently fat phobic. If you care about your figure, then you also hate fat people. If you enjoy—
I don't think that's true.
Fucking God, I'm
Obviously
so tired
true.
of it. Like, you have the radical right is saying that the body positivity movement is just promoting obesity. And then you got the radical left who says if you work out, then you're fat phobic. I'm like, Jesus Christ. You shouldn't promote any unhealthy lifestyle.
The only reason you should work out is to debate Eric DeJuly.
You know what?
It's the only reason you should be working out.
I'm going to go hard starting right now.
Yeah.
In person, let people live, dude. Who honestly fucking cares? This whole movement was created
Get some
to make
deadlifts
fat
in
people
tonight.
feel better about themselves, which, as somebody who struggles with body image issues, there's nothing wrong with wanting to have a little bit of body positivity in their life. But the assholes who are saying this crap like, oh, well, if you work out, you're fat phobic. It's like, maybe it's because you're jealous. You can't achieve that body, so you take it on assholes who can. It's so irritating, dude. And if you don't know what it's like, I don't know what it's like to be morbidly obese. God forbid, you know? Like, I feel bad for these people. I do.
Thank you,
'Cause that's
Cobes.
gotta be
I appreciate
challenging,
you
having
feeling bad for
society
me.
Look at you like you're gross, trying to find clothes that fit and look good, being told by a systematically hypocritical society that women and men need to look a certain way to be attractive. Fuck that.
Enjoy gym culture and working out, you are most likely a scary alt-right person, or you are being indoctrinated by one of those crazy conservatives that cares about their health. God
Thank
forbid.
you,
We're gonna
Jen
talk about
Shapiro.
another layer of these ridiculous claims. Before we do, though, make sure—
It's like some people care about their health, some people don't give a shit. And it's like, you know, as long as you're a decent human being, then who cares?
Okay, so everything that I just said is 100% true. I'm not saying that I agree with it, but those are things that people actually believe. Like, this is from MSNBC. Pandemic fitness trends have gone extreme.
Yeah, you could probably say just about anything and somebody believes it.
Right.
Like, there's not huge numbers that are out here saying if you're into fitness, you're starting a fat holocaust. Even though technically you are trying to eradicate fatness within your own body.
Within your own body,
Yeah,
but they get to choose.
But, well, Hitler got to choose.
Literally, white supremacists' latest scheme to valorize violence and hypermasculinity is gone digital. I have an entire episode.
Hypermasculinity, so stupid. We live in a society where men are being told to man up and to be more masculine. And as soon as men try to be more masculine, it's labeled as toxic. And, you know...
That's not true. There's a lot of men that are more masculine and they pretty much eat and fuck whatever they want. It's awesome. A lot of guys just can't live up to it.
Ben Sharpero transition.
Sharpero?
I'm glad to see Ben Sharpero transition.
Ben Sharpero.
Ben Sharpero is a beautiful woman, and it was just about time that she accepted that she was a pretty little lady.
When you can't achieve the perfect body in your eyes, and you get made fun of and bullied for being fat, you take it out on the assholes who can achieve the ideal body, you know? And it's just like, can we not do this? If you're going to the gym to work out because you want to get buffed, you want to get in shape, and you're doing your thing, that's one thing. But if you go to the gym just to rip on fat people and show off how much you can lift, then you're an asshole.
Episode about this thing. You guys can go watch it. We can link it below. Another one, this study linking gym bros to right-wing beliefs is legit. And then, of course, we have people making videos like this. And every
Because blame the whites. You know, that's pretty common.
What? Where did that come from?
time I sort of talk about this subject, I go on TikTok, and I'm always worried that I'm just going to find the same videos. But there's always more, because they're always making more of these.
Anti-fat. That includes being thin.
Yeah, just don't use TikTok. TikTok is trash. Like that's my solution to this. Like why? Like yeah, there's dumb shit on TikTok.
Gaining muscle so you can look toned and.
Okay, so being thin is now fat phobic.
Yep.
My head hurts. You say that crap because you know you can get away with spouting out nonsense. The reality of it is we're all human beings. We all come in different shapes, sizes, and colors, and there's nothing wrong with that. But just because you're thin does not automatically mean, oh my God, you know, I feel like that's a stereotype for us thinner people. I mean, I got a high metabolism, you know, so like, you know, I can lose and gain weight, but it'll get to a point before it, like,
Cobra doesn't just have a six-pack. He has a wolf pack.
You can't just go off and say, oh, just because I'm thin doesn't mean I'm fat phobic. You need to quit being thin phobic and judging me for my thin stereotype. You know, check your fat privilege. You can't say crap like that.
I'm sorry, no. I think people who are fit need to eat more Pop-Tarts. They're trying to eradicate fatness, and I happen to be fat, and they're attacking me and my personal character. You thins out there, go get a box of Pop-Tarts and mainline those fucking things.
Because then people get offended. You know, if you were to go off and assume the stereotypes of fat people, you'd be an asshole. Just saying.
Look toned and have less fat on your body. So yes, if you work out strictly for appearance-based reasons, you are fat phobic.
They're all
Fuck that.
Here's the thing.
You can work out for whatever reason you want.
Here's the thing. Chances are you're just fat phobic. Most people are. It's okay. You've been taught your entire life that big fat is a horrible thing. It's all right. You've been conditioned. Fat people feel like big fat's a horrible fucking thing. There's a lot of fat people that are fat phobic. It's okay.
So it's like, you must accept me for being fat, but I refuse to accept you for your lifestyle choices. I'm all for the body positivity movement, but you got people who try way too hard and they get so easily triggered. And the hypocrisy of it makes your head spin.
They're all so angry. All of them. They all look just miserable and upset. Here we go.
I'm not fat phobic. I just don't want to be fat. That's not how it works. No, seriously, I have no problem with fat people. I think they're beautiful. I'm all for body positivity or whatever. I just don't want to be fat. Actively not wanting to be fat is fat phobia.
Thank you.
No, it's not, you stupid motherfucker.
If you don't want to be fat, that's like saying you don't want to celebrate Pride. And that's not okay. I know two things. You have to want to be fat, even if you're thin. You have to be like, oh, God, I need more cereal. I'm so thin. I'm so thin. I should be pumping peanut butter into my heart vein. And also, you have to say, I love Pride. I love it. I will never not love Pride. If you do either of those two things the opposite way, you're actually double Hitler all the way.
I don't want to look a certain way does not make you a fat phobic asshole. Going out of your way to bully people because they're fat, that makes you a fat phobic asshole. There's a difference. Being like, okay, so you got this Joe Schmo walking down the street, fucking 900 pounds, and you go up to him and you're like, hey, fatty McFat ass. Hey, Cartman. Hey, fat ass. Hey, fatty. Have another Twinkie, you fat fuck. That's just mean, okay?
That's just mean. Cobes is right about that.
Look a certain way. That
That's plain mean.
Folk. I don't judge people for being fat. I judge them based off their character.
And therefore, you're fat phobic.
Again, there are so many of these videos. Here's the last one.
When people are fat phobic on this
I hate how they take... I hate how phobic is the way, like, they're... something phobic.
Well,
I just hate it.
The big secret is that we're a first
There's
world
so
country.
many phobic things.
We're a first world country. We've run out of struggles. We have to create new ones or we get bored. That's the problem with being in a first world country. If we were a war-torn nation, none of this shit would be on our mind.
platform, you should be uncomfortable.
Yeah, but there's a big difference between, oh my God, your feelings were hurt because you assume that's because they're fat phobic versus they actually are. That seems to be a thing with the groups lately. If you're a girl and a guy disagrees with you, he's sexist. You got a gay person and they go up to a straight person trying to ask them out and the straight person says no. Well, it's probably because they're homophobic. Or like, hey, if you say, I support trans...
I'm not homophobic. I just think most of you gay guys are ugly.
People, I just don't think you should have more privilege than me because you're trans. Oh, fucking transphobe. So what's next? Are we going to say salads are fat phobic because they're healthy for you? Like, where do we draw the line here, people? That's all I'm asking. And realistically, who cares if you're fat? Honestly, if you're a decent person, who cares? Furthermore, trying to maintain a six-pack abs is misery. You're drinking like a warm glass of water and sucking on a lemon wedge, and you bust out like 600 crunches in one day. All your buddies and you are going to the Texas Roadhouse, Steakhouse, whatever. They're all getting burgers and steak. And you're like, yeah, I'll have a salad with a slice of lemon, please. You suck on that lemon slice. And then you're like, can I get a to-go box for this? I'll have it later. And then when you're in the fridge at 4 o'clock in the morning.
The best way to get abs is to just practice jerking off into your own mouth all day. The arch you give while you're jerking gives these fucking curve to your stomach muscles. It's perfect.
It's like crunches.
Yeah, if you can actually get the tip of your peen in your mouth, you'll get abs because you won't stop bending into it.
Like, oh, I'm so naughty. I'll put the dressing on it.
You should be uncomfortable.
Okay, I am uncomfortable.
Easy for Brett Cooper to say she's a skinny white girl. Not trying to, seriously though. Wanting to teach people to feel good about themselves.
Let her know,
not
Cobes.
a bad thing. It really isn't.
It is irresponsible to come on an app where there are vulnerable young people.
You know what? I've been fighting fat phobia my entire life. Telling people that they're fat phobic and scolding them is not how you win. You know how you win? By being a fucking cool person that everybody loves. You know how many people have shed their fat phobia because of me being a fucking fun, cool person?
He's very humble, too.
I've converted way more fucking people than these fat scolding motherfuckers have. You guys need to get off your fucking high horse and come join the Billy Fridge Fat Phobia Destruction Tour, because I'm doing a goddamn good job. You're literally making more fat phobic people. You don't understand how any of this works, you fucking weirdos. Give me a fucking salary and I will teach people how to combat fat phobia.
Did you just say you wanted some celery?
Salary.
You're going to combat fat phobia and you're here
with
asking for celery?
Salary.
Give me some celery.
You know what's also really irresponsible around young people? To be overweight and glorifying
Leave
obesity.
the celery for the fucking guy drinking lemon water trying to get abs.
It's not glorifying obesity. I'm so sick and tired of the fucking radical right being like, you're just glorifying obesity. Shut the fuck up. They're not glorifying it. Now, like I said, you shouldn't promote unhealthy lifestyles, period. But we live in a society for like the longest time where it's like, oh, hey, being skinny and your rib cage showing is the thing. You know, you see these parents running.
I don't think it is.
Look like they could use a bacon cheeseburger or two, you know? And it's just sad. And back in those days, if you would have fought against that stereotype as being unhealthy, quote unquote, you never would have heard someone say, well, that's just thin phobia. I don't think they're promoting obesity. I think they're just trying to help fatter people feel accepted. That's why it's called the body acceptance movement. Because being fat does have its struggles. There are people out there who try to lose weight, they work out, they exercise, they eat right, and they can't do it. Like, the only option
You said they work out, they exercise.
Yeah.
Have is surgery. And
They
that's
do
gotta
both.
suck, dude. And then there were some people who were just fucking lazy and don't want to get off their ass. Who cares if you're fat? Honestly.
That's also not great to show vulnerable young people screaming in their faces about how if they want to work out and be healthy, then they are actively being fat phobic. That also could be.
I mean, I agree with her on that. Actively telling people, well, if you work out, then you're a fat phobic piece of shit. And it's like, you're jealous that I can maintain this body and you can't.
Problematic for impressionable young minds. Now, 9 times out of 10, I can blow off these claims as ridiculous and we get to laugh about them because, oh my God, look at that stupid Vice article. Oh my God, what is MSNBC doing today? This ridiculous TikToker. Ha, this is so funny. But then I see articles like this. Author claims that the desire to be skinny promotes white supremacy and the patriarchy. Like, they are writing legitimate books about this.
You can't get your way, so...
Someone edited this to actually show the video that Cobra's watching, which was done very well. I appreciate that.
Quality content.
Who do? Blame the whites and blame the patriarchy. That sounds like a fat feminist wrote this. Did like a fat black fourth wave feminist write that article? Jesus Christ.
This is not just some TikTok fad. This is what academics believe. Somebody commented and said she has to justify all those donuts somehow.
Why aren't you on a diet?
Because I like to eat. Is that such a crime?
No, it's not a crime, because regrettably food is delicious.
Somebody else said, love me some ladies on the white supremacist diet. Guys, the fatter you are, the less white supremacist you can be. The more of an ally you are, so let's just all keep on eating.
I am so fat and I am so white. Checkmate, gaytheists.
You got a tan right now, though.
Yeah, but you see my belly.
Fuck does that work? What the fuck does being fat have to do with being down for the cause? One person commented, trying to be healthy and extend your quality of life is fat phobic. I'm so tired. I fucking agree. Like, what's next? You know, you're never gonna see people be like, cigarette smokers are beautiful. All cigarette smokers are beautiful. You're against me smoking indoors. You must be a cigarette smoker phobic asshole. You're never going to see that because, you know, cigarettes are bad for you. But life sucks. Why would you, know, that's the truth. Life is
He loves cigarettes, man. Josh loves cigarettes.
He loves to smoke.
To varying degrees for varying people. So, you know, it's just like alcohol or tobacco. Food can be very addicting. You know, it's a source of comfort. So I do not judge people who have eating problems regarding the whole fat thing because I drink. You know what I'm saying? I do. And I acknowledge that my drinking has gotten a little unhealthy.
Tobacco-phobic.
So, like, compared to this morning when I poured myself a drink to now, I've only had like, what, almost 2 drinks? Instead of sitting around all day drinking,
Cobes.
you know, take time to savor the flavor and the buzz so the alcohol lasts longer and I live just a little bit longer. Yeah.
On eating. Let's just indulge in some excerpts from this article. Author Virginia Soul Smith told NPR's Fresh Air podcast that the United States society's desire to be skinny and adversity to fatness can be traced to the end of American slavery as a way of preserving out-of-touch white beauty standards. Quote, the thin ideal is definitely a white ideal. When we trace the history of modern...
Yeah, but have you studied the history of slavery? Sincerely, have you studied the history of slavery? They lived in the worst conditions possible. Forced to work out in the hot sun all day, having a whip cracked across their back. It's fucking brutal, dude. It's fucking horrible. Every time I hear about it, I'm just like, oh, dude, okay, I get it. White people are assholes. Stop. That being said, probably was scarce too, you know, whatever they can get their hands on. So, like, is it really, you know, rooted in this? Or, you know what I'm saying? Like, come on, guys. Especially in, like, the 1900s, where, like, if men had big bellies, they were well-fed, they were seen as wealthy and
like
well-off.
William Howard
Whereas in today's
Taft.
society, it's all about having that six-pack.
modern diet culture.
Yeah,
they really
one
trace
thing
it back.
Kellogg's did was make the poor man get that rich man's fat belly. That ruined everything. Once you start putting corn syrup and corn flakes, the Kellogg's corn pumping obesity, we lost the endowed fat.
I don't even eat like cereal. I haven't eaten cereal since I was like a kid.
That
like,
process,
on a regular basis.
of that
I think
food.
I've done it a couple times, but
it made being fat a poor man's kind of status symbol. It ruined everything. You know how I am a hot commodity, but you know how much more of a hot commodity I would be if we were pre-Kellogg's era? They'd be like, oh, look at that big fat belly. That's a wealthy Billy belly. That's a wealthy Billy
The United
belly.
States is the end of slavery,
But no,
Soul Smith told the host.
Kellogg's
While
gave
promoting
everybody
her new book,
a
Fat
fucking
Talk,
budge.
Parenting in the Age of Diet Culture. Parents, do not buy this freaking book. You might think, ooh, this book could be interesting, trying to combat childhood obesity. Maybe I need to pick this up. Do not be tempted. Also, a little reminder, this is just a...
You want to end childhood obesity? Encourage your kids to get off their ass and exercise. Excuse me. But today's culture, when kids are stuck on their ass playing video games all day, shoving junk food
it's
down
like
their goddamn
90% diet, and exercise can just like speed the process up. But it's mostly just diet.
Because it's cheaper, you know?
When it comes to weight loss.
Really, if you want to be ridiculously thin and have crazy abs, all you need is obsession.
Yeah.
Obesity disappear. How about we make a healthy meal cheaper? Why is it that healthy food is more expensive than junk food. I feel like that's some kind of trolling on our society's part. You go to McDonald's and get 5 sandwiches off the dollar menu, but like, what the fuck is $5 gonna get you at the grocery store? Jack shit.
Just a classic case of a white liberal trying to get progressive brownie points. She is white. And honestly, she's kind of being backhandedly racist by saying that being fat is a black thing, that being thin is a white thing.
That's pretty racist.
Does that sit well with anybody? No, I don't think it is.
Nope. I need a drink after hearing that because she's not wrong.
No. Also, I went to her website to get more information about her and the book, and this is the current homepage. Again, this is why, parents, you should not buy this book or anything like it. Fat Talk, Parenting in the Age of Diet Culture. An explosion of the myth of the childhood obesity epidemic. Fat Talk gives parents and anyone with a body strategies for...
There definitely is a problem with parents putting fat phobia into their children's minds when they're young. They do create unhealthy eating habits by making kids. A lot of anorexia comes from mothers demanding that their daughters and or other children skip meals and stuff.
There's probably a lot more obese kids than anorexic kids, though, right?
I mean,
a lot more.
It's
there are parents that send their kids to school and their lunch is like a 2-liter of Mountain Dew and a bag of Doritos.
There's definitely problems on both sides, but these are problems that we really shouldn't fucking have. We should live in a country that doesn't have a wonky food pyramid built off of carbs so they could push fucking grain and corn.
Or unlearning our biases and raising kids in a fat-phobic world.
We gotta turn the food pyramid into the fucking food diamond.
What about childhood obesity is a myth? Those are the facts. I mean, here's an article about it. Pulled this up in 3 seconds.
Regrettably, yes. Obesity
The single moms can only feed their kids fast food, and that's better than the people in the woods have.
Oh my God.
Never Wendy's, though. They can't afford that bougie shit.
Poor kids in the woods.
I said boozy shit at first.
And who cares? Who honestly fucking cares? There are too many goddamn people on this planet anyways, so who cares if people are a little bit fatter? Like, who honestly, how does it personally affect you is the question I want to ask. Sure, you want to act like you care about people's health and wellness for your own personal brownie points, but it's just like, dude, who fucking cares? You know, childhood...
Honest Red says food should be free. We do give a lot of food out free in this country. We have an amazing overproduction of food, and still nutrition is not been solved. We should have solved this shit 50 years ago, and we're still pumping garbage into our fucking bodies, and it's probably for capitalistic benefit.
Obesity doesn't kill our kids, then mass shootings usually do the trick. Fuck mass shooting.
That's the real reason we should be fat phobic. Skinny kids are harder targets to hit in a mass school shooting. That's the only reason we should be fat phobic. Skinny kids can dodge a bullet naturally.
Obesity rates continue to climb among U.S. kids and teens. They are literally prescribing children meds now to lose weight.
Seth Look says 50 years ago, we didn't have this problem. We didn't have this super obese pandemic 50 years ago, but we were building up this weird processed food economy that put the wrong type of nutrients into play in our diet, and it only ramped up over the last 50 years exponentially. This is when things started to be introduced in the way that they are today.
Because children in America are so fat.
That guy in a little coat.
That is not a myth. Scientists and doctors saying children are overwhelmingly overweight is not fat phobia, and the way to address that is not fixing and unlearning your fat phobic biases. The way to fix it is getting your kids off your phones, making them go outside and play, and stop making 90% of their diet processed sugar and crap. That's the way to fix it. She's not trying to
She's not wrong.
fix childhood obesity. She's literally trying to make kids fatter by unlearning biases. That's absurd. How is this a legitimate book? But anyway, now that you know more of what we've gotten ourselves.
Of course she's not wrong, but here's the problem. She's only not wrong because she's pitting herself against people who are fucking out of their mind. These people she's using are trying to fucking woke scold people who work out into feeling bad about working out.
Exactly.
It's fucking stupid. Of course she's not wrong. She's choosing the dumbest fucking opposition so she looks like God Queen for saying it's okay to exercise. Jesus Christ, this fucking bitch can't be wrong. Sorry I called her a bitch. I'm trying to work on that.
Into, let's move on. She also says, obviously, white supremacy is trying to maintain the power structure. So celebrating a thin white body as the ideal body is a way to other and demonize black and brown bodies, bigger bodies, and anyone who doesn't fit into that norm. So this is really about
Can I
maintaining
just
systems
say
of
how
white
many
supremacy and
athletic
patriarchy.
fucking black bodies I have seen? We have crazy statuesque black bodies in basketball, tennis. They're fucking great looking bodies. To say that they're inherently fat is ridiculous. We all have different body types.
Well, there's statistically higher obesity in African American,
in
not just black
poverty-stricken
people
areas.
in general.
In poverty-stricken areas.
Yeah.
And guess who lives in those areas, right? That's a class issue.
Demons getting a bad name in our society. You demonize. Obesity, white supremacy is trying to maintain the power structure. So celebrating a thin white body as an ideal body is a way to other and demon.
Having crazy athletic muscles is inherently a white thing. And then I turn on fucking sports and I'm like, God damn, that's a chiseled, beautiful body.
You remember like Mike Tyson? They let him box 18-year-olds. They thought he was 18, but he was actually like 14.
Yeah.
He was beating the shit out of 18-year-old men.
Yeah, you're going to find people who are advanced specimens in all races, but the idea that only fucking white people have these fit bodies, it's because white people tend to have more access to healthy options. That's not a race thing, that's a class thing. Generational wealth has given a lot of white people a head start in this country.
Nice black and brown bodies with bigger bodies, anyone who doesn't fit into the norm. So is this really about maintaining a system of white supremacy and patriarchy? If you can understand that actually by continuing to pursue thinness, you are in some level maintaining your complicity with white supremacy and patriarchy, she adds. Do people just wake up one day and think, I want to say whatever stupid fucking thought comes into my brain? Jesus.
I think a lot of people do that.
I think there are just a lot of stupid people, and we have TikTok, Twitter, and all these other megaphones that turned the soapbox in the middle of the square that we normally would walk by the person, hearing them bark, and then quickly walk away from them.
Yes.
Now they get amplified.
Yes.
And they don't just get amplified because it's a good idea. They get amplified even more if it's a bad idea. Because every fucking almost idiot that sees these idiots has to fucking try and correct them. And you're giving them the fucking amplification that makes them these public messes. It's a vicious happenstance. You guys are making the dumb dumber because you're trying to wash the dumb. You have to try and dunk on the dumb, and you are giving them more fucking legs. This for the future, guys. Here's some thought to live by. The next time you see somebody being dumb, don't try and correct them. Mock them. Make fun of them. Do not respond to them with any credence that they have to be proven wrong. Just make them look like the fucking fools they are. Or else you become the fool for trying to prove a fool wrong. That's the real fool's game, when you try and prove a fool wrong. They're fools. They don't need to be proven wrong. They need to be pointed at and laughed at.
White supremacy is bad. Racism, boo.
Symptoms of white supremacy and patriarchy. If you can understand that actually, by continuing to pursue thinness, you are in some level maintaining your complicity with white supremacy and the patriarchy. So, not only are you fat phobic if you work out, but you are also a racist. Because in order to be an ally, you have to be fat. Because if you're thin, you're upholding some system of power. I think the only system of power that you're upholding is being able to rely on your body and be healthy and be a empowered individual. But apparently that's the worst thing in the world these days.
Being healthy is overrated.
This is basically an author just regurgitating terrible TikTok takes, but we are seeing this as legitimate because it's in a real book. Like, just listen, these are the same things that this author is saying. There's another book about it.
How is fat phobia linked to white supremacy? Congratulations, class. That's a great question. If you want to learn more than what I mentioned here today, please read this book. Fat phobia, like most social phobias, is ultimately the cause of systemic oppression. Fat bodies have been racialized since, you guessed it, slavery.
I mean, just because someone wrote a book about it doesn't mean it's any more credible.
Fat phobia stems from an Enlightenment era belief that fatness is actually linked to savagery and racial
I
inferiority.
don't know. There's a lot of people who believe in books that normally would have zero credibility. There's this one, the Bible. It's got a lot of fans.
The Bible?
It's got a lot of fans.
The Bible?
If you look at it logically, it's a pile of bullshit. But if you look at it with faith, it's scary.
Where the fuck is Egged?
Egged, he went to fucking the Dallas Comic-Con and saw Kevin Smith today.
But I thought he came back.
He's back. He's pounding his pud.
He probably fell asleep.
He's
or
having a big
something.
mega jerk because he probably saw some WWE starlet and got an autograph.
Which has then subsequently been used to subjugate black bodies into slave labor, exploitation, fetishization, and sexualization. Slave masters use the fatness found in black female bodies as an excuse to say those women are deserving of rape, but you, your slender self, you're not. Since abolition, the U.S. government has tried to pin the obesity epidemic and all comorbid diseases.
I didn't realize that slaves were getting raped because they were fat. I thought they were getting raped because they were property.
Right.
Disease and diabetes on blackness and on the black population as a way to say our healthcare system is overwhelmed by those people and those are your tax-paying dollars. Fat phobia, white supremacy. There you have it.
What is...
Yeah, that was
literally
nonsense.
did not mean anything at all. You were just pulling random social justice warrior words out of thin air in order to make your argument as intersectional and victimized as possible. Also, it's very odd because if we're going to bring history into this, for most of history, people that
Honest
were a
Red
little
says,
more
wasn't Eric July saying the same shit earlier? Have we gone from chastising Eric July to defending the same things he was saying with other people? Is that what Honest Red's saying?
I have no idea.
I don't know what Eric July said versus what we're saying now.
Yeah, I have no idea what he... Honest Red's not making sense as usual.
We should take a fat audit right now. Are we saying things that go against what we said earlier just because...
Can we do a tip train really quick here? Can someone hit us up with the tip train? Because that would be beautiful.
Can somebody slam their monster fucking tip down on our...
Use the link in the description, or, well, in the chat also. Send us some stuff.
All I know is that Eric July won't talk to people because they're fat, and that's fat phobic.
That is fat phobic.
We're seen as, beautiful and powerful and wealthy. I mean, think about those
Truth
Renaissance
and
paintings.
Fiction says slave ownership was prohibitively expensive. Very few people actually had slaves. Yeah, Truths and Fiction typed that out a little backwards, made me stumble upon reading. But but here's the thing. People who were rich enough to have slaves were rich enough to have more descendants than the poor. So all these people are still descendants of slave owners because their slave-owning parents had or ancestors had the ability to make more descendants. So,
says there was about 4 million slaves in the 1860 census. out of 31 million American citizens at
yeah,
the time.
and how many of those? That wasn't like every citizen had their own slave, right? They were probably
not every citizen had a slave, no, because there's 31 million people. So and there were only about 4 million slaves.
Yeah,
That's still a lot of slaves.
Very rich people probably had the mother load of the slaves, right?
Yes,
it was there probably wasn't a lot of people in the population that had slave ownership. I wonder what the percentage was. That being said, I don't want to argue semantics over slave ownership because it was not the best practice, and it never was, even before it was an Americanized institution.
We're not tiny and skinny. Like that's
Yeah, but those women in those paintings are also white. I digress.
skinny. Like that's a new thing that we're doing, and yet you're claiming that black people being fat was a part of your oppression. Like, it just does not make sense. Here's another one.
Hi, this is your reminder that fat phobia and weight stigma are rooted in white supremacy and sexism.
Here's a reminder that you already hated fat people, and we're going to say something that makes you hate us more.
It's like nails on a chalkboard. Oh my god. Like, okay, society oppresses people based off of religion, sexual orientation, race, gender, and body types, and how rich or poor you are. If you're attractive
Is
or
Streamlabs
ugly.
broken
Beauty
is a question we got.
Oh, no.
Uh-oh.
Let me see. Because it shouldn't. Why did you send one in and we didn't see it?
Oh, no. Oh, no. Uh-oh.
What's up?
Juggalo V says, sometimes I think Cobes is getting red-pilled. Cobes is halfway in between.
Yeah.
He's not bound by either side. He's able to comment on both because he doesn't really have a real political motivation. He's just a tweener. He has opinions, but they're kind of based off of his own credence.
In the eye of the beer holder. There. This chick that she's watching has like this nasally, oh my god. I want to speak down to you nasally fucking just, it's like nails on a chalkboard, dude.
In the 1800s, the idea of social Darwinism became popular. Essentially,
popular.
He's not wrong.
Got that nasally fucking popular.
He's not wrong. That is
actually creating
terrible vocal
hierarchies of
inflection.
different kinds of people. This work was mainly
She's got
done
vocal fry.
by
Yeah,
white
she
Northern
literally
European
is
men
offensive
who
on so many levels.
wanted to prove that white Northern European men were the best kinds of people. So they began to fixate on traits that belonged to people who they thought were lesser kinds of people.
Lesser kinds of people. It is 2023, my friend. We live in a society that does not give a fuck if you're fat, trans, female, black, whatever.
Non-related,
God
alive.
damn, if you're skinny, white, straight, cisgendered male, you're part of the problem. And yes, because of all these people who have had to face oppression over the years for being something else other than white, straight, cisgendered male, and skinny, you know, everyone else outside of that category has had to face severely fucked up oppression and like people just being jerks to each other, you know? People are fucking assholes. That's no secret. I can deal with my trolls being stupid because they're in their own class of idiocracy. But when society as a whole is becoming as stupid as my YouTube trolls, it's exhausting. Just because you can't achieve a thinner body doesn't mean it's fat phobic for you to want to work out, you know? Like, if you want people to accept that you're fat and they can all fuck off if they don't like it, what gives you the right to, like, criticize somebody for being skinny? You know, as I mentioned earlier, we are human. We come in all
So
shapes.
is Streamlabs down?
No idea. I checked and I didn't see any recent donos. So
yeah, I'm having trouble even using it right now.
Damn. Just when I thought we could sit back and relax, the entire infrastructure.
People are having trouble logging. Okay, I was just now able to log in. So I think it's working again, but give it a try, everybody.
Damn. Streamlabs is being highly donophobic.
Yeah, I don't know.
Sizes and colors. There's a beautiful spectrum.
Yeah, I'm getting the error message too. So Streamlabs might be down. If that's the case, then a special exception could be made and try to meet the goal like tomorrow or something. Like I could do a stream, because we can't help it if it goes down.
What are we supposed to do?
Right, yeah. I mean, like,
what are we supposed to do? Streamlabs is being donophobic.
We're not all the cookie cutter box cutout of whatever. And that's what makes the human race beautiful, is that we're all unique. We don't have the same tastes in anything, really. And it's like I said, as long as you're a decent person, fuck sickos, then who gives a shit if you're fat?
So people of color, particularly women of color, they observe that
I can't
women
stand
of
her.
color, particularly black women,
Nobody wants this woman telling them how to live their fucking life. She can't even kill the vocal fry in her voice.
tended to weigh more. So they perpetuated the idea that...
Oh, so you assume because they're black and female, they're...
I went to the page that's supposed to tell me if Streamlabs is having an outage and I'm getting an error message. What the fuck is going on with Streamlabs? What is this?
What the fuck, man? I blame the people who work out.
Yeah, their website is just like taking a dump right now. I was able to load it for a second, but now it's acting all weird, all laggy and shit.
Damn.
Yeah. So Streamlabs, I do think, is actually down, and that's a shame. Because we're like just over $100 away from the goal.
We're so close, it's so gross.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't know. We'll go for a little while longer, and if it doesn't come back up, we'll have to figure out a way to meet the goal. Maybe tomorrow or something.
Maybe tomorrow, maybe after the show goes off, if Streamlabs comes on, we'll get an angel that's just like, here, have some donos off stream, and you'll come and check, and you'll say, we hit the goal secretly. Secret goal.
Automatically
It keeps logging me out.
What the heck, man?
gonna weigh more. Fuck you to Pluto and back. Isaiah
Fuck you to
Butterfield
Pluto
says,
and
fuck you
back.
to the moon. And I'm like, yeah, well, I got a better one. Fuck you to Pluto and back, you racist fuck. You try to like disguise your backhanded racism with like, oh, I just care about, people being bullied for being fat, and it's like, I hear you. Fuck the backhanded racism BS, but outside of that, I hear you. Bullying somebody just because they're fat is so fucking
It's trying to load now.
stupid. You know that?
Bullying somebody just because they're fat is so fucking stupid. They're already living a miserable life as a fat. You don't need to bully them. If you want to bully them, find something other than them being fat. Like when I was a kid, the kids used to call me Curly Sue because I had curly hair. And that would hurt me so much more than them bullying me for being fat. Because I thought, obviously I'm fat. They're going to pick on me for being fat. It doesn't hurt so much because I know I'm fat. But when they picked on my beautiful curls, that hurt even worse. If you really want to hurt a fat, find something other than being fat to pick on them for. It's devastating.
The fuck it is. You see some fat, ugly girl getting bullied in high school by the skinny, popular bitches. And then, like, at their 4th high school reunion, all those skinny white bitches are now fucking suburban soccer moms with, like, stretch marks and a minivan, talking about how fat they are. They go to the fucking mall to try on clothes, and they just stare at themselves in the mirror and pick themselves apart. This is not really a black thing. This is just a people thing. People have body image issues, and you tend to see it more with women than you do with men because, not trying to be sexist, but ladies, women are held to a higher beauty standard than men, and it's bullshit. Women are overly sexualized in our society.
Meat goal. You have a meat goal.
Damn.
Meat goal.
I can't
and
believe
women are held to a higher beauty
that
standard.
jinxed us.
So when you have a society that systematically says being skinny is where it's at, and it's been that way for the longest time, not trying to spurg out here, but this chick that I knew going to high school with, very curvy woman, not necessarily fat by any means, but she's got, you know, voluptuous curves. She posted a picture of herself on the internet with her blonde hair and pigtails on either side and a bra and panties showing off her curves, and she captioned the photo with, "I'm not ashamed of my curves." And the hate comments on her photo, it was just like 95% of them were probably all jealous ass chicks who wish they could look that good, and the other 5% were dudes who wish they could tap it. And I'm like, good for her, you know. And when that happened,
Okay, I do believe Streamlabs is working now. I believe. Yes, Streamlabs appears to be working now. Somebody test it out for us, please.
You know how fucking mad I would be if I was a skinny woman and people didn't think that I could give birth because my hips weren't thick enough? Just because I didn't have childbearing hips? I'd be so fucking mad. It pisses me off to think of being a skinny woman and not being respected because I lacked childbearing hips.
I saw a lot of other women coming out of the woodworks and saying the same thing. And I'm all for it, dude. Body positivity is a beautiful thing. We all can't be skinny runway Paris models. I know I hate using her as an example, but that's the truth. It's the fucking truth. He's not.
There it is. All right, it is working. And now we're 100 away. Just hit us with those 10s and 5s and we'll be there before you know it.
Exactly what you call white. She's olive skinned, so that's beside the point.
Idea that it's better to be thin because thinness is closer to whiteness and masculinity.
What the fuck does being thin have to do with being white and masculinity? Jesus fucking Christ.
Well,
as a man, I guess
feminine bodies tend to have more fat on them. So it is more masculine to be thin.
So sick and tired of everyone blaming masculinity for everything. You know, it's like women. What if you were told the same thing? Oh, wait, you'd be more attractive if you were more feminine. And as soon as you act more feminine, you get slut-shamed for it. I'm like, the fuck?
This isn't something that I'm making up. This is stuff that is quite literally in the science of the time period.
Is it quite literally?
Science of the time period. Oh my gosh, she has the most annoying fucking voice, dude.
Cobes ain't
I
wrong.
tend to look and see
Open
right
the
here that
floodgates
this
of
woman
donuts.
talking.
There we go.
Open the gates.
The fucking voice is clearly on the heavier side, and she's also white. But here she is
I
going
would
off
have
about
tipped more, but I'm fat tip phobic.
That's fair.
Damn. Well, it's time to cure that now.
Thank you, Randall, for giving us skinny tips.
Like,
If you guys want to give out skinny tips, it's okay.
racism and
Skinny tips add up to big fat ones
these
eventually.
ideas.
Everything about that annoyed me. Everything. It was like nails on a chalkboard. I don't even know where to begin with that. Like, I don't care about... Fuck, God. In today's world, we know that being healthy, that working out, that going to the gym...
Man, this is a very long
morbidly obese
Yeah.
is healthy. That is objectively better for you. I don't care about any of your social arguments you're going to make about history or any of that.
well, I don't care if it's morally healthier to be skinnier. Like I said, who cares if you're fat? Humans come in different shapes, sizes, and colors, and there's nothing wrong
Yeah,
with
fat
it.
phobia is like taking the fact that being fit is more healthier and using that to tear down people who aren't fit. That's fat phobia. You're like, look, it's being thin is healthy. You're not thin. You're less of a person because you're not thin. That's fat phobia. It's commonly practiced in the United States and probably most other cultures. I don't know.
Called diversity. Like, yeah, okay, so being fat's not exactly healthy, but Christ, you know how many women I've heard complain about how they feel insecure with their bodies because of these systematically oppressing issues, you know? So, like, I'm sick of it, YouTube. As somebody who struggles with body image issues and an eating disorder, there were days, I will go like 2 to 3 days without eating because I feel fat and disgusting.
No, he doesn't.
So I don't eat. And
No, he doesn't.
effort to have a more flat stomach line. And yes, because of my high metabolism, I can achieve that. But as a consequence, I'm starving myself because of this, So when I heard Shoe on
Cobra and his vanity.
comments that
He said he had a high metabolism earlier, and
rather have a guy who's got a dad bod than some, twig of a dude. It made me feel a little bit more confident about myself.
Any of that crap, you can concern yourself with it on your
Shoe
own
on
time.
head saying
Based
she
on the
wants to
facts,
date
the
big,
science,
fat,
TM, we know.
sloppy white guys with curly hair named Billy made me feel better about myself too.
There is one way that you can for sure be a lot healthier, and it's losing weight. That's not some new information. But back to the article, Sol Smith also argued that fat people experience a similar form of stigma as those who live under the thumb of racism or other forms of bias. The author said that society's disgust of fat people results in...
Okay, so you're saying that fat people experience the same crap that people who are being treated with racial hatred experience? So what, are we putting fat people in a fucking field full of vegetables in the hot sun? But like Master said, pick those collard greens.
oh my God.
People being forced to sit at the back of the bus because they're fat.
Jesus
no, they're not. Do we see a fat version of Rosa Parks going, Lordy, child, I'm just tired. I want to sit down on the bus and go home and have a drink and go to sleep. It's a long day. But no one's, I see where they're coming from. Yes, people do get bullied for being fat, and it's disgusting. It is fucking disgusting to bully somebody because they have a couple extra pounds. Now, if you choose to say, hey, you know what? I don't date fatties, but I'm not going to go out of my way to be a jerk to them. That's fine.
Yeah, like
yes.
Yeah, Sticky. Thank you for giving
I'll
us
give
your
you money, so I won't bite Winkies with it.
Thank you for giving us your junk food money, everybody.
Thank
right now
you.
who would spend money on a gym food membership, a gym membership. Just spend your gym membership money on us and your junk food membership money on us, and it will even out.
Yes.
It's that simple.
Let's crush this goal.
Give us your gym food money.
Fine. You're allowed to have your preferences on the dating scene as long as you're not a sick fuck. But actively going out of your way to bully somebody.
Yeah, like you can have dating preferences. If you don't want to bang a fat girl, you don't have to bang a fat girl.
As long as you're not a sicko.
Just get head.
Just because they're fat is fat phobia. Let's be real.
In daily implicit bias or outright prejudice. Quote, this raises your stress levels and has you in a constant state of fight or flight, and stress hormones are elevated. That takes a toll on our bodies. This is how we ask that people move through the world, always on guard, knowing that they may be ridiculed, shamed, stigmatized. That takes a toll on our mental health and our physical health. Okay, you know what also takes a toll on your mental and physical health? Being incredibly overweight. It's a harsh truth, but that is reality. So if you're
Yeah, and all the comments you get from society around you, I promise you, is not helping. I promise you.
Mental and physical health is a serious concern for you, and this author is obviously saying that it is, because she wouldn't be making that argument if it wasn't, then maybe you should start with losing some weight.
So 12 of you give $5 and then we're done. The goal is crushed. 12 of you give $5.
It's just a thought. Maybe you could focus on your physical health if you care so much about your physical and your mental health. I mean,
This is fat phobia. This right here is fat phobia. Hearing a fat voice that is being stupid and responding with, well, maybe what you should do is lose weight, is fat phobia. What you should be saying, if you weren't fat phobic, is you're spitting out bullshit and it doesn't make sense. Instead, you want to give fucking diet tips because you're fat phobic.
It's not that easy, man. Like I said, Miss Cooper, some people just can't help the fact that they're fat. They diet, they exercise, they eat less, they try to be more active. Nothing they do works except for surgery, and that's gotta suck. And then you have the other half of the argument where people are just lazy on the other half of the spectrum, and it's like, who cares? Who fucking cares? How does somebody being fat personally affect you?
Yeah, honestly, people are lazy and some people are stupid, and we don't get to go around calling stupid people stupid the way we call fat people fat, because stupid people have to do stupid things before we can call them out on being stupid. Fat people just have to show up and you know they're fat. That's the disadvantage of being a fat versus being a stupid. A stupid
fat, though.
Stupid can hide until they open their dumb fucking mouth. A fat can't hide. A fat is always out in the open, labeled a fat, wearing that scarlet letter as an entire bowl
F
of alphabet soup drenched over their blubbery bod.
No, we're all just trying to fucking live our life here, dude.
I mean, like I showed you all, this is literally the crap that we hear on TikTok on a daily basis. But now it's coming in the form of this parenting
don't
book,
use
which inherently
TikTok.
makes it more legitimate and credible, especially because it's being published by Henry Holt & Co., which is one of the oldest and most well-respected American publishers. They are publishing crap like this. This is not fringe.
I promise you they're probably publishing some crap that you would want to align yourself with. They probably publish all types of fucking crap. They're a business. They want to make money. If there's a group of people dumb enough to buy into the crap, they will print the fucking book. Just because they're the oldest publisher does not mean they're held to some fucking standard of authenticity. They're held to the standard of making money, and sometimes you pander to the Christians, you pander to the fats, you pander to every fucking group you can to sell a couple of fucking books. And when you're the oldest, biggest printer in the company, they add up. You don't give a fuck. You're going to hit all the markets. Jesus Christ, this does not make this book any more fucking relevant because it was printed by a huge company. They print all types of bullshit.
Yeah.
They probably got potty training videos that you'd look at and say, this is stupid. Just shit yourself, kid. There's diapers.
It's not just crazy teenagers on TikTok. These are academics peddling this. They want us to be fat and lazy and compliant, and they have somehow indoctrinated.
They don't want us to be fat. I don't think it's that. I think it's just helping fat people feel more sexy in their skin. And there are some people who are into...
I like how academics all of a sudden are the fucking authority as well. There's academics peddling bullshit from both ideological sides, conservative and liberal. Liberal's a little heavier, but there's bullshit. They're fucking academics. They're not the be-all, end-all. They're there to teach a fucking program and spill their little fucking nuances within it. But the teachers, academics, wherever the fuck you want to point the finger at, are not the fucking standard either.
fatties. So, hey, man, you're doing God's work. I appreciate what you do. Otherwise, like the shootings and the fucking suicide rates, we'd probably go through the roof.
Indoctrinated a whole part of the population to be the champions of that. Like, it's wrong, objectively. We should be striving to be healthy, to always be bettering ourselves, to be
Yeah, but like it's, I hate to be this, like, I'll give you a scenario. You got two women, one of them skinnier, she has a husband, her husband makes a shit ton of money, and blah, 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 blah. And then she's got a fat sister. So, like, I'm just gonna make up random names, does not have to do with anyone specifically. But like,
disclaimer.
when Tammy calls her sister Cheryl, now Tammy's single, she hasn't had a man in years, she lives at home with 4 cats.
Poor
and she's
fucking
got a
Tammy.
fireman calendar on her freezer
A
door.
fireman calendar on her freezer. Man, this is oddly specific.
And for the sake of her mother, she keeps in touch with her sister, even though she's convinced that her sister Cheryl's the favorite. So, of course, when Tammy calls her sister Cheryl up, hey, even though she'd rather put a gun in her fucking mouth, she's like, how are you doing?
What is going
and of course,
on?
Cheryl has to brag about her husband Chad and how he just got a raise.
Is anybody
at work,
else
and now
getting
they're
totally fucking invested in
the
Tammy
story?
and Cheryl's life right now? And what's Chad about to do?
moving into a big-ass fucking house to start a family and have kids, and she's gonna get everything she's ever wanted, and how, oh my god, she's just the best, you know, and blah, blah, blah. And then she gets done hanging up the phone with her sister, and then she calls her mother. Hey, Ma, how you doing? I'm doing good. Say, when are you gonna find a man like your sister? I feel like you'd be a lot happier.
A man like your sister?
Could you imagine finding a man like your sister? There's 2 reasons I wouldn't want to fuck him. I don't want to fuck my
Just
sister
bro,
or a man.
Train.
Ayo,
you
just
guys.
bro. Yeah, thank you for the love.
So
Love
we
you
got
too.
50 more. Someone help us polish this off.
The double down is gone, gone, gone.
The double down, daddy.
Away.
You could find a man, and like you're sick and tired of
If
your
you
mom
will.
comparing you to your sister, kind of thing. So by the time you get done crying your fucking eyes out, thinking about committing suicide, but instead you waddle
What
into
is
the kitchen,
this?
you open up the freezer door, and you pull out the fucking ice cream, and you binge eat, because living is just a slow way to commit suicide.
What a weird
Cheers to that.
fantasy
And then, of course,
that
you'll
he's
fucking throw the
concocted
biggest
here.
fucking fit, staring at the hot guy on your fucking fireman calendar, going, why can't you have a guy like that? That would make your sister mad. But then meanwhile, you'll go after dudes like that, and if they reject you because they're not into fat chicks, You turn around and call them a fat phobic piece of shit. And I'm like, really? But look who you're chasing after. And I'm not saying anything. Like, you're allowed to
Cobes is saying, look, quit trying to fuck those banging ass firemen on your calendar and come bang the local gothic bad boy.
Exactly.
And when it's gender reversed, ladies, that's a crude stereotype.
Cobra does have a better comic than
To be
Isom.
independent, to be able to rely on your body, which is a lot easier to do when you are in shape. That is real empowerment, not any of that crap.
You know what's empowerment? Being like, I don't care if I'm fat, I'm sexy, and I know it. That's called having confidence.
Okay, that was fun, and those people are crazy. If you want to see more videos like that, make sure you subscribe to this channel and
That
like
was
that
fun,
video. If
and
you want
those
even more
people are
content, you can follow me
crazy.
on Instagram at
Thank you, Brett Cooper.
And I'm Brett Cooper. Oh, yeah. Brett
You
Cooper,
fucking
Brett Cooper.
gender bent
There you
Ben
have it,
Shapiro.
folks.
Nobody fucking cried when the Daily Wire gender swap Ben Shapiro.
No.
They're only mad because fucking Spider Woman exists.
Well, I can't stand the Matt Walsh baby.
That was creepy.
Yeah, that is weird.
Did you see the new Spider-Man movie yet, Ben? It's so cute.
I don't know. We'll see.
It's so freaking cute. Did you watch the old Into the Spider-Verse from 2017?
No.
Oh, you got to watch that before you watch this one because they're both so cute.
Good evening to
My
sexy
guy.
babe Eva, my art of my life, my one true love, which is you, pretty young. I'm so sorry I can't ring you up tonight. I've got no calling credit in my other phone, so unfortunately can't ring you up. So I've got a song for you. Greatest love of all, your favourite they like to sing on karaoke.
So
I know.
Before we called him Autism Powers, now with this new facial hair, is he Stone Cold Steve Autism?
You do. Anyway, hope your back is right, my darling. I've missed you so much on TV. You know, how did you hurt your back anyway, you poor girl? Anyway, I thought I'd sing this song for you. I'm going to have to play this song gently anyway. I decided long ago never to walk in anyone's shadows. If I fail, if I succeed, at least I live as I believe. No matter what they take from me, they can't take away my dignity. Because the greatest babe of all is happening to me. I found the greatest babe of all inside of me. The greatest babe of all is easy to achieve. Learning to love yourself, which is the greatest babe of all.
Fuck, that was beautiful. That was fucking beautiful, dude. You realize the amount of boner I had just poking through my pantalones while he was hitting them notes? Holy crap. I got like full-on trouser hog just decked out. It was beautiful.
And if by chance a special place that you've been dreaming of leads you to a lonely place, find your strength in love. That's my rendition to you, pretty my darling. That's my rendition to you. I love you so much. Could you do rendition for me? So I thought, do you want back? I love you, baby. I love you so much. Mwah.
What a fucking gent. What a gent. Absolute gent. Ah. When I was in Santa Monica this week, I walked by this British pub, and they had a little corner store selling like British pies and candies and shit. I thought about buying a bunch of meat pies. And looking at this gentleman here, I kind of wish I did. Just bought some meat pies and sat back and cracked off a fucking meat pie for the homie as he sang beautiful songs to his pretty. It's beautiful. The pub I walked by was like a restaurant pub, and they had the English breakfast, like a neon sign in the window. I've never had an English breakfast, and I thought about going in, sun's out, guns out. I was going to break keto. for an English breakfast, but I was like, there's no way I'm gonna have a fucking English breakfast in California, even if it is a legit pub. I have to wait until I go to your, Big Ben and shit. Ben, while you were gone, we got 0 donos.
I know.
I'm gonna leave and see if we get more donos when I leave.
Everyone. Let's get us some donos right now. Right, do it now. Do it now. Do it now. Do it now. I'm really hungry too. I need to have my dinner, and I don't want to eat it on camera. So someone help me, please. I need my foods. It's only $50, so I think we can. I mean, like obviously we're gonna get the goal. It just takes time. A sauce sandwich. All those sauces mixed together would probably be gross. All those different Subway sauces. It was really cold yesterday, and I got rained on. So I almost feel like I'm getting sick, and I just want to eat some food and fall asleep. You hate Subway's new menu? I have not eaten at Subway in years. It's one of the worst fast food restaurants. It's pretty gross. Yeah. I like Italian subs. You guys ever have Italian subs? Those are my favorite. I have not eaten Subway in forever. I just really don't like it. Oh, Streamlabs isn't loading again? So is Streamlabs doing it again? Wow, Streamlabs has been acting really weird. Jesus Christ, man. They're really fooking us. I'm checking my other Streamlabs account right now to see if it's doing it with the other one. Yeah, it's just a loading screen. I just see like the DP logo screen loading like over and over and over and over and over again. And I can't log in. Huh. Yeah, I had no idea. That sucks, because it's just trash. It was doing this earlier and then it started working again and now it's like broken again. And we're only $50 away. So what I'm thinking I'll do is a stream tomorrow probably. That's what I'm thinking, just because, like, we met the goal. I mean, we didn't literally, but we would have met it by now, I think. And I was thinking about maybe I'll do like a short stream tomorrow or something. If this doesn't clear up like really soon here. Hold on. Okay. I was just able to load it. It's loading now. It's loading now, everybody. Refresh your page. It's loading for me. Yeah. There's one right there. There's one right there from Food Sandwich. So there you go. It's open. Come on, open the floodgates while we can. Let's open the floodgates while we can. Am I tired? I'm a little tired. I feel kind of out of it. I'm hungry. If I'm hungry, just drink some porter. I don't have any beer or anything. And really, I don't really feel like drinking because I drank a little last night. So, what's the last movie I saw?
What is going on the Streamlabs? Do you think the Jared Genesis Society of Hackers had anything to do with this?
No. And Streamlabs is working right now, so now's the best time to get those donos in. Do you mean like the last new movie that I saw? Because I saw what was it? What was the latest Marvel movie? I can't remember now.
Then eat on stream. Don't be fat phobic.
I don't want to eat on stream. Plus, I have to go get the food more than likely. I will eat on stream another time, but not tonight.
I'm glad Streamlabs is working, but it ruined my lame joke.
Sorry. So we're really close now. Very, very, very close. All right. So now we're at 96%, so we made some progress.
What the heck, man?
Look, it's Steven Dawson in drag. I don't know what this song is, so I don't want
Is he his own pretty?
Next time you do Cobra drink combos, maybe a sauce sandwich themed one with like 5 sauces mixed with the liquor of your choice. That's what's up.
I like how food sandwich is suggesting we make a sandwich without food in it.
A sauce sandwich.
He wants us to make a sandwich without the food in it.
We're so close. You know, I think it's about time we also talked about Actual Mania coming up here. If you've seen Actual Mania, if you're curious about it, you should join our Discord and sign up in the Actual Mania room. If you think you've got what it takes to become a champion, because we're having nothing but #1 contender matches at this coming Actual Mania, and we're looking for challengers for the Cringerweight title, and we're looking for challengers for the King of Games title. So we're having a triple threat for both of them, ideally. Now, it's going to be hardcore, and there's a few people that have agreed to be in that can't be there live to do the trivia stuff. So I figured out a way where we're just going to like flip coins and roll dice to like determine weapons. That way it's,
Maybe we could have them earn it.
See, we can't do it
separate way.
Yeah, I mean, like, I was just thinking of an easy way of doing it so it's, like, quick, because if they're not there, and then we would only use weapons if they have to. Like, if they're behind and a weapon could make them win, then we'll just do it for them and see if it helps. I do have a few promos.
Somebody here says that Cubanos are their favorite sandwich. Seattle has one of the highest rated Cuban sandwiches in the nation. Or at least they used to.
Hello, everybody. It's your boy.
He submitted this while I was doing the show with Adam, and I didn't get to it, but I think it might have been specific to that.
Oh.
I don't know.
Diesel here.
Boom.
And nobody's challenging me. What's going on? I know I'm the king of games and everything, but if you have a championship, if I'm getting this correct, Scott, tell me if I'm being right on this, you should have a challenger, right? You should have people challenge you for your fucking title, right?
Yeah.
Come on, people. I know there's somebody
You
out
can.
there.
You can challenge him right now. It's where is it? King of Games. Right now, it's literally just Ruby Jewels up for the King of Games. So we need 2 to 3 more maybe ideally 2 more, and then we need 1 more for the Cringerweight because that's Drake Dragsaw and Smarty, and then 1 more.
Egg, I'll get to you later. Ben, you're later. You're definitely going to be on my list.
Nope.
Red, we have Drake Dragsaw. We have Ash, the artist now. Who else do we have? We have some other motherfuckers. All you. Join the Patreon too, you weird fucks.
You weird fucks. Oh no.
Like I was saying, we need to have some type of challenge going. Come on. Not every one of you have to be some type of jobber. We need more main people. We need a new luchador. We need a new Big Diesel. We need the Chris Jericho of actual mania. I don't know about wrestling. I just thought about a random wrestling name.
Ha!
But if you guys feel like you can challenge me, come on. I humbly oblige the challenge and the ire that may come my way.
We need a Goku of actual mania.
But if you do think you can take my title, all I say is...
Uh-oh.
Brilliant.
So I remember Honest Red saying potentially that he couldn't be there live, but if we found a way around it, he would challenge Ruby Jewels.
Damn.
So we might have him. We'll see. It's going to be something else.
You know, if I was Big Diesel, I wouldn't let anybody who wasn't fit challenge for the King of Games championship. The Necromancer.
All right. Now that the Necromancer is closing the portal, I can sit back with a good friend and a good drink.
What's the drink?
Look at that cup.
Yeah. But what's the drink?
A combo of some sort?
Time to rest.
Uh-oh. This is classic paranoia.
What have I done?
What have you done?
What have I done? What have I done? What have I...
Did you trip over those cords? What have you done to Frog in a Car from froginacar.com?
That was interesting. What do you think?
I think it's pretty obvious that Frog in a Car from froginacar.com has a liable case against the Necromancer for that violent collision.
Whiplash injury.
You murdered him.
Him.
You murder him.
Yum.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are but $21.34 away from tonight's goal. I came to do today's show straight from the airport. I haven't been home in a week. I did last week's show. I went home and I washed my balls and I went to the airport. If somebody could donate $21.34 so I can go home for the first time in a week, please.
You know that? Did you see who Bill Murray was banging?
Yeah, he's dating Khalees.
Yeah, that's so unexpected.
He's 73 or 72 and she's 43.
Yeah.
Bill Murray's got it like that. I think. I'm pretty sure all Bills got it like that, though. Bill Clinton, Bo
Baggins.
They got it like that.
Bo Baggins. That could be your alter ego.
Think of my children, Truths in Fiction says. Exactly. My kids have been locked in the basement for a week. I left them food and water, but not enough. I have to go put some new hay down on the floor and give them a fresh package of Bar S hot dogs. Bill Brasky, Bill Bob Thornton, Bill Nye, Bill Cosby, they all slay.
They all slay.
I never met a Bill that didn't slay. Bill Pullman, Bill Paxton, they all slay.
Cool Aid sent in a promo too that I'm downloading. I'll be right back.
Bill Burr, Bill DeBear, they all slay. Kids suck every other day. It's we need food, we need water. Actually, there's definitely a point of abuse and neglect where they don't say that every other day. And that's how cool kids actually are, is they'll put up with a lot of trauma because they don't know any better. And then you know what happens to those kids? They grow up and they become Olympic heroes. I'm not saying you should torture your child, but it's not a 100% recipe either. But a lot of kids that get put through tough times grow up to be pretty amazing adults. So that's the side effect of kids being put in serious situations. They become serious survivors. They get serious strength. So kids don't suck, even if a lot of them actually do. A lot of kids are just booger picking dickheads. Doug Fleewilling says, you must have had it pretty easy then. I don't know what that's supposed to mean, Doug. Why don't you flesh out your comment? Why don't you own those fucking words? Or are you going to cower out? You going to cower out now that you've said it? Or are you going to stand like a man and flesh that fucking bullshit sentence out? In the form of a $21.34 donation, please. Let me know when there's a movie with Barbie Chan. The Barbie movie comes out next month. And there was an actual international shortage of pink paint because of the production of the Barbie movie. What does flushing a sentence mean? Flushing it out. Getting all that shit out of it, you fucking asshole. Doug, this is the second time. This is the second time you pissed me off. You're 2 for 2 pissing me off, Doug. 2 for 2.
Just a reminder, everyone, Streamlabs is still up. Help us out. Do the right thing.
Barbie movie is going to be lit. Lit. Greta Gerwig, Noah Baumbach, lit. It's going to be so good. You guys are going to have like 48 boners watching it. Jess Pro says, I love Doug, leave him alone. Well, tell Doug to leave me alone.
In actual Mania universe, in all my Kool-Aid-aholics, it is I, Captain Kool-Aids. And I'm here to talk to you about the shenanigans that became of currency in the account. You see, after I dropped my funky fresh diss, things took a turn. At first I thought I'd won by 1 vote, and then it seems the decision was reversed over some kind of technicality, which you think I'd be angry about, but I'm not angry about that. You see, it was this close, 1 vote. It's understandable that perhaps they'd want a more definitive answer. They'd want to milk this feud for what it's worth. After all, Egghead and I have a bit of a past. I did take that King of Games championship.
Did you give Egghead AIDS?
I did dethrone the double champ. And now, it's gotten quite interesting. But what really interests me is the actions of one Mr. Benbai, who's not only scheduled the show for 5:53 when it played at 5:45, making me suspiciously just late to see my own submission after coming home from Fanime. But
oh, Fanime.
Also, who was the one in charge of counting them votes? But the champion who has the most to lose from this endeavor. And of course, he did vote for Egged.
I have nothing to lose.
The man who lost to Captain Kool-Aid's way back when in that King of Games match. So, this tells me one very important thing. Ben fears Kool-Aids. We're gonna get that hashtag going, everybody.
Ben fears Kool-Aids.
Because it's a universal truth that must be acknowledged. It's a truth that Ben himself must acknowledge. Because you can't run from your fears. No, you can only run on for so long. And you can run on for a long time, Ben. But sooner or later, Captain Kool-Aid is gonna cut you down. So, I'm gonna be getting real extreme. I'm gonna have to bring everything I've got. Because Egged, he'll go to any depths. He'll put his body, his life, his dignity, his anus, his everything on the line. Things that we didn't ask him to put on the line. He will put on the line.
He will.
Anyway. So, I'm gonna have to bring everything I can. And I've got to start cracking eggs. So, Egghead, I'm gonna need you to be prepared for an ass whooping that you would never imagine. And Ben, I'm gonna need you to prepare for Captain Kool-Aid's to be breathing down your neck with that currency in the account in his hand, ready to end your reign.
Nope.
Because Kool-Aid
There we go.
is inevitable.
We were not ignoring you, Jonathan. We just didn't see it. But cheers. Thank you for the love. Thank you for the love,
We're
Jonathan.
so close. Someone...
We just need $17.66 to save the night from itself.
And fight the break of dawn.
Come tomorrow. Tomorrow I'll be gone.
Yeah. I started a sing-along. A text sing-along. People are asking if Kool-Aid's is a pirate, and sometimes I do get pirate vibes off of him. Yar! Like...
Yeah, he became a pirate like 2 months ago.
A butt pirate. Right? A butt pirate.
He's been doing pirate raps, and he became a pirate. Did he become a pirate to face Big Diesel, or was that prior to that?
I have no idea. I think he's always been that way.
He has not always been a pirate, no.
No?
No, that was a more recent...
Yarr!
This is easily top 5 episodes of all time.
Of all
Episode
time.
1201, guys. You were here. Tell your grandkids. Yeah, somebody has to pay attention to the shit Seth looks. Somebody has to fucking pay attention to all this shit. And it has to be me. Fuck.
I had a bird in my fireplace the other day.
Was it good?
No, it just it scared the shit out of me because I was standing next to the fireplace, like it's all closed up. I never use it. And something started moving in there, and I looked in it. It was one of those flickers. You know a flicker? It's like a woodpecker.
Mm-mm.
It's let's see. It looks like this.
And
they
how'd
live
you get
around
it
here.
out?
It flew out. I was gonna try to trap it, and then it found a way out on its own. So I don't know how it got in.
Sometimes when I see an L and an I together, I read it as a U, depending on the font. So I would look at that, and I would look at it, and I would think it was a fucker.
A fucker? Yeah.
I can't believe that bird was an omen in your fireplace. That we would not hit the goal tonight. Fuck. This is.
I told them how hungry I was and how bad I needed to eat too, and they're just like making me suffer.
You know why?
Meat goal.
It's the meat goal, man.
Well, I do. You know, when you were out of the room, Streamlabs was down again. But no,
man?
it's up. It's up.
The fuck.
It's up. Meat goal.
Ben just wants to eat meat.
Don't make me suffer.
He just wants to eat meat. Yeah, don't make Ben suffer. Don't make me suffer either.
Okay, how about this? I have a marshmallow peep flavored Pepsi. And I think Pepsi is gross, and I'm not the biggest fan of Peeps either. But if you guys help me meet the goal, I will drink it and do a live review.
Are you going to do a Tarnation Bob drink review?
Yes. I can't. Yes. Yes. I can't do that voice. He does it so well.
I can't do it either. And I wouldn't try.
If we meet the goal, I'll drink the Peepsy.
Swagnar says Pepsi is still better than Coke.
I don't agree, but whatever. It's all. I think it's too sweet.
I love to see somebody who took the losing side of the soda war. That's cool.
Pepsi was pretty big, like the Cindy Crawford years of Pepsi and all the the Ray Charles
Did
stuff.
they ever beat Coca-Cola in the soda wars, though?
I don't think so. Not with sales. Maybe with popularity in other way. I don't know. I don't know.
They've had some big spending campaigns. They've put a lot of their
I'll be right back.
Advertiser money into pop culture. Representative De Necromancer says there were winners in the war. They're both still around. Yeah, but one's dominated sales consistently since its inception, right? First and second place dictates a winner. Am I wrong, De Necromancer? Are you fucking with me right now? Is that what you're doing? Is fucking with me? You think something has to be eradicated in order for you to be a loser?
Billy. I
Thank
told
you.
Ben incentives so deal. You don't have to drink that. But who needs healthcare, right?
Right? Thank you, Jonathan, for getting us to the goal just in time for Ben to drink a fucking peep.
See how it's a smaller can?
Yeah, it's a yellow can too, so if you put it next to the green screen, it's gonna disappear.
Oh yeah, yeah. It's a yellow.
You have to hold it right above the DP logo so that it stays yellow.
There.
That's basically what it looks like, guys.
Yep, it's a Peepsy. It's very small. It's a small can. It's not the size of a regular soda.
We have to ban the Necromancer as well.
Why?
The Necromancer was trolling me.
Well, I mean, can we ban him from Actual Mania, and then I don't have to worry about him trying to take my belt?
True.
All right.
That's a small can. Those are the size cans they give you on the airplane. All right, Ben.
Oh,
what's
God.
the aromatics hit like?
Like Peeps.
It smells like Peeps out the can.
Yeah. There's this woman who's a fan of Scott's wrestling and always shows up to the shows in Tacoma with all these weird, like, exotic snack foods and shit. I had this, she gave me this bun, this Japanese bun that had, like, the sweet red bean paste in it. All right, here we go.
Initial reaction.
Very sweet. I don't really taste the peep yet. It just kind of tastes like Pepsi to me. But I haven't drank Pepsi in a long time.
When's the last time you drank Peeps? Seth Looks hates Peeps more than he loves Ozzy Osbourne.
God, I can't believe this. This is just, it's like 100 calories and it's just trash.
People are saying you should pour some milk in that and make
No.
Peep Pilk. Pepsi milk with Peep
Pilk?
Pepsi. Peep Pilk. Easter was quite a while away, right?
Yeah, it was in the early spring.
Yeah,
it was
so
like
that's-
March, I think.
That's kind of been gestating for a little while.
I don't think that, I think they still make this.
Really?
They-
It's not an
yeah.
Easter promotion?
Or maybe, I don't know. It says 2023 limited edition. I don't know, maybe.
Yeah. Fucking Peep Pepsi.
I don't know if they have like a date, like a born on date for it or what. I'm sure it stays good for a while.
Sugar water, baby.
Ugh. It says artificial marshmallow flavored cola. Marshmallow. I don't know. I don't really. It just tastes like soda to
I wonder
me.
if they could make a s'more cola. Like a s'more soda. Maybe like a cream soda with marshmallow and chocolate in it.
I don't really taste the marshmallow. I don't know.
Someone should make a s'more soda. If we can get a graham cracker taste with a marshmallow taste and a chocolate taste, I want to see it happen.
So this is 7.5 ounces.
Yeah, that's a little piddle
Yeah.
touch. Little piddle pipe pecker. Goes really well. That's two airplane pilot bottles, 2 of the airplane bottles, and 1 can will make 2 drinks. When I was flying back today, I didn't have 3 Jack and Diet Cokes. I swear, on the airplane, I did. I was worried I was going to be drunk to drive in here because I literally got off the airplane and drove straight here. It was only a 2-hour flight.
Yeah. You drunk.
But I wasn't drunk, luckily. I didn't die. I got here just in time with no deaths.
It's I wouldn't drink it. The only reason I got it is because it was given to me.
Yeah. But it's not the most repulsive thing.
No, I drank it all. you
Yeah.
know. So it wasn't gross, but it's not my favorite.
Jack and Diet Coke. 3 of them is 210 calories.
This is 100 calories.
Actually, I don't know what an airplane bottle is. Is it probably 1.5 shots or?
I don't know. I know what that is. I've gotten like cocktails on a plane, and they'll do that. They'll give you like the little bottle of Coca-Cola and the little bottle of Jack Daniels or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm trying to look up what the calories is now. 100 grams of vodka, 3.5 ounce, contains 235 calories. Are those things 3.5 ounces? There's no way they're 3.5, are they?
That's way smaller
This
than
is
this.
1.5 ounce shot of vodka. And it's 85 calories. Oh, no. Fucking 90 calories. This is some bullshit, man. I don't want to do math.
Here's Jeff never fully left us. Here he is.
He never really left us.
Yep, there he is right there.
Roger Wilco says shot is 1.5 ounce. Oh.
That clip of you making Osterio say horrible things is so funny.
I think calling Obama an Uncle Tom is the right thing to do.
I thought that was a stereo, so I wouldn't say something like that. That'd be crazy.
It's the right thing to do.
That'd be terribly inappropriate.
You know who, Ben?
They wear what Jesus wore.
Crown of Thorns.
Yeah.
I don't like martyrs.
That is Stereos. He's nothing if not opinionated.
He's nothing if... Yeah. He has some radical political beliefs.
Radical dude.
All right, guys. We are going to call it a night, and we'll be back on Tuesday.
Yeah.
Have a good night, everybody.
Good night, everybody.
In the beginning, there was nothing. And then there was the Drunken Peasants Podcast.
Drunken Peasants. Drunken Peasants. Drunken Peasants. Drunken Peasants. From the strangest corners of the internet, gonna get TP'd by Billy and Ben. You know where you can find them at. Get ready, cause they're gonna kick your... Drunken Peasants. Drunken Peasants. Drunken Peasants. Drunken Peasants.